I'm starting it right now.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we rarely frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us. What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it's Julie B Deep Dives with Karl here. Finally, sorry about the delay. I really thought it was going to be earlier, but it just didn't work out. I'm a mess right now. We've been going through a lot, and at the last minute I was like, oh, I'm missing like 12 minutes worth of screenshots that I still have to take and upload, and I normally have that all taken care of well before the live, and I'm not functioning at 100% because I had to put my 100% effort out of the channel and into other things, other, more vital things over the last week or so with Karl and his medical crisis. But I announced, I talked about it in the Discord, but he's home from the hospital now, and thank God he's here, able to stream with us. I don't know if he'll be able to make it as long as me tonight, because we've been awake since 4 a.m. our time, and we're pretty tired. But I think I can get up enough steam to do a decent length live. It's not going to be 7 hours because there's no way I can last that long, but maybe 4 hours, and then those. Watch people listen on the replay and see the like 6 or 7 hour time mark and laugh at me after this in the comment section. But I swear it's not going to be 7 hours this time. I swear. I don't think I can do it because, I also have a video to work on. I have my episode 9 script to write, and my, you know, the whole video I have to make, and I have to do it by Saturday because the finale is Saturday night. So I'm way behind on my channel work. You know, obviously I had to take care of more important things. Karl and his medical stuff was, you know, had to take precedence. So so that's why the channel stuff is so late. That's why the live stream is late. Normally this would have been happening on Monday night, the episode breakdown live. We're going to do the breakdown of episode 9. But it had to get pushed back. We were going to do it with him in the hospital, actually. We planned on having, like, just as a pick-me-up, you know, we thought it would be fun. He was going to stream from his hospital room, and I was going to stream from home, and then he had a complication in the hospital that night, and so that was out the window. So it just wasn't meant to be, but that's okay. You know, this comes first. That, you know, he comes first. So so that's why we're late, but better late than never. And my videos are also late, but I put one out today, and I would really appreciate it if you would still watch it. It's an episode 8 deep dive, but it's full of theories and predictions that are still valid and still current. There's nothing in it that's been disproven or made irrelevant at this point. It's all, I didn't even after watching episode 9, I didn't have to change the script at all. I hadn't recorded the video yet, but I didn't have to change anything about what I had written for episode 8. So thank you to those who have watched it already, hyped it, liked it, commented. Anything that you can do will really help. It's not going to do nearly as well as it would have if I could have gotten it out on time. But again, medical crisis had to come first. So that all got put on the shelf. So please, you know, hype it if you have the ability to. It's the latest video on my channel. I don't have it. Damn, I don't have it linked in the description of the video. I forgot. So if you're listening on the replay, it will be there, because when this stream ends, I'm going to edit the description, and you'll see in the description, the top video in my list of recent videos will be the latest one, my episode 8 deep dive. And I think the title was biggest threats deep dive from season 4 episode 8. And yeah, hyping it would make a big difference, because your hypes matter. You have no idea how much. For a small channel with not a lot of subs, YouTube gives a lot more points per hype. So your hypes are literally worth a lot more. If they were currency, they would be worth a crazy amount more. Like, if you know, like a currency exchange rate kind of thing. It would be a lot, because YouTube gives that boost to us to try to help small channels get a boost in the algorithm and get more subscribers. So each hype is worth like 2,000 points for me. And so you make a giant difference when you choose to hype one of my videos. You know, you can give your hype to a channel that has 100,000 subscribers, but it'll be worth way less. It'll be worth like 60 points, and you don't have as big an impact that way. So if you want to really be able to make a difference, then I always recommend giving your hypes to small channels. And you only get 3 per week. They refresh on Mondays. You can only do them on mobile devices, so phones, tablets, Chromebooks. It's a little hard to find sometimes. You have to look next to the buttons. Like if you're on a phone, you have to look at the like button. Next to the like button, there's like the share button, and then like 3 dots. You tap the 3 dots and you'll see more options. Hype is in there. So you can even do it 3 times back to back. If you want to hype something more than once, you can do that. You're allowed to do that. So anyway, that's very helpful when people do that. Beyond belief helpful. And always, of course, liking, commenting, those things all boosted in the algorithm too. Saving it to a playlist, sharing it even to yourself. So yeah, I work a really hard on these videos. I put a lot of hours into it, and my channel is not monetized, so I don't get paid for these videos. I don't get ad revenue from YouTube. So yeah, my reward is in seeing seeing people are viewing it, knowing that at least it's getting out there. If I'm communicating, the point of communication is to be heard. And if people aren't watching it, then it's like, what's the point? So the more people watch it, the more gratifying it is. My message is being heard and it feels good. Plus, there have been some donations in the last month, which helped immensely. So I do this new thing where I give honorary executive producer and associate producer credits on all my videos to all my any donors who send anything to me within the span of a month. I don't get a lot of donations, to be honest. But the ones that do come in, so, I, no matter what amount it is, I'll list your name, at the end of every video in the credits. So the top donor, the highest amounts will get the executive producer one, and then the rest will get the associate producer one, just as a thank you, as a recognition for people, offering some hard-earned money, and every little bit counts, because YouTube is expensive, and if a bunch of people donate a small amount, it adds up. So yeah, everything is appreciated. And the donation stuff on the replay, you'll see it in the description of the video too. I forgot to add that in there, but scrolling at the bottom of this, you'll see my, I'm going to add it right now, my banner, which is not up at the moment. Where is my banner? I had to take it down when I was recording my video. That's the latest banner. So I added PayPal. There's Cashapp and Venmo, which I've always had, but that's US only, and PayPal is international. I know that helps, and more people have PayPal than other stuff. So I added that. And my PayPal is just my email. You can find me just by searching my email, and it's as simple as that. Yeah, and I'm gonna add the donors to the live stream descriptions too. I was in a rush tonight, so I didn't get a chance to add anything to the description that's supposed to be in there. My schedule for live streams and everything it's supposed to be in there. The latest videos, the donation information, and the donors. So I'll add that stuff when the stream is over. But let's say hi to the chat. And Karl is here. Say hi. You want to say hi?
Hi,
everybody?
Karl.
Let's see. Hey, Knickknack Studios. Stopping by to say hi. I won't be able to watch the stream tonight, but I will definitely rewatch at work tomorrow. Hope all is well. Thank you. Hope all is well with you too. And shout out to you and the rest of the replay gang. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate each and every one of you. I know a lot of times my streams are late at night and it just doesn't work for you. So I appreciate that you watch, and everybody who watches, whether you chat or not, whether you're on the replay or live. Hey, Amy, Pixie Vine TV. Hope Karl's okay, and you as well, Julie. Thank you. Karl is a lot better. He's a lot more stable. That's why he was able to get released from the hospital. He was in there for like 5 days. Felt like an eternity. It felt a lot longer than 5 days. It was a lot of stress on me too, but it's getting better. We're moving towards solutions and getting him treatment that he needs. Well, thank you, NSB, for your prayers for Karl. Thank you so much for that. I think I'm always afraid of butchering your actual name, and that's why I don't say it. I don't know how to pronounce it properly. So that's why I call you NSB. I hope you don't mind, but I do remember what your name is. I'm always afraid of saying it wrong and sounding dumb, and then nobody wants to hear their name mispronounced all the time. But thank you so much for that. And a lot of people wrote kind messages in the Discord too when I updated everyone about that, and I really appreciate the support, especially from you, Taito Guardian. Thank you so much. You were amazing. My new friend, you were so amazing with your support for me, chatting with me into the wee hours in the middle of the night, giving me support and advice, consulting her mom, who's a nurse, and asking for advice to help me, because Karl was trapped in a hospital that was completely incompetent, and I was terrified, and just helped me so much. And I just can't thank you enough for that. You made such a difference. So that I wasn't alone, dealing with that alone that night, and trying to figure out what to do and how to make this hospital actually do what they were supposed to do for him, and not put his life at risk. So, I will never forget your kindness. I will never forget that. To somebody, you don't even know on a personal basis, and we had never talked like that. And for her to do that, it just really made a huge difference for me that night. And she said, "Oh, I thought I was going to miss it. Did you have to drive home though?" Yes, Karl is he's doing quite a bit better, actually. And it's a huge relief. We're not out of the woods at all. There's a long road ahead for treatment for him, for what's wrong with him, but he's doing a lot better. Yeah, and yes, you were of immense help the other night. And thank your mom for me too, for her advice. It was very kind. Hey Mark, thank you for your prayers as well. Thank you so much for that. Another kind, lovely, compassionate person. This is the best community ever. Better than my actual blood family members. I've lost all of the few I had who actually cared. I've lost all but one. And so you're all my family now. So you really do come through, and I feel the support. Like, you're my support system now. I'll stick around and listen on my drive home. I was playing in a band tonight. You are so cool. You were like, I've only talked to you for a short time, like just that night, but from what I've heard from you, you sound like the coolest person playing in a band. Like, she is awesome. I would love to play in a band. I always wanted to be musically talented enough to do that. I always thought that would be so much fun. Mark says she does such quality work even under the most difficult circumstances. Impressive. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot. I had a lot of difficulty focusing enough to make a video this week, and I wasn't like it wasn't easy. Like, I did it a lot slower because most of my time was spent on Karl and researching how. I basically had to do half the doctor's jobs for them, researching and pushing for the kind of things he needed, asking an enormous amount of questions and figuring out what to do. So my video took a back seat, but whenever I could, I worked on it a little, and eventually I got the episode 8 deep dive finished and released. I just released it today. I didn't get a chance to do it until the day after he came home. And I appreciate that. It was helpful to I made myself put my mind on something else. I think that's important for self-care. If you're going through something like where you have to support someone else, it is good to just take even a small amount of time to put your mind on something else for yourself. And that way you come back more mentally refreshed and able to be there for that person. Self-care is so important. I always tell people that. I didn't do enough of it, admittedly. I really didn't. People had to push me to do more to take care of myself. But I did. The video, working on the video was a little self-care that I did bit by bit, slowly. Anyway. NSP says, sad that this is all going to be over next Sunday. What am I going to do with my life now? Yeah, I have mixed feelings myself. I'm burnt the hell out from making videos every week because I make such deep dives that take me so many hours to put together, and doing long live streams. And I was kind of burnt out even before the season started because we had to cram in a rewatch really fast of every episode and do a live that covered every episode in a short time. So I was already kind of getting burnt out. I don't want it to be over though. I am struggling to keep up. This season, my pain has been a lot worse too. So I've been struggling to make my videos as fast as I used to due to my pain level being worse. So it's like I'm almost a little relieved, to be honest, but I don't want it to be over. I just kind of wish there were a little break. maybe like 2 weeks and then have it be back. That's what I would like. But sadly, it's going to be gone for over a year. We should get it next year. From season 5, I've heard it should be coming out next year. I think they're starting filming very soon. I heard like we could probably expect them to start in July sometime. So we don't have that long of a wait, and don't rush it. Like we're going to enjoy the off season. Once season 5 is over, that's it. From is done forever. So you don't want to rush it. Trust me. Like the wait may be tough, but we can have a lot of fun theorizing in the off season. I really enjoy it, and we're not going to stop. When the season is over, we're going to continue doing lives. We're going to continue doing weekly From lives for a while, and if Doc still wants to, which at last I checked, Doc wants to resume FROMacademy, so we'll start doing FROMacademy with Doc again probably on Fridays, and we'll continue doing some From Theory lives for a few weeks after the show ends. And I'm going to cover Silo next, so we'll still enjoy ourselves. We still have lots of theory crafting we can do in the off season.
So that's what they'll do with their life, right? Come here.
Yes,
yeah.
You can still come here and talk From with us every week. You can still get your From fix. Those of us diehards, the off season is a time to really get into the weeds with the theory crafting. There's more time to breathe and think it through, and not like, okay, gotta focus on the next episode now, and another onslaught of information to parse through. MSB says, I've been thinking of watching Lost, but it's 121 episodes, hour long each, and I've heard the ending was a lackluster. Should I watch it? Is it going to be worth it? Yes, 100%. Watch Lost. It's an excellent show. It's worth it. I wish From were as long as Lost. We're only going to have 50 episodes of From when it's all said and done, and I would love to have more episodes. It's great. Trust me, it's not a slog. You'll enjoy it. I didn't feel like, oh God, this is a burden. I did feel a little bit of a burden because people told me you got to get through Lost so that you can compare it with From, and it took me way too long because I just had too many other things to do with the channel. So there was just that, but otherwise I didn't want it to be over. Yeah, I recommend it, and I liked the ending, and Karl did too, right? Karl, you loved Lost and the ending, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're big Lost fans.
Live together, die alone. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, we both recommend it. Absolutely.
Put the gun down, brother.
Yeah. And a lot of people feel like Mark says they didn't stick the landing. A lot of people like the ending though, so you never know which side you'll fall on.
Mm-hmm.
How would you rate the ending on a scale of 10? I wouldn't give it a 10, but maybe
I think they needed to hit some people over the head harder with it.
Yeah.
To kind of understand it, and that's where they sort of messed up.
Yeah.
But I'd give it like a 8, because when you really think about it, it's a nice ending. Right.
Yeah. I think I'd give it an 8 out of 10 too. I was thinking probably around an 8 or an 8.5. It's complicated and it's hard to understand. It's a confusing show, and you may have to watch it twice to fully understand and make a lot of connections. And I still have to do that myself, watch it a second time. Once From is over, at some point soon after, I'm going to do a live stream talking about Lost and parallels with From. I promised I would do that before, and we just didn't have time with season 4 of From before it started. So we're going to do it after. And so definitely check it out. Mark gives it a 5 to 6. I've softened my opinion on the last few years after rewatching. Okay, that's fair. Not everybody. It's not for everyone. Like I get it. I know it's hard. Like with masterpiece shows, don't stick the ending. I get that. That's tough. It's disappointing. Yeah, it's important to stick the landing. Let's see. Hey, RCO. And let me try and get caught up, get a little more current here. I didn't really like The Haunting of Hill House, to be honest. The show, I couldn't. I stopped watching it. I found it too morbid. I didn't like how death focused it was. There was just so much death, and not in a fun horror way. It was just, I don't know. I was in a kind of dark place too, and I just found it too morbid for me. It wasn't creepy in a fun way. You know, everybody, the last episode I watched was like a bunch of siblings got together for a funeral, and it was just so depressing, and I don't like funerals and, you know, on TV and whatnot. But I really love the original Haunting of Hill House movie, the movie that's based on, that's an interpretation of. It's old. It's from the 60s. Yeah, I was really late. Sorry, guys. My walk took longer than I thought, and we finally got a chance to do something nice for the first time in a while, and I couldn't tear myself away. We were down at the lake, and I had to do my walk to manage my pain, and it just took longer than I thought it would. And yeah, The Haunting of Hill House. Yeah, that's the classic movie. I definitely recommend that. Okay. Yeah, this was funny. I saw this comment. Let's make a bet to see if Julie starts before or after the next hour mark. Bless Julie and Karl, too. They're going through a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. 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 So NSB won the bet, and Title lost. Right after she posted that, I started the stream. Hey, Elaziful. Yeah, I love the song too. Mr. Grant Gregory AI, my friend, he has a channel, and he made that. He made the theme song. Hey there, Bill Chill. Nice to see everybody. Hey, Kim. Hey, Michael. Statics Gaming was enjoying the theme song. Who the fuck was that supposed to be? I hope not Jade. Yeah, at the end of the theme song, I don't know why there's an AI Jade in a yellow suit, like the man in yellow. I have no idea why. I have to ask Grant sometime why he made that at the end. I really have no idea. Thank you for the support, Michael. Please like, subscribe, hype, comment. Yes, please do that. And hype my latest video if you can. Those of us just joining, I'll post the link to the latest video, and that's the link in the Discord there, to the Discord. You can find the link to the Discord in the description of the live stream, always, of course. And we watch the From episodes every week. We'll be doing the finale watch party at midnight Eastern, as always, this weekend when it drops, and then we'll do a second watch party after. So we'll do a voice chat, and usually we just go right into the second stream, but our friend Doug Hughes, who plays the man in yellow, he joins us for these watch parties, and sometimes he wants to talk with us after the first stream. So when he does, then we talk to him so that he can go to bed before we do the second stream. He doesn't stay up for both. So it varies. Sometimes we talk a bit after the first stream of the episode, when Doug wants to chat with us. And whenever Doug makes an appearance in the episode, he always talks to us. And anybody who wants to ask him questions, and he's kind enough to hang with us and answer questions. And we really appreciate that, because after he appeared again and choked Tabitha, like, that was a wild scene, and he stayed with us for an hour and talked after the episode in the Discord, so that was cool. Now I think I got is that the link to my video? Wait a minute, what am I doing here? I can't multitask for the like, to save my life. I really can't. Like, I can't talk and do something else. If I try and talk while I do something, I lose my train of thought and I forget what I'm doing. Here it is. So here's the link to my latest video. I'll pin it to the top, so you could bookmark it for later if you haven't watched it yet, and please still give it a view, because it's gonna need extra help. It's gonna really need whatever help you can give it, since it's an episode 8 theory deep dive. It's gonna take some extra help, but it is packed with theories that are still relevant now. So I'll pin that to the top. Okay. And it was an amazing episode. Episode 8 was phenomenal. It was like a 10 out of 10. So definitely still worth watching. Let's see. Okay. And Taito said, it's okay. It's totally okay. You guys have been through a lot. I'm glad you prioritized yourselves. Thank you. Yeah, we had to. And last night we were going to do a live, but we took a nap and we wound up sleeping right up until when it was supposed to start. And I wasn't ready to start then. And we were just too tired. The sleep deficit from being in the hospital, both of us had a sleep deficit, and it caught up to us. And same today. We just really tired and trying to rest and, prioritize our self-care. So that's what we were doing. And appreciate your understanding, and thank you for the thoughts and prayers, Michael. Thank you so much for Karl. Remember to save some time for take care of Julie time. Thank you. I definitely have to do that.
That's what I need to get back to.
Yeah.
And thank you, Michael. I appreciate everybody's kind thoughts and prayers and all of that. I really do. And especially Julie appreciates it very much as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. These people are the best. Hey, Darrell. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you for hyping the video, Taito. Appreciate that. And Island Aquatics. Hey there. Nice to see you. Hey, Samuel. Nice to see everybody. Jade riding the trader's bike. Yeah. He stole Clara's bike, and there it is on the screen there. In my my background, Jade is always there with Clara's bike, Clara the mole. So that takes on a whole different meaning now. Thank you so much, Michael, for hyping the video. Thank you. Taito says, I hope you're doing better tonight, Karl. I know the last few days have been rough and frustrating. Try to relax tonight. Get some rest.
I will a little bit later. I want to make an appearance and back up Julie first.
Yeah. But you when you need to sleep, you just go to sleep. Don't push it. And this is, Taito was just amazing. When Karl was asleep, she was talking to me for hours on the Discord, helping me. And the Stellar Napster, thank you so much. I love you guys too. Thank you. Mike Light says, did you see Sci-Fi Vision's interview with the 3 J's of From? Yes, I did. And actually what they said about Clara, how Clara became the mole, confirmed what I already believed, which is that Clara was not planned as a mole from the beginning. I had heard somewhere before that actress, I don't remember how or where I saw, or I think she did an interview that I cannot find anymore because she doesn't really do interviews normally. But I heard her say that she was cast as an extra. She was never supposed to have lines, but her first line, I think her first line was just like, hey, when Jade stole her bike. But then she got to actually do something a little bigger, like a longer line, when she was on the Colony House roof and the storm was coming in, and they were like, hey, do you want to point out the storm? And that was not in the script. And she was like, oh, wow, it was really cool. So she got to point out the storm. she was not planned as a mole. And so when I saw the episode, I was like, yeah, there's no way this was planned. This was a happy accident that they decided to do later. They call those happy accidents when they have ideas that they come up with later. So for people who think that she was the mole all along and every time she popped up somewhere, it's because she was the mole from the very beginning. That's not the case. Like, one example I can think of, Jade was right after Jade's radio tower collapsed off the roof, season 2, episode 1. He's sitting there trying to smoke his last blunt. And right before he gets his vision with the dummy that screams at him, Clara comes in the room, sits in front of him, and says, like, do you think we made it angry? Talking about this place. But I don't think they already had her plan to be a mole even then. That was season 2, episode 1. And I know that makes it sound like she knew something, but I don't really think so. I think that they decided on this later. Maybe season 3, but they may have come up with this season 4, if you ask me. Like, yeah, other people pop up a lot too. Like, Donna pops up. That doesn't mean she's a mole. Like, Clara, I don't think she's always been reporting on stuff to the evil entity. I believe that the evil entity is omniscient when it's not in corporeal form, because there were clear signs, there was evidence that there was an omniscient entity before. And I know Sophia does not seem omniscient now. I think it's because she's in corporeal form, and now she needs Clara to spy on people and report back to her. And, but before, I don't think so. I really don't think she needed somebody to spy on things and check up on her. And in fact, she says to Clara, remember when you first got here, we made a bargain. And I told you I would need you at some point. It sounds like this is the first time she's ever called on her to do anything in this episode. And I'll go to the quote in my notes and read it verbatim, but that's the gist of what she said. So I don't think she's been the mole all along. I know people had theories that she was, and because she pops up a lot, but I don't think that she was reporting back to her this entire time through all 4 seasons. Just my opinion. But yeah, that was an interesting interview, and I hope I get to interview the showrunners someday. That would be amazing. I would love that opportunity. Henry is probably going to try to kill his son. Yeah, Darrell, I think it's going to happen. That's one of my predictions that I've been predicting it for the last few weeks already, but I discussed that also in my latest video that I'm working on right now. I'm working on my episode 9 deep dive, and so I talk about that. But I've already brought it up in my last couple videos. Yeah, as soon as the doctor, not last episode, but it was episode 7, as soon as the doctor said you have to eliminate the anchor, I knew that was Victor. I knew it even before Henry confirmed it in episode 9. Of course it's Victor. That's what's keeping him tied there emotionally. Hey, Mr. Snickle Fritz. I love that name. That is so funny. I just love it. That is so cute. Appreciate you, Julie B. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Islands. Love your channel and your community. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot. NSB says, anyone else that listens to this live stream while working? It's so fun. My brain is fried at the end of it all, but I love it. I'm frying your brain. That is funny. I know, because it's lengthy and we're dissecting things for hours, so it's a lot. It's a deep dive live, I think, is a perfect name for the streams, because they're very deep dives that go on for a long time. And I love that people listen to this while you work. I've heard multiple people tell me. I've heard people all the time say they're working 3rd shift, and some of them can't chat much because they're working, but they're there, and every now and then they'll pop in. So that's really cool, and I love to hear from you. If you're listening but you can't chat, I always invite you to just pop in the chat to say hi and let us know you're here and where you're from. I always like to hear where people are from. Let's see. So Darrell says, this just convinces me even more that Martin was not the man in yellow and that the man in yellow put his blood in Martin. Yeah, I mean, it could be that. So Martin was not the man in yellow, and the man in yellow put his blood in Martin. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, he could have put his blood in Martin because now he put his blood in two different people, Henry and Clara, and now it's gone into Fatima. So it could very well be that. And then Martin transferred that to Boyd. But yeah, it's definitely the man in yellow's blood. I'm sure of that at the very least. But I've always suspected Martin might have been some form of the evil entity. Island says at this point all bets are off. I have no idea what is happening. Yeah, it's a lot to dissect. It is a lot. Darrell says this means that the man in yellow's blood can kill the monsters. Can kill the monsters. Yeah, that's right. That's right, because it killed it killed Smiley, but it brought him back, of course. I mean, he came back eventually. I appreciate all of the love here and the prayers in the chat. Thank you guys. And Karl really appreciates it. Napster says going to share all your between season videos about From, so I help blow up your channel. Thank you so much. That really means a lot. I appreciate the help because for some reason I am having trouble growing the channel. People tell me they don't understand why I don't have more subscribers, and other channels blow up a lot, like faster, and I'm not really sure why. I got my first 1,000 subscribers in like a month and a half, which was fast. That's faster than average. But then it slowed down to a crawl, and I don't really know why. I don't know. I think I don't have enough bells and whistles. I don't think my channel has enough fancy stuff, and people want to see like fancy videos with clips and effects and things that I don't know how to do. Mine are basic and simple, and I don't go on camera, and so that might help. But I really appreciate any help like that to share my videos around. Thank you. I'm going to still be making From videos after the season is over. I'm going to be making theory videos for a while after it ends. So there will be new stuff there too. And yeah, thank you so much for doing that. Yeah, maybe we can get to 3,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Maybe with Silo and other shows, it could happen. It's at like 2.53 or something right now. Lady Amano says, I'm so sorry to hear about that, Karl. I hope you're feeling much better now. Yeah, he is doing a lot better. Hey, Incognito, good morning to you too. Thank you for the well wishes for Karl. And thank you, Michael, for that support. Oh yeah, you got to kick butt in the hospital. Absolutely, Taito. You have to. and you pushed me. You gave me the push I needed to do that. To become his attack dog. She said like to be like a pit bull or something. I think she said a pit bull. I had to be. And
you're the most beautiful pit bull I've ever seen.
Oh,
I was very proud of you.
Oh,
I love you.
Love you. Yeah, I was ready to, I was ready to murder some people in there. I was so upset. It's a terrible care. Yeah, don't live in the middle of nowhere, Iowa. Bad medical care here. We're gonna have to move out of here eventually. Yeah, it's good to have someone advocate for you. People need an advocate. Our healthcare system is broken. There are a lot of serious problems with it, and it's important to have an advocate. Definitely. Yeah. Yeah, lazy fool. Absolutely. We need each other out here for sure. If you ever need more advice about that stuff going forward, just DM on Discord. Thank you. I cannot thank you enough, Taito. It's scary and difficult to navigate the healthcare system for both me and for Karl and get the care that we need. I'm not an assertive person, so I needed a push that night to get the strength to face down these people, and it worked. I got most of what I was pushing for him. NSB says it's all right, Julie. I never think too much when someone butchers my name. My own people butcher it all the time. I'm amazed that you guys as Americans and the lot can even remember them. That's good. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough with some names that are that are not Anglo. I have trouble knowing how to say them. And thanks RCO for the well wishes for him. Doctors are dumb sometimes. Not all of them, but some of them are dumb. And that shocks me. I used to think doctors must automatically have to be brilliant. And it's shocking how many stupid idiot doctors there are. Shocking. How is that possible? Oh, you've never butchered it, by the way. Your T at the end is not the T how it's pronounced, but I know Americans can't do it, so it's really okay. Yeah, I think it's Akshita. It's Akshita. But yeah, I'm glad it's not too far off. You should do more voice chats on Discord. They're way more fun and you make friends. Yeah, I used to do more voice chats on Discord. I should do that. I should do more of those and more watch parties. It's fun to talk with people in there. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm way behind the chat. I'm going to try to catch up as quickly as I can. Yes, Silo comes back. I forget what day, but it's early July. Ici, c'est la canicule. I don't know what canicule means in French. I don't know that. But here it's the something. Unbreathable. Maybe something about the heat, or maybe. Does that mean it's very hot there? Yeah, it must be something like that. I don't think they're going to start filming in July. The writers still have to read fan comments and steal fan theories to craft a better story. Oh man, that's so true. Mike Light, I swear they are definitely stealing fan ideas, fan theories. I am convinced they came up with the Clara mole thing from fan theories. And they admitted that they did not plan for that, for her to be a mole in the beginning. And they're like, what should we do? We kind of need something here in this plot line with Sophia, somebody to be working with her, maybe. Oh, I know. Let's have Clara be a mole. Like, they pretended that they came up with it on their own. They basically lied. I don't believe it. I believe they got that from the fans, and they've definitely written other ideas of ours into the show. They did it in season 3 too. Hey, Sprinkle Kitty. So Darrell, oh, what? I'm like, okay, there's a delay here. Darrell says, based on this app, my guess is that the man in yellow was in human. Come on now, what the hell? It's not highlighting. Was in human form and only went to one person, gave his blood to that person, and we got that person to give the blood to Abby, same as what Clara did to Fatima. I don't know. I feel like my feeling is that he didn't take human form since the last timeline, and then he came back in human form because of Jade and Tabitha playing the song, and that he probably introduced that idea that what if it's all just a dream to Abby through some other means, like a vision or something. People get all kinds of weird visions and messages through different things like that in this place. Dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions, what Fatima said once.
And also, if you're thinking that the man in yellow wasn't in corporeal form at that time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if he was, he could have just touched her and, did what he did to Marielle. Could do it that way too,
Right.
A vision or something.
Right. Right.
But you're right. like how did he write on Sarah's arm? He didn't touch her. He wasn't,
Yeah.
So there's got to be other powers at his disposal.
Yeah. I think that the man in yellow is the one who wrote "kill the boy" on Sarah's arm, and he did that without being present. That's a good point. David Agil says, "At least you can binge Lost now. I had to wait for every episode. That was painful. I bet years."
Yeah, that was me watching it too, originally.
Yeah.
Like recording it on my VHS.
Yeah, it's so old school. But at least you didn't have to wait a long time for new seasons. You only had to wait a few months back then.
Yeah, that's true.
I used to think that was a long wait from May to September.
Now these shows go like 2 years, right? Like what's the gap in between each episode of Severance?
Oh my God, there were 3 years between seasons 1 and 2 of Severance, and
people remember that show.
Seriously, yeah, it was such a big hit, so they could get away with it. Widow's Bay, we just finished watching Widow's Bay. That was fantastic. I absolutely loved that. I read that it is renewed for season 2, but they only just got the writers' room together after season 1 ended, so it's expected not until either late 2027 or 2028. So it's going to be a while, but it's better than 3 years. I just loved Widow's Bay, but I will go off on a tangent on that because I've got to catch up to the chat here. But yeah, we loved it. I'll just say that the first half of the season, I was really enjoying it, but I don't think I was loving it yet. And then second half of the season, once they did the flashback episode, it was phenomenal, and I was hooked on it. Like really, really blown away by the mix of horror and comedy, and I just absolutely love the characters. What a fantastic show! And if I hadn't been too busy covering From, I would have covered Widow's Bay. I definitely want to cover season 2 of Widow's Bay, provided I still have a channel at that point. Sometimes I wonder if I'll be in too much pain to even do it then. I don't know what it'll be like from year to year. I hope so. Incognito says, "What did you think about the interview of the creators of From?" Oh yeah, we already got to that. Discussed that one because someone else had just asked, so you probably heard me. Yeah, great interview, really great. Let's see. So Darrell thinks that Marielle's going to die. The scene with Christy looking for something in the cabinet and then Marielle giving it to her felt like full circle from when Marielle stole and then they kissed. It's possible. Yeah, I mean, she could. They have 2 medical people now, and that's kind of redundant. And I actually wouldn't mind if she goes. Like, she's one who I wouldn't miss, but I like her better than I used to. She's grown on me, but I'm not like a big fan. And shout out to Sprinkle Kitty on the replay watching tomorrow. Thank you so much for doing that. Understand it's late. Hey there, We All King. Welcome. If you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. Trying to eventually get to 3,000 subs, maybe by the end of the year. And don't forget to like the stream. Like the stream. We do these every week, and gonna be covering From even after the season ends. So you enjoy From. This is my number 1 favorite show to cover. And then we'll be covering Silo after that. And I'll see what else there is. I don't know what else is coming this year. I have to take a look and find something else that's up my alley for later. Hey there, Recon. And you're here earlier this time. Great. You were able to make it. It's like the stream, all you sillies. Thank you. Hyper-focused type of person, too. NSB says, studies apparently show women can multitask better, but I can't relate to that at all. Yeah, I just have to do one thing at a time. RCO says, how do I get a notification to join a watch party? If you have to join the Discord, and I don't know if anybody explained it to you already in the chat, but to join the watch party, then join the Discord and sign up for Discord notifications. And that way, when I tag everybody, then you'll know when the watch party is. But it's easy to find even without notifications once you're in the Discord. I guess it's a little hard if you're brand new to Discord, but if you scroll down on the left side, there are the voice channels near the bottom, and you can see everybody in there. You can see a bunch of people in there already. So you'll know, oh, there it is. I have watch party channels for movies and various TV shows, and there's a From Watch Party channel in my Discord. So see, I'll put that Discord link in the chat now. Join the Discord there. And you can enable notifications, like customize them so that they don't bother you every time somebody posts anything. That's annoying. You can alter it so that you only get notifications when everybody is tagged, right, and when you're tagged personally. That's what I would do. Let's see. Mark says, I just figured out how to hype videos. I'm such a Luddite. Yeah, well, good for you. I'm glad you figured it out. I know it's a brand new feature, and I'm not very tech savvy at all, so I understand. I barely know how to run a YouTube channel. I'm just flying by the seat of my pants here, honestly. I don't even understand a lot about YouTube. Thank you. I'm hopeful too that Karl is going to be fine. He's going to be okay. No sleep yet, Karl, or else Bill is waiting for you. Bill, I don't know how I'm still this alert, because I've been awake since 4 a.m. But I'm okay right now. I think Sophia is just misunderstood. She just wants to teach Elgin how not to be naive. Yeah, right. Now Elgin was a fucking idiot, going up to Sophia like, "Hey, this looks just like you." What a moron. He's never been the brightest bulb, has he? He's not a very smart guy.
No. Smelgin is not very smart.
Mm-mm. Hey, 18 Benjamin Williams. What's up? Let's see. Someone made a good point, though. They said if Elgin saw Julie in a photo and he didn't tell Julie, people would say he's dumb for not saying anything. Yeah, I suppose. But this new person he doesn't know very well. Yeah, I don't know. And she's super sus, and no one has even noticed. No one has even picked up on anything with her and the way she's acting. She went up to Clara and showed her black eyes in broad daylight, or like somebody could have spotted them somehow. Darrell says this episode made it clear that this was the first time the Man in Yellow has gotten Clara to do stuff for her. Yes, they made it clear. But I know that people who had the Clara mole theory, they're going to be doing victory laps anyway, because they thought she was already a mole doing stuff for Sophia. But I think this episode made it clear that yes, she was chosen as a mole, but this is the first time she was doing stuff for her. Yeah, season 4 development. Yes, Taito, definitely. Nice ramen noodles. Nice, Amy. David says it sounds like Clara met the entity before, maybe before the Matthews even arrived, but the entity is only asking her to do something now. Exactly my point. That's what it sounded like from what she said. Let's just pull up some images so we've got something on the screen here. Now, wait a minute. Why is Henry screaming in this? That was from a previous episode. Okay, just one out of place picture, but yeah. This was quite a reveal. I'm surprised that they went with that, and I'm sure that it's a fan theory. I know a lot of fans thought she was a mole because she popped up a lot. When Elgin had his eye being treated, and they were trying to keep that a secret, she was like, "Hey, what's going on in there? What's wrong?" Right outside the door. And like I said, she went in and talked to Jade. Season 2 premiere, like, you think we made it angry? because of the storm knocking down the radio tower. But yeah, I don't think she was actually doing things for Sophia until now. But man, what a selfish bitch. She only made this bargain just for herself to go home. That's what it sounds like. She's like, I still get to go home, right? It's not like Sarah, who did terrible things because she was told everybody would get to go home, and if she didn't do it, her brother would die. So that was different. Clara is just a horrible person. She seems like she feels really bad right now, but to make a deal like that, what a terrible person. God. Yeah, I hope Clara's gotta go in the end now. She needs to get killed off to, get her back for this. I'll hate Henry forever if he hurts Victor. Oh, absolutely. That would be devastating. I'm concerned. I gotta say, I'm worried. I'm worried. I what I'm thinking could happen. I can just see how it would play out. Victor is locked up in the jail. This is the setup for Henry to get him alone with everybody distracted with other things. The project with the bones. Now Victor is locked up in there, and Henry is going nuts. And Boyd confiscated Victor's gun in season 3. And what if Boyd didn't secure the gun properly, and it's in the sheriff's station, and Henry goes in there, finds the gun, and tries to shoot Victor. I just hope if he does that, somebody stops him. But I could see it playing out like that. Sophia said that, not Sophia. I say Sophia. That was a Freudian slip. Those hallucinations are created by Sophia. So it feels like Sophia told Henry this, but fake Victor in the hallucination told Henry that once you accept that it's a dream, it'll work itself out. Like the way to, because he was like, how would I even do it with my bare hands? How would I kill him? And he was like, the way to do that will present itself to you. Well, I think I see it falling into place. Victor has been locked up in a jail cell alone, left by himself, and everyone is off working on other things, looking for stuff in the Colony House basement, in the diner, looking for Men in Yellow clues, and everyone else is out at the bottle tree. So who's watching Victor? Is anybody going to be watching Victor? I don't think so. And that's where Henry could have his opportunity. For real, Victor can't die. Yeah, we all can. He cannot die. I would be so upset. That would be the worst, most emotional death. Not an excuse in this case, Darrell. Parents are supposed to protect their kids. How could a parent kill their child even if he thought it was fake? Imagine looking at the face of your child, even if you think it's a dream, and be able to kill him. Like, who could actually do that? I can't imagine it. I mean, he's being tricked, like Darrell said. He's being tricked, but like, oh, it's not real. You're not really killing him, but how could you still go through with it? How could you not have a shadow of a doubt that maybe you're wrong and Victor is going to die for real if you do this? Yes, Incognito. I noticed that too, and I put it in my video. My breakdown of that first hallucination where he woke up. The doctor, if you watch my video, I pointed it out in there too. The doctor said, blink twice if you can hear me. And that's exactly what Sophia said to the pastor when she woke him up from a comatose state. That is a dead giveaway that this is a hallucination manufactured by Sophia right off the bat. And you've got the yellow walls, the artwork with runes from the talismans on them. All of those things that are from Henry's house. I think Sophia read his mind, knows what his house looks like, and did that so that it would look more realistic. Because when people are in long-term care facilities, their families often take things from their house and put them in their room. Henry's chair was in his room, his blanket, a bunch of his pictures. Yeah. It's really a brilliant ruse. It is brilliant, but I hate it. It's horrible. Um, it's genius, and so it's like I have mixed feelings. It's a genius, really well written storyline, but it's devastating to watch. So well done, writers. They're nailing it with this. And the way that Henry reacted to this, I actually noticed this carousel horse in a previous episode for the first time. Does anyone know, have you noticed this carousel horse in Colony House before season 4? Because I never noticed it till a few episodes back. I was like, that's really interesting that that's here, because it's something a child would manifest, and that's exactly what I think happened. This is a manifestation realm. I think not just nightmares and fears, but other things can be manifested there through hope and through dreams. And I think some child at some point manifested it there. Like Henry said, who would bring this there in their car? How did this get here? Nobody would bring that. That wouldn't be there. There's no reason for this to be there. That's why it's a manifestation thing. Some kid's vivid imagination manifested it there from a dream. I think everything in this entire place was manifested by a dream, nightmare, fear, or hope. Literally everything except the stuff people brought in on their vehicles. But we're going to go through it scene by scene. I just wanted to point out that working from home, oh wow. Well, the work fries my brain and I can't multitask, but I need some comfort. And I get comfort from being here. Otherwise, I'd never listen to someone talk for 7 hours. Wow. Well, I'm glad it gives you some comfort. That makes me happy. It's good to hear. Very good to hear. I'm so glad. Taito says, parents shouldn't hurt their kids, period. Yeah, this is really, it's tough to watch this happening. We All King says, we make good long videos, but the algorithm likes short sensationalist ones. Yeah, you're right about that. It does, and it's hard. I like to make these deep dives that are detailed and long. If I broke them up, it probably would do better. Maybe on other shows, I'll try to make some separate ones, separate parts. David says the cave painting section with the symbol is depicting the proper ritual, and the bones likely need a proper burial with the talismans, or to be thrown in the lake, or be thrown out of the lighthouse. All great ideas, David, and I think Karl also thought maybe they need to be thrown into the lake of tears, and I'm going with that, because just a burial is a horror trope that's been done to death. There needs to be some unique twist, an original twist on that trope. Cave painting section, the ritual, I agree. And the way that, David, you broke down the cave painting, I completely agree with your analysis of that. Yeah, if I did shorter videos, you're right, Incognito. And I usually do include chapters now, but I think for the last video or two, I forgot. I'm going to add chapters to my latest video. Yeah, but I have started doing chapters on my videos, because I know that can help. So Darrell thinks the talismans might stop working when the tree comes down. Ooh, interesting. Well, that would be chaos. Maybe that would be the kind of suffering, this is supposed to unleash a kind of suffering they've never seen, according to the Man in Yellow. And I think that's coming in season 5 because they're doing this. Let's see. Okay. Darrell says this was the first app ever where we heard characters talk about the lore of the talismans. Julie asking if her mom made it, and Tabitha saying it's her and Jade on the talisman. I loved that. As a nerd who loves the lore stuff, I loved that they got into that, and we're getting answers actual answers and really diving into all the different facets of this mystery, this giant mystery place of Fromville. Yeah, I could break up what I've already created into shorts. That's a good point, Mark. I should try doing that. I should try doing that. Darrell said, "Oh, we shipped this." What about Karl? Darrell, earlier when you said that sweet thing to me, Darrell was like, "Oh, we shipped this."
Oh yeah, I saw that.
That's funny. They're shipping us now. Let's see. Incognito says another important detail. Julie did witness the ritual from afar when she was in the tunnels. Unfortunately, she got out from the story walking. Agree. I think she was hearing the kids screaming, you know, and like being sacrificed, but she was pulled out too soon. Hey, CT5V, nice to see you. Hey, Jules, listen while driving. Can't chat like usual. Your lives always keep me company while working overnight. Oh, I'm so glad. Another person who listens while they work. I'm glad. If it helps in any way. That's awesome. Awesome. Love to hear that. Darrell says Man and Yellow was fine with them keeping the bone or getting the bones because they weren't going to do it the right way. Now he's pissed because they know the way. Yeah. She did not like that. Her face, because she said that, you know, rituals have to be done a certain way. Like, and she said that to Clara, you know, something about rituals. I have the exact quote in my notes, but, and Tabitha.
She was all super happy, like, ha ha ha, they're going to do it wrong and they're going to fuck it up. And then when Clara told her that, then she's like, bitch, you should have told me sooner, you know?
Yeah.
Because that's a problem.
Yeah.
Them trying it is a problem because it would work.
Yeah. Now that means they're onto something. She did not like that. I'll go to her face right now and just put that up because her face said it all. Like, oh no, they got it right. And Tabitha said, I think the way we do this matters. And she's right. This was her face. This was her face. She put that down and it was like, you should have told me sooner. So they're onto something. That was because of the Ankui kids pointing at Tabitha. She realized, oh, it has to be me. She was holding the talisman and they were pointing at her. And she looked down at the talisman like, oh my God, it's me and Jade. We're the ones who are supposed to be doing this. She put it together. Oh, Amy, I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling so much. That's terrible. Like that's awful. I mean, you need, like, you've got to be eligible for some kind of help. I mean, there has to be, like, yeah, but I'm glad to hear that you're getting away from that guy because you know, not to be nosy, but that definitely is the right thing to do to get away from him and make a better life for yourself. So I'm really glad to hear that for your well-being, Amy. I hope things get better for you soon, and we're all here for you however we can be. Always. Hey, Ledness. Tato says, hell yeah, I told you it would work. You just got to be pushy sometimes when you're dealing with overworked hospital staff. Yeah. Even in a small hospital, they're overworked because there aren't enough of them. And so you'd think that they wouldn't be overworked in this little tiny podunk hospital, but they still are. Hey, chilly outside. Any guess as to why the trees are moving? I think that's interesting. Like, it's an interesting idea. Like, why are they moving? Victor said that's bad that they're moving. So yeah, I'm not sure. MG in the chat, he always says that he thinks it could be that this is a kind of bubble pocket dimension that's like a bubble shape, and like think of the trees like dots on a balloon, and as it shrinks, they get closer together, and the dimension could be folding in on itself, which is an interesting idea. Otherwise, it's hard to say why they're moving. Yeah, I don't know. I always have trouble with that one, to be honest. But I like that idea that maybe this dimension is folding in on itself and shrinking because they're moving closer to town. David says, I want Man in Yellow to be like, oh, no, wait a minute. Before I read that, because the trees are moving, I don't think the chamber is going to be directly under the tree. Like, we haven't seen yet. They haven't pulled the tree up yet. But Victor couldn't find the bottle tree that easily this season because I think it moved. So they might have a little trouble finding the exact spot. I think they're going to have trouble finding the exact spot. It's not going to be directly under the tree anymore. David says, I want Man in Yellow to be like Iktomi, Native American spider deity that wears the face of those they know and traps victims in spatial illusions. Yeah, I've heard of that. That's a really cool idea. Yeah, I mean, and Julie had a t-shirt that said illusions on it in the first 2 episodes of the series. But I thought Iktomi was benevolent in some way. I thought I heard someone say that Iktomi was a benevolent thing, but I guess not. If you're saying that doesn't sound benevolent. Yeah, that's cool. It definitely fits, and we're due for a giant spider. Incognito thinks no, Iktomi. Even there is a hint with Donna gifting Fatima a dream catcher. Could just be part of the inspiration for the show. Right. The dream catchers, I think that all just speaks to the fact that this is a nightmare realm where nightmares and dreams can become reality, can manifest things. Hydra says, what if the Man in Yellow's blood being spread around is how the last massacre happened? Yeah, it could be. Honestly, like feeding more people his blood, making them go crazy and kill each other. But how did everybody get ripped up to that extent? And some of them were like dismembered and cut in half, laying in the street. That would take a lot of work. I mean, people would need like power tools to do that. But I think they have some though, don't they? They have like some big heavy duty tools.
Yeah, I personally think that those were the monsters.
Yeah,
that did that, and I think you tell me if I don't know if this has happened yet, but personally, I think that there was like an eclipse or something that allowed the monsters to come out during the day or sort of the day, and that's what caught people off guard. They were outside like, hey, what's going on? And the monsters just rolled up. That's what I think would have to happen, because why weren't people hiding?
Yeah. How did they get everybody?
Exactly. How did they get everybody?
Yeah. Eclipse. I really like that idea that there could have been an eclipse, and that may be. Yeah. Let's see. Hey, Lucas. You gonna leave now? Okay.
I'll be listening for as long as I
can. I might do that soon too.
Okay.
Lucas says, I also recorded Lost on VHS tapes back in the day. LOL.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I did.
Yeah. Lucas also recorded Lost on VHS tapes. Let's see. Incognito thinks the massacre happened because Christopher Plan had people killed, and the residents decided to pay him for that. Yeah, I don't know. They definitely killed Christopher. Maybe they killed Christopher, and like, I think when they killed Jade in his past lives, they like put his body in that pit with the kids' skeletons as well. Because why'd they push Jade in there? I think the monsters were recreating what they did to the bodies of the other Jades in previous lives, because there were a lot of bones in there. Maybe it wasn't just the kids, and it was Jade's skeletons too from his past lives. That's creepy. Let's see. Hey, Manasa Space. It could be. Let's see. It could be the man in yellow blood would seize the power of Fatima, and Smiley at the clinic might kill Marielle. Yeah, he might. He might. And Fatima is done. Fatima is so screwed. Like, when I first saw her turning into a nightmare creature on her stomach, the first episode that she did, I was like, that's it. She's gonna die. And the writing is leading that way with Boyd saying, like, we did save her, right? Talking to Sarah, he was like, we did, the voices told Sarah, you can't save her. You can't save her in time. And he says, we did save her, right? And Sarah's like, I don't know. That's because they didn't save her. Fatima was always going to die because of the Smiley pod that she was impregnated with. She just wasn't going to die through the childbirth, through the birth part. What am I looking for again? Oh yeah, it was Fatima screaming. Let's see. Yeah, and now her hair's falling out. And Sophia said that she's gonna speed up some of her games. So after drinking this, interesting how they did a close-up. Any ideas as to why this thermos happens to have a plane on it, and they did a close-up on it? I mean, I wonder if there was any reason for it, if the plane means anything. Just throwing that out there. But yeah, her hair's falling out. She's gonna be straight up bald. Her beautiful hair, I got gorgeous hair that I'm jealous of, falling out, and she's gonna be bald just like the nightmare creatures. But is she gonna be a shapeshifter who actually has to tear people apart? What are your thoughts on that? Is she actually gonna go full creature and be compelled to rip people apart against her will? Is it gonna go that far? I don't know. I think she just might turn into looking like one of them and then die. But because she didn't sacrifice her kids, it doesn't seem fair for her to, to turn into an immortal creature who has to kill people. But I don't know. It could go that way, though. This show isn't exactly fair. So I don't know. But she's definitely either gonna die, or like Randall said, there are worse things than dying in this place, like turning into an immortal nightmare creature. I will defend Marielle. I wish she had more scenes development. Not with Christy, though. Yeah, they're not good together. They're really not. I think Christy's only with her out of a feeling of obligation because of her drug addiction. She's grown on me. I like her better now. When she first got there, I couldn't stand her. She was treating Christy badly. Like, what are you doing here? How could you be here with these people? Wouldn't your mind first think maybe she was abducted and held hostage in this town by these people who she thought were crazy? She was awful to her when she first got there. Hey, Ramsey, Julie stream. I don't know why I haven't gotten previous notifications. It's fixed now. Oh, good. A lot of people say that. turn on all notifications by hitting the bell. But even if you do that, you might not always get notifications. So I always recommend joining the Discord because those are actually reliable. You'll always get those if you sign up for notifications. But you have to go into your settings and modify it so that it doesn't notify you of every little thing. You can just, only when you're tagged or everybody is tagged, you get notified. And that'll be a more reliable way to know when we go live, especially because I have a severe health condition that causes me to reschedule streams too much because of my pain. Okay. Hey, Football Affinity. Yeah, episode 10 is coming up. Episode 10. Hey, Zax. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for popping in, as always. We All King says, I think Elgin probably thought Sophia was some kind of reincarnation after what Boyd said. Yeah, it could be. Could be that he thought that. He definitely didn't think that she was Sophia in the picture. So she could have played it off and been like, oh, wow, that really does look like me. That's crazy. But she didn't. I don't get it. Like, she didn't have to kill him. Wait, where is that scene? Where is that scene anyway? Is it? Oh, it's the next day. He wasn't like, oh my god, it's her. What the fuck? He just thought it looked like her. And it doesn't look like an exact clone. It's a fuzzy picture. She's in the background. That isn't a dead ringer for her. Like, she could have played it off and said, oh, wow, yeah, the resemblance is uncanny. How about that? Instead, she's like, oh, and now I have to kill you. I really wish you hadn't seen that, essentially. Now I have to kill you. But maybe she loves killing so much. And, hey, this was an excuse to do it. So, hey, why not? I really wish you hadn't seen that. Well, I don't think she does wish that because she didn't need to actually kill him. Not that he's dead. He's not dead yet, but I think he's gonna die. And my friend Justin White has had a theory that Elgin is gonna die. And if he dies, then his weird fear of water or uneasiness about water will manifest the flood. And I think it's going to happen. And here's what I think. I'll give you a preview of a theory that I'm going to put in my episode 9 deep dive video that I'm working on. I think Elgin is going to, basically, when he dies, his nightmare that he had on the bus on the way into town, whatever scared the shit out of him in that nightmare is going to manifest into reality there. We're going to see it happen. We have to see somebody's nightmare manifest in real time. Now that we know that it happens and it can work, we need to see it happen with one of our current characters instead of just that colonial guy Tabitha knew in a past life. His nightmares came to life. Now we need to see one of our people have one of their nightmares or fears come to life when they die. And this, I think it's going to happen with Elgin. We don't know what the hell scared him so badly in that nightmare. We never found out. He looked outside and he said, you have to turn around. You have to turn the bus around. Bad things are going to happen. And he was terrified. And all he remembered at the end of the season about his dream, he remembered a boy in white saying, they touch, they break, they steal. No one here is free. That's it. That didn't scare the shit out of him. So what did? Well, I think we're going to find out. Whatever he dreamed about, I think that nightmare is going to come. It's going to be manifested, and it may be the flood. He asked Fatima, is there a body of water around here? And then they went to the Brundles, and he said that he dreamed about it. But I personally think he might have dreamed about the Lake of Tears, not the Brundles. But either way, his dying could bring on a flood. And the episode 9 is titled The Calm Before, as in the calm before the storm. And it looks like we're getting a literal storm in episode 10. So there you go. I think it could be Elgin's nightmare coming. Let's see. So David says when blood magic is combined with an eclipse, it is traditionally believed to harness this massive disruption in the natural order. Wow. That's fascinating. So maybe there was an eclipse before. Let's see. Clara just wants to go home. Yeah, but she's bargaining just to go home herself and work with the evil entity. That's terrible. Bargaining with something evil. Let's see. Clara felt bad for giving Fatima the blood. She's not a bad person. Yeah, but I think she is a bad person for making the bargain with the evil entity just for her own selfish desire to go home. Just her. Nobody else. Yes, Abby was also going to kill her kid. So I think that is the same kind of thing again that's happening with Henry and Victor. And for those listening who are just joining, pinned at the top of the chat is my latest video that I put out today. Please give it a watch. Whatever you can do, liking, commenting, especially hyping if possible. That'll help it a lot because it's coming out too late because of too much going on in my life the last week and a half. So please check it out. And it'll be in the description of the video, of the live stream tonight when it ends too. But right now it's pinned at the top of the chat. All my theories and, analysis of episode 8, which had a lot of lore in it. So it's definitely still relevant to watch. And I'll have my episode 9 video out as soon as I can. I'm going to try to get it out as fast as I can by Saturday morning. Mark says, I just think Henry won't do it. Please look at my comment in your latest video on episode 8. I will absolutely do that. I didn't get a chance. Usually I respond to all my comments for the first couple days when I put out videos. But I didn't get a chance to get to all of them today. So I will absolutely be doing that and responding to all the comments that I didn't get to. And thank you so much for checking out my video, Mark, and commenting on it. Always love to hear from you. And I mean, hopefully Henry won't do it, but all the signs to me are pointing that way. I mean, I know he's like resisting the idea, but it seems like they're selling it harder and harder. Martin, hey, all those times I was in the chat saying, Clara, you bitch. And how was I onto her because of season 1? I was onto her because of season 1 or paying off. I hope Donna gives her a mean hook or a totem pole to the neck. Right? Yeah, screw Clara. Yeah, Martin, you were definitely on the Clara is a mole train and you stuck with it and other people went back and forth pointing at others like Donna and Tilly, and you were on I give you total credit. You were on the Clara mole train. You were committed to it for a long time. I remember. So I will give you credit for that. Tito says, by the way, my mom says you're welcome and no problem. Aw, that's so sweet. She's been a nurse for almost 40 years. Oh my God, that's amazing. That is such a gift to actually have the benefit of being able to get some advice from a nurse of 40 years. You have no idea how helpful that was for me and Karl and offering advice going forward like that with medical stuff. We both have really complex medical issues, and so that really means a lot. And truly, I cannot thank you and your mom enough for your kindness. Um, and Incognito. I think, yeah, I think Karl, yeah, he said yes. Okay. I saw he answered that. I just wanted to make sure that he is feeling better. Darrell says, Martin, I'm on your side. I know you aren't the man in yellow. Man in yellow gave you his blood. You're standing up for Martin. Yeah, he is on your side, Martin. He thinks you're innocent. You're not the man in yellow. Darrell says Sophia was holding the toy boat. Yes, Boyd's boat foreshadowing is strong. I noticed that too. I got so excited. I'm such a nerd. I was like, oh my god, she's holding the boat. This is like the nerdy stuff I get excited about. Other people, some people like blood and guts and the monsters, and that it takes that to get you excited, but I geek out over this kind of stuff. She picked up this boat and stared at this thing intently, and that is absolutely foreshadowing. There's been a lot of boat foreshadowing in this show. This is definitely more of that. Boyd's If I Had a Boat favorite song in season 1. Obviously, that's the biggest one. Boyd holding his boat key, which I believe is a Chekhov's gun, taking it out every now and then, looking at it. He had it from the very beginning doing that. Julie had a shirt with boats on it in this episode, and it was random that she was wearing it. It would look like a men's shirt. Why? More foreshadowing. There's a boat in a picture on the Matthews wall, a little piece of artwork with a boat. So there's a lot of this stuff, and I think that's all that I can think of at the moment, but I believe that Boyd's boat is going to manifest there like so many other things. It is a manifestation realm, and they need to figure it out, that it's not just nightmares and fears, hope and dreams too. It sounds cheesy, but they've got to figure that out and harness that power. The children started it. They manifested the bottle tree with their hope, a magical tree. They manifested it with their hope as they died. So she picked it up and she chucked it in this box here. Like, interesting. Very, very interesting. Then she picked up this fireman's hat. And I think this is also foreshadowing, potentially. Maybe a fire. Victor was standing in front of a picture on his wall that he colored. That it was a picture of a big fire in a few episodes ago. And I've noticed foreshadowing in his drawings that are featured on his wall in a prominent spot before. So there could be a fire. Why is she holding a fireman's hat? Could be foreshadowing. She looked at it. And again, Victor had that picture on his wall randomly. It was never there before. Last season, in the same spot, he had a picture of a woman stick figure in a dress in white, and also his big picture of a white stick figure with his arms up. Obviously, the man in yellow transforming, and the picture with the stick figure in a dress was foreshadowing that he would transform into a woman. And I made a video on that before season 4 even began, and it wound up being true. It wound up happening. So pay attention to whatever drawings are being featured and highlighted on Victor's wall in his bedroom at any given time, because it changes. In the last couple seasons, it's changed, and it definitely seems to be foreshadowing stuff. And look how she's staring at that thing. Anyway, well, yeah, the boat thing was really cool. Let's see. Let's see. The illusion is structured by the man in yellow by dragging things from Henry's subconscious mind. This is exactly how daydreams are structured by the big other. He snaps in and out like a daydream. Yeah, Henry's illusion. Absolutely. Yep, that is what's happening. Let's see. Martin says they just liked my theory then, if that's the case. All I've seen was people say Clara shows up at random times. Well, duh. She's a background character. Of course, that's what she does. Absolutely. You know, and I do think they stole that theory from the fandom, and Martin had that theory for a long time. So yeah, like I think they took your theory. I don't think they came up with that on their own. It wasn't planned. It definitely wasn't. They said it wasn't planned in an interview, at least not from the beginning. Dax says, I think Town is a kid's playset, and the monsters are the toys that came with it. 50s diner, milkman, etc. That's cool. Yeah, I like that. I really like that theory. That's a cool idea. Very creative. There's so much in Town that's childlike. So I can totally get with that. David says if they throw the bones in the Lake of Tears, it could be a luminous rebirth. If they throw the bones out of the lighthouse, maybe the children reincarnate in the real world. Oh, that's a cool idea. I like those two theories. So they might come back to life if they go in a Lake of Tears. Maybe it heals them. Yeah. I wonder where they would go, though. If they come back to life, they go to the real world with everyone else. How would that work? Martin says, I pointed out in season 1 that she told Jade she saw Victor and Julie run to the trees when she wasn't present. So I thought it was quite obvious. Maybe they are just saying that to give the latest writers some more credit because some shit has been asked. Yeah. Maybe. Je comprends rien à ce que tu dis. I don't understand anything that you're saying. Wait, what is that? What do you mean, incognito? What were you referring to? Laura says, I am also listening while doing my overnight shift. Well, glad we could keep you company while you work, Laura. I hope it helps pass the time a little bit. I'm so glad to hear that. And you're welcome, Amy. You're welcome. Hang in there. Hang in there. We're here for you however we can, even if it's just to listen and be a sounding board and a source of support. Hey, Soul Taker. Welcome. Nice to see you. The Soul Taker, I don't know if you're still listening, but if you are still listening, let me know if you have a channel. I believe I saw you on a panel somewhere, so I'm wondering if you have a channel that we could, shout out. Martin says if we were to undo the curse, then the monsters would be defeated. Also, then it's just the forest left in season 5, which is what I also predicted. So I'm gonna let it be known. Oh yeah, you put it out there. And I will always shout out people whose theories come true. I'll use my platform to shout you out always. Yeah, I think so you think maybe the monsters get defeated and then it's just the forest, and so whatever stuff is in the forest, there are other entities out there, so that's possible. I would miss our monsters though. Sophie c'est un agent du chaos sous couverture sous personne n'a remarqué mais elle se besoin d'une taupe et bas. She's an agent of chaos. Sophie is an agent of chaos, undercover, and no one has noticed, but I think that means no one has noticed, but she needs something. She needs one, and I don't know what taupe means. So I got almost all of that. Yeah, I can read French, sort of, but there are a lot of words I don't know, and I have to look up. I just can't speak it very well at all. I can read it a little better than I can speak it. An eclipse could be considered a sacred time. Yes. I could be Ram. Hey, Miracle. Welcome. Hey, Bad Miracle. Are these two different people? Miracle and then Bad Miracle back to back. Or is this you have two different accounts that are similar names? That's a weird coincidence. Welcome to both of you. Please consider subscribing if you're not already. Trying to reach 3,000 subs, and this is one of the most interactive channels you're going to find. Probably the most interactive channel that covers From, in terms of actually reading a lot from the chat and having a conversation with the chat. I enjoy doing that. So if you like engagement with the chat, this is the channel. And I like to hear from everyone. They're putting, so you're saying, also Clara is Victor's sister. I think she's too young to be Victor's sister. She's definitely too young. Because Victor's sister would have to be close in age to him, and he's 50-ish. So he's a little over 50. Bad Miracle says they're putting emphasis on what happens when the tree falls in the title of the episode. It's going to be crazy. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, early in the season when I saw the title was If a Tree Falls in the Forest, I predicted that they were going to chop down. I thought they were going to chop down the 4-way bottle tree, but I wasn't sure exactly how it would come about. But yeah, it's definitely happening, and it's going to be crazy. They're not going to chop it, but they're gonna pull it down. Wayne White said, "Don't cut down that tree." Yes, he did. He is not happy. All hell will break loose. I think it's really hard to understand for me, because it's hard for me to reconcile, because the boy in white is, I believe, is trying to help. I think he wants them to get the bones, just not that way, because the tree is too important. He and Ghost Khatri both told people at different times, "You're running out of time this season." I think that they're on the same side, and Ghost Khatri wants them to get the bones. Ghost Khatri is on like Team Jade. Listen to Jade, get the bones. That's what Ghost Khatri is saying. And he said, "You're running out of time." The boy in white told Tabitha, "You're running out of time." I think they're on the same side. I think they're both trying to help. But he doesn't want them to cut down the tree. I think he wanted them to go into the cave a different way. The tree. I think MG in the chat, who's not here at the moment, I didn't see him, but Michael Merkin has the theory that the tree is the engine of the reincarnation. So if the tree is cut down, no more reincarnation, and this will be the last chance for Tabitha and Jade to save the children, or the curse will go on forever, and the children will never be saved. And I think he's right. I agree with that theory. I take it a step further, though, and I think that people will still be trapped there. New people will still be trapped there forever. So I take it a little bit further with that theory. If they chop down the tree, and they're definitely doing it. So Darrell doesn't believe Fatima's going to die. Well, we'll see. There was heavy foreshadowing with Boyd saying, "We did save her, right?" And Sarah saying, "I don't know." But they also foreshadowed Donna's death, and we know that didn't happen. Miracle says, "Seems like Man in Yellow bargained with her and erased her memories." Oh, and that she's Eloise somehow. There would have to be some kind of weird timey-wimey thing where, she went through time and then, jumped into the future or something. Because she's a bit too young from the looks of her. I don't know how old the actress is. Let's see. Ramsey says her life force could be what fed baby Smiley. Oh yeah, Fatima's life force. Let's see. Hey, third shift lurker. I'm thinking she's going to try and jump off the roof to avoid being a monster just to become her golem. There was definitely foreshadowing that someone's going to jump off the roof. So I think someone probably will, because of Victor remembering that person who did that once and standing up there. It could be Henry. Henry could go jump off the roof. That's what I'm leaning towards. But hey, that's interesting. I mean, if she tried to unalive herself before the transformation is complete, maybe that could work. But the process is already underway, so I don't know if it would work. And the monsters are immortal. She's basically already dead. She's the undead right now. Her pulse and blood pressure are medically impossible, so she's already dead. If you want to be technical. Randomer says, did Dream Victor tell Henry about Eloise being on a plane? Yes, for a link with the Cups plane. Yeah, he said that Eloise is on a plane coming here. Yep. Hey, Ruby, her fetus died. You're thinking Fatima's did? And then it was hijacked by Smiley? Is that what you're saying? Is that a sacrifice? I'm not sure what you mean there. Lennis doesn't think she will simply die from that. Something worse is going to happen. Yeah, probably something worse. It's like she becomes a nightmare creature who can't die. And that's probably what's going to happen. I'm leaning more in that direction, that she's going to just turn full-on nightmare creature and she's immortal. Randall said that he thinks there are worse things than dying in this place after the cicada coma. And he's right. I believe that. Oh, notifications get canceled if you don't come to a channel for a long time. But some of my regulars have said, hey, I'm not getting notifications, though. So that's odd. That's still odd. Let's see. The Elgin Sophia photo is just plot convenience because the story needs to move forward. Right. Except the truth isn't going to come out from that because she's going to silence him. I think the truth is going to come out from Sarah finding 2 teeth in Sophia's room or something, and she'll find the teeth, and then they'll connect it to the man in yellow who collects teeth. That's what I think. Sophia knows that picture is going to be shown around and that Elgin is going to talk about it. Yeah, so she's going to stop him. She's going to stop him. Is Elgin just naive? Who doesn't love killing? What the hell, Soul Taker? Elgin is really stupid. Yes, indeed. Ellis probably has trouble matching his socks since he couldn't tell that the photo matched Sophia exactly. Oh. Yeah. Hey, Kelly. I keep thinking she's going to somehow blame Sarah for Elgin's death, maybe by blackmailing Sarah to go along with her story. Yeah, she could do that. Yeah, I mean, Sarah would be an easy scapegoat. She's already murdered people before, so she could totally do that. And this is in the daytime, so she can't blame it on a monster. Yeah, she could, Kelly. That could very well happen. Incognito says, interesting, the fact that Smelgin feared water, so his nightmare could bring the flood. Exactly. And Justin has been saying that for a while. Justin White. He has been saying that for a while. A member of our fandom. So his theory, I think, is probably going to come true. Let's see. Let's see. So, yeah, we're not talking about the episode trailer for the finale yet. We can talk about it toward the end of the live. Before we end the live, we can briefly talk about it. And before we do that, I'll do a spoiler warning because a lot of people don't want to hear about the episode trailers. And in my opinion, I think the trailer for the finale was a little too spoilery. I won't say anything about it right now. I just thought it was a little too spoilery. I wish they hadn't done that. So we'll maybe talk about it toward the end of the live, and always do a spoiler warning, because I respect a lot of you don't want to hear about those trailers, and a lot of channels just talk about them freely. Thank you so much, Soul Taker, for the support. Please hit that like button. Don't forget to hit the like. 78 people. Please hit the like button. Hey, anything for freedom. Did they look inside that car with Eloise on the license plate? Yeah, the pastor's car. I wonder if they did. I wonder if they really combed through the pastor's car. That would be interesting. You're welcome, Martin. Always happy to support. People in the fandom, content creators should support your theories too. And a lot of content creators steal and pilfer theories from the fans who follow their channel. Like, steal ideas from the live chat and pass them off as their own. And it's happened to me before. I would never do that. I would always give credit, and I credit people from the chat in my videos whenever I agree with them on something and they give me an idea. Mark says, does Elgin bring the flood and the flood bring the boat? Like it. I like it, Mark. Yeah, probably. David says Boyd is the boat. Buoyed. Yeah, because it says buoyed on the keychain. Buoyed, keeping them afloat with his hope. I love that metaphor. His sacrifice is the vessel that will allow Tabitha to bring them home. Nice. I love that. That is a perfect, elegant metaphor for that. Yeah, it fits, doesn't it? And it said buoyed on the keychain. We need a pony on the boat. We do. We really do. Hey, there's Justin. Speak of the devil. There you are. I was just saying your theory is probably going to come true with Elgin and his nightmare about his fear of water. Ellis also says, Dad, are we going to take the boat out in the season 2 opener, also while stuck at the bottom of the ruins? So you were right. Many things, Julie. Yes, he did. He did. That's another reference to the boat. So it is definitely coming. Let's see. Mark says if the Inkui kids get out to the real world, I suggest they go to a thrift store for some clothes. That would be good. Whatever reality has me making out with Sarah, I'm staying in that one. Of course you would. Of course you would, Darrell. Je faisais juste un blog. Oh, I'm having trouble with that one. Something about I'm doing. I forget what tense that is of the verb fare. I'm gonna look that up now. Blog. French to English. Joke. I'm making a joke. I'm making a joke. Gotcha. Taupe equals mole. Got it. Your French is decent. Thank you. Thank you. I can read. My comprehension reading French is not bad. It's not bad. And the way I pronounce it is not the best. I don't have the best pronunciation, but I try. It's not smooth. It doesn't have as good of an accent as I would like at all. Okay. We need Doug as a translator. I can read most of what Incognito is saying. Just random words I have trouble with because I don't have a big vocabulary in French. That is, people just be saying anything. Does it make a sound? Yeah, when the tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? The age-old quandary, the philosophical quandary. We already had the trolley problem multiple times. L'épisode Let's see. Oh my God. Dix. Dix. 10 is Dix. Ça va être la borde de partout. Episode 10 is going to be what is the Le Bordel? Let's see. It's going to be a mess everywhere. Yeah, it's going to be a mess everywhere. 100% it is. Football says we definitely called that Sophia picture after episode 1, along with entity only can change to claimed souls. Yeah, there are so many theories. What I really wanted to do, and it's not going to be able to happen until after the finale now. I'm going to make a video where I go through all the theories that were confirmed or theories that got a lot more evidence in season 4. Because there were so many answers given. There were so many theories. So, yeah, entity can only change to claim souls. She said, I can only change to people who have died. So that was a theory confirmed. And what's the other one? Sophia picture. Yeah, that somebody would find a picture of Sophia. That's another fan theory that a lot of people had. People thought it would be Acosta, but it winds up being Elgin. And so many answers. And Sophia controlling the jukebox. I like how they're showing us things. They're giving us answers by showing us stuff that Sophia is doing. So we're finding out things like the way she showed us how she makes voices in Sarah's head. That gave us a huge answer. Her turning the jukebox on when it's not supposed to work. That's telling us that she controls the jukebox. So they're not doing every answer with exposition. The nice thing about this Sophia plot line is that they can show us without too much exposition some of the answers. That helps because there are a lot of answers they need to give us. There are a lot of questions. Hey, Greedy God. Welcome. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone is doing well tonight. C'est vrai, ça donne tout et ou purée. N'abuse pas des fois hein. It's true. It's true. Doug, you are. Let's see. Oh yeah, that one I'm having trouble with. Yeah, don't abuse. And then you're saying don't abuse something. Yeah, I'm struggling with that one. Let's see. Hey, Trinity, welcome. If Clara is Eloise, she could have just died later on. We still don't know what happened after she left the root cellar. And let's see. She could have. Yeah, I mean. She's definitely. I think Eloise is definitely alive because there's a big gap. I keep saying that there's a gap that needs to be filled in after Eloise left the root cellar. What the hell happened to her? There's a reason that there's a gap there because there's going to be a reveal and it'll show us that she survived somehow. I think that she story walked and she's been story walking all along and that's why she's missing. That's what I think happened. Most likely. Welcome, Trinity. What if Henry pushes Victor off the roof? I thought of that third shift, and it's possible. It's possible, but now that Victor is locked in the jail, I think he's probably gonna go find the gun that's in the sheriff's station, the extra gun that Victor had, and try to shoot him. Football says, my money on Ellis to do something this episode, even though people act like he didn't save Red. Wait, what do you mean? He didn't save Red. And to do something. Yeah, what do you mean there? Victor got to get out of jail first, right? It was so annoying. If your child dies in Drumville, is that a sacrifice? It kind of seems that way, Ruby. Like maybe it would function that way. Football says my money is on. Is Henry comes into the sheriff's station, gets the gun out. It's heavily implied. I could be wrong. Yeah, I had the same idea. Same idea. That's in my script for episode 9 deep dive that I've been working on. Yeah, I think that's likely to happen. So, oh, okay, you're in India. Oh, I didn't realize that. NSB, India. But we're gonna have hot tea either way. Oh wow. Yeah, it's about to get very hot here in Iowa too. It's been nice lately, but now it's about to get like crazy hot next week. One day it's gonna feel like 113 degrees. Hey AA, welcome. I heard a theory that the bottle tree gets. Oh, I'm almost caught up with you guys. Great. AA says I heard a theory that the bottle tree gets cut down in all the cycles, and someone turns into the fallen tree. It somehow turns into the fallen tree everyone sees when they arrive to Fromville. Yeah, that's a cool theory. I've heard that too. That it's somehow creating the fallen tree. That's really interesting. Like, imagine if it like magically just disappears and appears in the road. But the thing of it, here's the problem with that though. If you look at all the scenes where there was a fallen tree and someone arriving at it, the tree always looks different. And it's the same cycle right now. So why would the tree look different when different people have shown up to it? Boyd and his family, the Matthews, the ambulance, and the pastor. The trees all looked different. If you look at the trees, it doesn't look like the same tree. So that would be the issue there, because it would have to be the same tree, the one from the previous cycle, you know. Just my thought on that. It still makes a sound even if no one hears it. I agree, David. I say it makes a sound. We are the observer and the observed. Yeah, there's the observer effect. Like if you cause something to exist because you're observing it, like sound. But Incognito says it doesn't make a sound because we just don't listen. Gotcha. It's like, oh, just kidding. It's like, I mean, if no one can hear it, no one is actually, like, the sound is not reaching anyone's ears, but it still exists. It's producing decibels. It's there. So I would say yes, it makes a sound. Foie equals liver. Aha. That's making sense now. Yep. AA says we also found out Sophia isn't all knowing. She got mad at Clara for not telling her about the change of plans. Yes, but I would argue that once the entity becomes corporeal, turns into a physical form, then it's not all knowing anymore. It's not omniscient and it needs help. But before the man in yellow showed up in physical form, I think it was in a spiritual form, not in a physical, not corporeal. And there was heavy evidence that there was an omniscient entity in this place. And I talked about that in one of my recent videos. Not this latest one, I think, but the one before that. The episode 7 deep dive. I talked about the evidence for the entity being omniscient before he became the man in yellow in corporeal form. I think it exists in spiritual form until a certain point in the cycle each time, and then he becomes corporeal and loses some of his power, his omniscience and his omnipotence. And that's why he was doing incantations, which is not a very godlike thing to do. Hey, Greg Martin, artist, welcome. The confirmations are the edge pieces of the puzzle. We need to work it out from there. Excellent point. It's just like what Jade said, that it's really hard to put together this puzzle. And he said, we don't even have any of the good pieces. At the time in season 2, he said, we don't even have a corner piece, but you just have to find 2 pieces that connect, and then at least you have a place to start. And that's what you need. This season, we're getting a lot of great pieces. We're getting some edge pieces now. Absolutely. And then we have to work it out from there 100%. This is a puzzle we're putting together. David says if she is story walking, though, that would mean she is having seizures somewhere, right? I don't think so. No. I think that she found a way to physically story walk, and I think Julie is going to do the same because they can't keep just having seizures. That's bad for you. Boyd story walked without having a seizure. He physically entered that same place, the cicada dungeon dream state. He went in there physically without having a seizure. And then he left and he went back in using a torch. And if he could do that, I think Julie can figure out how to story walk without having a seizure. That is how she's going to create a working bookmark. I think she has to be able to physically story walk to create a working bookmark. And also to be able to take someone with her story walking. She's got to do it physically. And Eloise, I think, that's what she's doing. So that's how I would explain that. So Football says Ellis saved the redhead from Fire Puppet, and people literally never mention it and says he does nothing. Oh, gotcha. I understand now. Yeah, he did save what's her name? Patty. But he's useless a lot of the time. But I will say that much. Yeah, I don't care when no one says the writers definitely got that Clara. I don't care where no one says the writers definitely got that Clara Mole shit from the fans. Oh, absolutely. I believe that. So, yeah, this Clara stuff. Let's go to the beginning of the episode now and go through it. Let's go through it scene by scene now. And yeah, I think the writers stole that one from the fans for sure. So we start the episode with Tabitha telling Boyd, hey, the man in yellow was in my house. It can come in even when there's a talisman in broad daylight. We're not safe anymore. And so that's a big bombshell because he knows that because he took Ethan's picture. She knows that because he took Ethan's pictures. And it was daytime. So yeah, she had seen them just earlier that day. So that was a scare tactic. That was terrorism, to scare her, to show her he can go in broad daylight into her house with a talisman up, and also took her son's drawings as a tacit threat against Ethan. So excellent, scare tactic on his part. And so let me see. Where am I at with my notes here? No, that's not it. Here it is. So, and she also tells him that the man in yellow killed Jim. So, big revelations that they're getting. And then Jade comes busting in, and he's like, I know you want to protect everybody. So finally, Jade and Tabitha cross paths again and team up again. I've been waiting for this all season. This is what needed to happen. The two Chromonockles on their quest. And I said in my episode 8 deep dive that I released today, I believed that they have to get together and work together for this to work. I've always believed that ever since season 3, when it was revealed how connected they really are. I believed that they have to work together in the end for the quest to work, or they're going to fail. Just like Christopher was not working with Miranda, so it failed. And it turned out in this episode, yes, they did need to work together. They definitely did. They got that right. Anyway, so he says that. So this worked perfectly because Tabitha is realizing in this episode she needs to get involved and be the one to go in the tunnels. And Jade is coming in right when she's standing there and says he's got to be the one going down there. There is no perfect version of this plan. And it's interesting because in the previous episode, Kenny had said, So are you going to be the brave one to make the hard decision and go down there? And Jade went silent. Kenny said, yeah, that's what I thought. So Jade was not going to jump on that at first. He didn't want to go down there. He was scared, obviously, but looks like he changed his mind and he accepted Kenny's challenge. So he's going to do it. And he realized it needs to be him. So Boyd doesn't have to worry about endangering a bunch of other people. This is the best chance they've got, he says. So Boyd is actually not pushing back, to Jade's surprise, and he's on board with it now because I think Ghost Khatri finally changed his mind and he's on board. He's ready to do this, even with the risks involved. And I believe that his hallucinations related to Abby that have been getting worse have helped actually push him toward taking bolder action, because I think those hallucinations may have been warnings that history is going to repeat itself soon. Henry is going to pull an Abby and at the very least try to kill Victor and then himself. So things are getting a lot worse, and Boyd needs to take some major action. So he's changed his tune finally on taking a risk here. And he just wants him to walk him through the plan and says, you're right. The guy in the yellow suit is back. When the sun comes up tomorrow, I want to be ready to put shovels in the ground. So he's ready to go. What is that on his desk? Oh, I was just looking at all these weird little doohickeys on his desk. I wonder what these things are. Some old books and those look like stamps on his desk. Anyway, so we had an unexpected Doug sighting here. I did not see that one coming. I didn't think they'd bother to show us Doug turning back into Sophia, but here he is. We got another transformation scene as he's very happily once again smiling, just like the monsters. He smiles a lot. If you haven't noticed, he smiles a lot when he's doing his thing, and he loves transforming, even though he screams as if it sounds painful. He puts his suit in a bag. There's the dress hanging on a branch. Takes it off once again, disrobes, and we've got a naked Doug sighting again. It's naked Doug. Upside down. I don't know why they keep doing this upside down thing, which is fascinating. I wonder if it's some kind of a hint for something, a hint in favor of something. But yeah, what could that mean? Spiders can hang upside down. Maybe it's because he's gonna be a spider entity. That's his true form. I know he's not literally upside down. It's the camera, but still, it gives you that aesthetic. So he's screaming like it hurts to shapeshift, like a werewolf is screaming, and or a person turning into a werewolf. And she has this smug look on her face as she walks back to town. Look at this smirk. So self-satisfied with how she just scared the shit out of Tabitha at the RV. Or it, I should say, scared the shit out of Tabitha. Elgin and Clara are taking down this rope from the American flag that's been hanging up there forever, this tattered flag, because they've been asked to find any rope and chain they can find and round it all up and use it to pull down the bottle tree. And Sophia is like, what are you doing? Of course. And Elgin says Boyd told them to gather up all the rope and chain And Sophia's like, "Oh, really?" Because they're gonna dig up the bones tomorrow. Of course, she's very interested in that. Elgin says it's gonna be Jade, Kenny, a couple others, and Sophia's like, "I hope it works." And I found that line interesting because I hope it works. I wonder. I mean, based on how she acted in this episode, when she found out Tabitha and Jade are doing this together, I guess she probably doesn't actually want it to work. But when the man in yellow was talking to Tabitha, it almost sounded like he was excited by the idea that they were digging up the bones. But that's probably just because he's enjoying that something different is happening for a change. He's played this game with them many times, and it could get boring, I would imagine. I don't know, I would think it would get boring after a certain point. But she definitely doesn't actually want that.
Oh wait. Oh, I'm getting some feedback from this guy. Whoa. Okay. Let's see here. What is the chat saying at this moment? Let's see. Maybe Frumbill has been upside down the whole time. Yeah, maybe. It's certainly possible. Let's see. Sophia is so tiny. She scares me more than Doug with her sinister smile. Yeah. Never trust a big butt and a smile. Let's see. Yellow and Sophia are so full of hubris, perhaps rightly so after doing this stuff for centuries, but still. Yeah, no kidding. They've been jerks for a long time. The trailer effed up showing Doug choking Tabitha. I knew that was coming. Yeah, there was a lot of spoilery, chatty stuff. That's for sure. Let's see. Angel says once again here, LOL does whatever a spider Doug does. Oh, is that like Spider-Man? Spider-Man, like the song? Does whatever a spider can. I think he spins a web, maybe any size, and I think he catches thieves. I think like flies. You got to watch out because here comes the Spider-Man. Ha! Yeah, sorry about the echo, guys. All right, the Karl takeover. Yeah, it's not exactly burning up the airwaves here, but you know, I'm over here trying to recover, and I gotta fill in over here real quick, right quick, right Gia. Let me scroll up here, see some. I apologize if Julie already highlighted some of your guys' comments here, but I don't know. I don't like this Sophia character. She seems like a bad person. Killing people and such. Yeah, I think I think Doug is the spider. I think he's the spider that came down from the ceiling. And I think some of his body language indicates that when he's during his transformation. It's sort of a subtle clue, and the whole upside down thing. I think that's what it is. And then there's like, remember Jade's mushroom trip? There were spiders everywhere. So I think that's definitely coming. That's definitely going to be the payoff. So, you guys sick of Karl yet?
because Julie's here. You ready to take the reins?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was just noticing your leg.
What about it?
Did they have to shave that part? Never mind.
Which part? Did they? They didn't shave nothing down there, did they?
It looks like they did.
Oh, for the EKG, maybe.
Yeah. It looks like they did. There's like, yeah, they did.
Symmetrical spots.
Yeah.
Symmetrical blanks.
Yeah. Poor Karl's all banged up over here from the hospitals. Idiots.
Sweetie, when you go past the switch, turn that one off for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, upside down like a spider down a ceiling. Exactly, right? A spider coming down from a ceiling upside down. No, they often crawl upside down. So maybe the upside down shots are a clue that the man in yellow's true form is a spider. I think it could be. I love the Sophia smirk. Spider Doug. The trailer fucked this up, choking Tabitha. I was in Discord predicting doing comeback. I know, I was so mad that they spoiled that he was going to choke Tabitha like that. I thought it was going to be a vision, though. I was surprised that it happened for real in real time. Doug is so happy, yeah. I thought him smiling was just Doug. Yeah, Amy, he definitely is enjoying himself a lot. His joy comes through the screen. He's loving playing this character. Doug is the man. Absolutely. Now Jade is the mouse going into the maze. Great point, Angela. He said, you're like rats in a maze nibbling on your cheese back in season 1. I love that quote. Now he's going into the maze of caves. I've always noticed the caves, fit that metaphor. It's a literal maze. Okay. Let's see. Ellis also closed the door. Yeah, he closed the door after he failed to save that guy. He went to the trouble of closing the door behind him as he abandoned poor, what's his name? The guy, Roger. That's all right, football. I can understand what you're trying to say, even if there's a typo. No problem. Do we still think that Sophia is the big bad? I do. I do. I've always believed the man in yellow entity is the big bad because I think it fits. I think he has that big bad kind of energy. When he strode in there, he sauntered over to Jim. He had just so much confidence and the sense of authority. Like he runs this place, and that's the feeling Doug got. Doug doesn't have any information. He doesn't know anything for sure, just like us, about the man in yellow, the mystery and all. But Doug got this sense that, yeah, this guy is confident. He's powerful. He's like, I forget how he called it, maybe middle management or at least. But I think he's the big boss. He just fits. Also, it's such an elegant dichotomy when you have the boy in white and the man in yellow. And I think they're diametrically opposed, at odds, and it's an ongoing battle between them. The boy in white on the side of helping as best he can, trying to break the cycle, versus the man in yellow, and boy in white, powered by hope. The man in yellow powered by fear, feeding on fear and trying to keep the cycle going. It just fits. They're both vague names. They don't actually have names, referred to by the color they're wearing. So from a writing standpoint, I think the man in yellow as the big bad fits. Ideally, it just fits. Plus, the Hollywood Reporter interview before season 4 with John Griffin, he implied that the man in yellow entity is the big bad. He did. And He says he's the boogeyman of Fromville, and someone asked him, like, oh, now that we have the big bad revealed to be the man in yellow, blah, 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 and John didn't correct that person. He didn't say, oh, well, I never said he's the big bad. He didn't correct that person, so that's more evidence that he is that interview. I don't think he should have said that, personally. I think he should leave it up in the air more. But, uprooting a magical bottle tree, what a silly plan. I get why they're doing it, though. I do get it, but look how many times they've gone into the tunnels safely. How come all of a sudden it's considered a suicide mission to go into the tunnels the normal way? Look how many times they've gone in, and I mean, Boyd and Kenny were just in there earlier this season. Boyd literally watched Smiley get reborn and nothing happened to him. He got out just fine, and so did Kenny, and like Jade got in there and out just fine. Tabitha and Victor as well. So why is it suddenly like a death mission? I think that was just for plot purposes. And anyway, yeah, the fact that they needed to uproot that tree just seemed ridiculous. Jade, I mean, has he been to that chamber before? Because it looked like the same one that they've been in, that he's been in before. It had Ankui Kid cages, but maybe there are cages in more than one spot. Because that looked just like where he saw that vision, where the chamber is. So I don't know what you guys think about that, but that's what it looked like to me. But it seems like it should have been a new spot that they've never been to. Let's see. Yeah, I wonder what the person who used to be Sophia was like. That's a good point, Mark. I wonder what she was like. Probably, as innocent as she looks now. Martin says, I'm complaining. I wouldn't mind seeing a naked Sophia transform. Just show a little butt. That's okay with me. Well, there's so much female nudity on TV. So honestly, like it's at least I think it's a refreshing change. They're always making women take off their clothes on TV because you've got a lot of male directors. It's called the male gaze. And since there are so many male directors, you see a lot more female nudity on TV. I swear that's the reason. Male writers and directors. And so that winds up happening. And it's like, well, it's not really fair. Women are always being, objectified for their bodies on TV, and the men aren't. And I'm not saying anybody should be, but, you know what I mean. Hey, Levy. Yes, I'm here. Later than normal this week. Had to deal with a medical crisis with Karl since last week, but he's home from the hospital, so we were able to do the live. So normally this live would have been Monday night, sometimes Tuesday, but better late than never. We're here. Let's see. Yeah, Man in Yellow was very scary when he arrived. He was terrifying. I don't think Sophia is as scary as him, to be honest. And I didn't like some of her lines in this episode, but I'll get to that as we go through it. Good morning, Diana. Nice to see you, as always. Wasn't Tabitha in a cave with a demonic child in a cage? It was very scary looking. Yes, she was, with Victor. in the season 2 premiere. Football says, I see where you're coming from, Julie, but let's be real. The reason why we don't realize men are naked more on screen is because it's normalized. But trust me, men are always taking off their shirts. Oh, that's true. Yeah, they're taking off their shirts for sure, but there's less like lower body nudity of men on screen. If you look around, there's a lot less. It's changed a bit. There's a bit more, but thanks, Diana. Yeah, he's on the road. It's going to be a longer road than we would like to recovery, but at least coming home from the hospital is a big step forward. Thank you, Levy. So let's continue with this scene. We hit 90 people. Please don't forget to hit the like button as you're coming in, And check out my episode 8 deep dive video, which is sadly late because of everything going on with us. I had to put it off. So whatever help you can give to it would be much appreciated. If you could hype the video, that would help a lot to give it a little boost, since it's hurting on views due to its lateness, and hyping makes a big difference for a small channel, as I always talk about. So liking it, commenting, that helps too, of course. So that's pinned at the top of the chat right now, and if you're listening on the replay, it will be in the description of the video too. But it's not there right now. I gotta put it in after. Okay. In my episode 9 video, I'm gonna work really hard to get it done as fast as I can and get it out Saturday. It's not gonna be easy, but I'm gonna get on it. So Sophia's talking to them, and Elgin says they're gonna be up all night making a rope ladder if she wants to come by. Gee, thanks, Elgin. Great. So she can compromise the rope ladder. Terrific. She's like, sounds like fun. Yeah, sounds like fun, compromising the rope ladder so some people fucking die. That's fun for this entity. Clara tells Elgin she's going to go check the shed, and Sophia follows her, and that's when we get our big reveal. And this was also, wasn't this spoiled in the trailer too? I'm trying to remember. I think this was spoiled in the episode 9 trailer, that Clara was going to be the mole. It was made very obvious. So MGM, what the hell are you doing? Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. But so Sophia is like, do you know who I really am? And Clara's like, what? She says, maybe if you look closer. Does this help? She steps up to her, lowers her glasses, and those eyes turn fucking horrifyingly black. the whites of her eyes are now black, as if they were tattooed with black ink, which I think some people can actually do to their eyeballs. That's just disturbing. I don't know why anybody would do that to themselves. Some people make themselves look so scary. I mean, no judgment if you do weird, not weird things, but like shocking things to your face. But yeah, I just don't get why. This is so like creepy to me. Stuff like this reminds me of something like, there was some, what was that? There was a rock band where one of the members had some kind of contacts in his eyes that made them look black like this. I forget. I don't know if it was Limp Bizkit. I don't know. It was a band I didn't like. But look at that. That's horrifying. So in her true form, her eyes are black then. And that's how she appeared to Clara in her true form. She's actually seen what she looks like. That's really interesting. And a lot of people, like, if you look back at the first appearance of the Man in Yellow, it looked like his eyes had been digitally altered to be black. I always thought they looked black, but we weren't really sure because the lighting was dim. It was hard to see him. It was very gray lighting outside where they filmed that with the Man in Yellow's first scene. And I asked Doug when we talked to him about it, like, did they do anything to your eyes? Because they look kind of black. He said, no, they didn't do anything to his eyes. But maybe they digitally altered them because I mean, in his other scenes, they look blue. His eyes look blue in other scenes that he's been in, which they are. But in these scenes, his eyes look black. Here, I'll put this up now to compare. Those look black to me, and they've always looked black. So maybe he chose to appear with his real eyes to Jim because he was about to kill him. But then again, in this shot, they're not black. So maybe he changed them in this shot. He changed them back to his regular eyes. I don't know. But let me know what you guys think. Like, were they black and he was showing them? Because Sophia changes them back and forth too with Clara. So was he showing him his true eyes, and then they went back to these the normal ones? Hard to say, but it's creepy as hell. Yeah, Levy says yes, his eyes were black. Yeah, it looks like it, right? Cool contacts. Yeah, her contacts were cool. Karl told me that on Star Trek they used to have to use glass eye contacts when they had to do weird things to their eyes. That sounds uncomfortable. They make them out of something else now. It's like they wanted us to be creeped out. That's for sure. Let's see. Finding the picture of Sophia in the 70s makes me still think Victor's drawing is a picture of Man in Yellow killing Sophia. Oh, okay. Papa Socks. Yeah, it looks like the 70s that she's with a black guy with an afro. So Sophia was there in the 70s. I find that weird. But I guess not, because she wasn't the entity yet. But she said that to the pastor, I couldn't come to them as I was, not with everything they learned. But what if Tabitha and Jade remembered her from living in town in the 70s? I would have thought Sophia would have been a townsperson before the 70s. And maybe, well, even then, they'd probably remember her. Never mind. From previous lifetimes. But that one is the most recent. It might be the most fresh in their minds. Who knows? Yeah, hard to say. So, where was I over here with this scene? So she shows her eyes to her like that, and Clara recognizes her. She immediately recognizes her, and Sophia says, Clara, do you remember the bargain we made? And Clara indicates that she does. Sophia says, good, because I need you to do something for me. So this is the first time I think she's ever asked her to do anything. And she says something else later. I forget. I think she does say something else later that makes me think that. But yeah, she's like, remember the bargain we made? Well, where was I? I need you to do something for me. So, and then, oh yeah, that's right. We'll get to the scene where she elaborates on that more. Interesting stuff. Big reveal there. So many answers coming in. Okay. Darrell said, my male gaze is strong for Sarah. We know. We know. Yes, women are objectified much more often than men are, 100%. Yes, when there's a male nudity, they wear prosthetics. It's not the same. Absolutely. Laura says, I love men, but they don't show them as much because men aren't as pretty to look at. No offense. Yeah, I guess, I know, people do idealize the female form more, But then look at the Michelangelo's David statue. The male body that he sculpted, the nude male body. It can be a beautiful thing too. But yeah, I hear you. I get what you're saying. Good morning, Julie. I gotta say, nudity was not on my bingo card tonight. Yeah. I didn't think we'd see another nude scene with Man in Yellow. That's surprising to me, Papa Socks. I felt like it was kind of redundant that they didn't really need to show us that. We already know how he shapeshifts. So, but I was happy to see it. That's fine. I'm not complaining though. Napster says, I'm a straight man, and Ben's saying we need more hanging dong on TV if we want female nudity. Thank you. Thank you. I just think it's only fair. Hey, fair is fair. Fair, turnabout is fair play. Come on. And I say that on behalf of the actors and stuff. Martin said Evangeline Lilly as Kate in Lost complained about it, but then I say Desmond woke up in the jungle bollock naked and Sawyer was always half naked. That's true. So she wasn't the only one taking her clothes off on the screen. Yeah. Let's see. Sophia revealing herself to Clara was in the trailer. Yeah, I fucking hated that. Come on. Green News says another video I saw talked about Christie's new outfit was just like the Great Gulagog's outfit. What's your take on this? Wait, it was interesting. Okay, I'm going to compare. Christie's in the next scene, Green News, so I'll compare then. I had not noticed that. That's cool. Interesting. I mean, Christy doesn't have any powers of any sort. She's never done anything supernatural, so I can't imagine her story walking, but I'll have to think about that one. Curieux de voir comment ils vont amener ça sur justifiant le plot. Curious to see comment. They're going to see how, not comment. What am I saying? Curious to see how they're going to fix how they the plot. They justified the plot. Yeah, I'm missing something in there, but curious to see how they are going to. I'm guessing amend means fix, like amend, but I could be wrong. See how they justify the plot. Yeah, I'm close. I think I'm close. I'm reading them. Did I miss some? I thought I got them all incognito. I'm trying. I thought I got them all. I like reading your French comments, even though I probably sound terrible reading them. I probably sound way off base. Diana says, I think the dress Sophia was wearing in that 70s photo is the same dress Tien Chen was buried in. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay, I got to look at that now. You guys bring up such fascinating points. This is why I love reading the chat. I love reading the chat because you have so many great ideas, so smart and so funny. So the picture was way down toward the end. And yeah, it was way down here. Yeah, here it is. It does look like the dress Tien Chen was buried in. Yeah. Let me compare directly. I'm going to pull that up and look at it. Let's see, she was buried. It was episode 2, season 3, episode 2, When We Go. I'm almost to the part where it showed her body. Yeah, so there's her body. Here it is. So here's the dress Tien Chen was buried in. Tien Chen is a bigger woman than Sophia, who's more slender. But yeah, wow, that's cool. Let me see. So what we're looking at there, I think, is the back of the dress. And then we look again at the, yeah, I think it's the same dress. I think it's the same dress. We know that they wear clothes out of people who have been deceased there because of necessity. They need more clothes. So they pick up clothes that were from the dead. Like Sophia herself said, she said that she had clothes. When Sarah asked what's in the bag, she said she had clothes there, but she decided she didn't want to wear them because they belonged to dead people. But she literally, yeah, Tian Chen was literally wearing her dress. I think that was her dress. Great catch. Wow. Eagle-eyed fandom here. Really eagle-eyed. Lucas says original Sophia could have died before Christopher and Miranda got to town. That's true. She could have. Could have, Lucas. Levy says, I think Victor has more suppressed images of how he has seen Man in Yellow. Maybe even seeing him as something else. Probably, yes. I think he probably does, and he's going to remember. Absolutely. He's still trying to remember stuff by drawing pictures. I believe he's going to remember more, and I think this is why Henry is being targeted. He's unearthing too many memories. Knowledge comes at a cost. The real Sophia had to have existed in a previous cycle for Man in Yellow to take her form. That's what I thought, David. Yeah. We see Miranda drive past her. Yeah. Drive past who? You think you saw Miranda drive past Sophia? Really? Wait a minute. In that flashback with Tabitha, you think that was Sophia? No, I gotta look at that. This is funny.
Those couple of girls that are on the side of the road, like right in front of the car. Some people have speculated that might have been Sophia with, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 girls walking past not the barn, I think the gas station, as the shot from inside the car looks out.
Well, that would make total sense then, that she would have a flashback. I knew it had to have some significance, and if Sophia's in it, then that explains why she's having that particular flashback. It's got to be important. And she should have gotten in the car like Ethan said she should do, and she would have remembered more. Now I'm just looking for the picture. Let's see. I think it was... Wait, was it 8 or was it 7? I think it was 7. It was 7. Okay. I found it. And where's the image? Here it is. It's very hard to see them. Did I get a better shot? I thought there was a better shot than this. I'll show it. Yeah, there's something missing here. One of my pictures is missing. Because I know there's a better shot than what I have here. What the hell? Well, this is what I'm looking at. I thought I had a better image, but maybe I don't. And they look. One of them could be Sophia, the one in the back, maybe. But they both look possibly blonde. The one in the front too. So one of them could have been Sophia. Maybe this is the best picture that there is.
I think that is the best. I don't think there's anybody has a better one than that, because I think it's supposed to be kind of obscured no matter what. They kind of put her there without letting us know. I think, you know what I mean. That's as clear as it's gonna get, unless there's another flashback.
Yeah, you're right. In my mind, I was thinking they gave us a slightly closer view after this, but no, they didn't. She should have gotten in the car, and she would have remembered more. But I think she will do it eventually, and she'll remember something important. Hey, maybe Miranda will be the one who'll... I mean, I've been saying Sarah will unmask Sophia by finding teeth that she's been collecting. The Man in Yellow's calling card, like serial killers who get caught with souvenirs from their victims. But maybe Tabitha will go back there, get in the car, and have the rest of the flashback, and she'll see Sophia there. That she could be the one who unmasks her. But it would be tough because she's busy right now with Jade getting the bones. It would be tough maybe to fit that in. Manasa says, what if the photo was just dropped in there from the stuff they brought to the town before? That's always a possibility. Donna has a picture of herself and her sister, after all, but this picture, it shows part of the gas station. That's the gas station right there. There's I think that's that weird fake. What's the Creelman? No, it's Creelman's cola that they have. That wouldn't be Creelman's cola because there's an E at the end of that word next to cola. But I think that's the gas station they're standing in front of. I'm pretty sure.
Or does that say ice cold right there?
Yes, it does say ice cold. That's why. Okay, you got it. It's the gas station for sure. Yeah, I believe so. And Papa Sox said something about like, how does Clara? Wait, you're right. That is the dress Sarah brought Christy to bury her in. How does Clara now have it? No, I don't think Clara has it now. They buried Tian Chen in that dress. Clara is wearing something blue, but it's different. Let's see. Angela says, yes, was it Frank in the Grand Gulagog? The patch on the jumpsuit is the Triple J. I saw that video too. Let's see. Okay, so let's go to the next scene in a minute, and then I will compare Christie's jumpsuit to the Grand Gulagog. The Triple J. Yeah, let me put her on the screen. It was right after this. No, it wasn't. I thought it was after this. Oh, it's because I'm at the wrong part of the episode. Okay. Right here. Christy at the medicine cabinet looking through. Why is she suddenly wearing a jumpsuit like a mechanic is what I want to know. It looks terrible. And it has 3 J's. Plumbing. She's wearing a plumbing uniform. 3 J's plumbing. Like, why? She's a beautiful woman, and why are they dressing her like this? So then the Grand Gulagog, that was featured in episode 4, I want to say. Let me go to episode 4. Yeah, it was 4. Of Myths and Monsters. Okay. I take too many pictures. Oh, here it is. The Grand Gulagog. And then I'll show that. Yeah. That looks just like the jumpsuit Christy's wearing. Wow. I love this fandom. The things that you spot. I completely forgot whatever Frank was wearing in this. Look at that. That is just like Christy's jumpsuit. That's funny. Oh, and you know what? That actually kind of speaks to Julie's theory that stuff from this place leaks out into the real world, into people's dreams, and then they write about them. They write books. And maybe the person who wrote this book saw visions of Fromville, Julie storywalking, and that jumpsuit. And that's why the jumpsuit is in the book. I think Julie's theory is right. And people have visions outside of this place, and then they don't even know what they're having a vision of, and they write books about it. And that's how the Grand Gulagog got written and became a kind of guidebook for story walking. Wow, that was a great catch with this jumpsuit. Great catch. Just another detail that leaked out and got into somebody's head outside of there through some And unfortunately, you can't see if there are 3 J's on it, on mine anyway. Maybe if this were like a super high definition image, but yeah, close enough for me. I'm sold. Okay. The only difference is she has it unbuttoned a little bit, but it's the same, I would say. Martin says, just reminded me of when I was watching reactions of this season. A lot of people would say, oh, old man ass. I laughed, but I was like, oh, poor Doug. I hope he doesn't watch these people too. Yeah, I'm sure, honestly, if he saw that, knowing Doug, he'd probably just laugh along with them. He's, self-deprecating. He can laugh at himself. Julie, you're doing great at reading those. Reading what? What was I reading? oh, you mean the French comments? Thank you. I feel like I sound terrible, but I'm always hard on myself. I think my pronunciation isn't the best, but I do what I can. The nice thing about French is once you see a certain letter combination, it always sounds the same. No matter what word it's in, it sounds the same. So even when I come across words in French I've never seen before, I can read them, can pronounce them the way they're mostly supposed to be pronounced. Maybe not the best accent I have, but it's the right pronunciation usually because French makes more sense than English. It's not like OUGH that can have several different sounds. Rough, through, bow. What was the other one? Rough, through, bow. And then there's though. Though is another one. Rough, through, bow, though. Those are all words that have OUGH, but they all sound different. Why? English doesn't make any sense. No wonder it's a hard language for people to learn. French, the words always come out the same. The letters. Ricky Ricardo went on a rant on that on I Love Lucy once. It's the same with Spanish. You arrange the letters a certain way, it comes out the same way every time. It always sounds the same. He couldn't understand this whole through, bow, though, rough. He was like, he was ranting about those words specifically, and he couldn't pronounce them when he was reading them. He kept getting them wrong.
Sacre bleu.
They take dresses from the stuffed present in the Colony House storeroom. That's how Tien Chen might have gotten the dress. Exactly, Manasa. Exactly. It's definitely the same dress. Hey, Mitchy Mitch. Hi, all. Show the left side of the picture. There is another person in the pic. Which picture? It's not the Grand Gulagog. And the picture of the 2 people Miranda saw while she was driving, I did show both. So who else? I'm not sure which picture you mean. But let me know. Let me know which one you're talking about. At the gas station? Was it at the gas station? Oh, yeah, right here. Yeah. If you're talking about this, some people thought this was Julie story walking, but if you zoom in, it doesn't look like Julie. Like, that doesn't look like her nose. Julie's nose doesn't stick out quite like that, I don't think. So it's close. Like, there's a resemblance, so people thought maybe it's Julie story walking. But I don't think it's quite right. Just my opinion. But what do you guys think? Oh, that's terrible, NSB. Why did your account get banned on Reddit? What the hell? There's a photo of Tien Chen lying on the bed with that dress on. Yep, exactly. The one I put up on screen. Football says he's talking about the flashback. Yeah. That would be cool if it was Sophia and then Tabitha remembers. That would be cool. Greg says Sophia switched glasses with original pair in the photo. Whoever picked man in yellow suitcase put the right dress but the wrong glasses. Oh, we just need one more person watching to get to 100. Oh, boom. And we just did. Right after I said it. Hey, I manifested it. Manifestation is real, guys. You can manifest what you want. I wish it were like that. But yes, 102 people. Please hit the like button. It tells YouTube to show this to more people, and then I can get more subscribers so I can try and reach 3,000 this year. And I really could use the help. So don't forget to hit the like. It's free. I know if you're watching it on your TV, it's harder to hit the like button, but you can always pull out your phone. If it's around, you can pull out your phone, pull up the stream, hit the like that way. It'd be much appreciated. Because I get like 1,000 views on these live streams, but there are only like 100 and something likes. And I'm like, why? Why aren't there more? The likes are really helpful. I swear, it's not just a pat on the back for me. It's helpful for the algorithm and getting more subscribers. Anyway, Greg says Sophia switched glasses with the original pair in the photo. Whoever packed man in yellow suitcase put the right dress. Yeah, I just read that one, but I didn't really absorb it, so I wanted to read it again. And yeah, the glasses are definitely different, and that's odd. That's very odd. Hey, Flyboy, welcome. Can't believe she was really the mole. I know, I still can't believe the writers actually did that. They totally took it from the fans. I just can't believe they actually did it. Straight Edge says, I think Sophia might be the man in yellow. I really feel like the show has been leaving breadcrumbs since the beginning of season 4. You think? Gee, you think? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're onto something there. Craig says maybe gives him or her more power. Oh, maybe because of the glasses change. Also, she asked, checked Sarah, do you know who these belonged to? Yeah, the glasses. Maybe it matters, which ones she picks. Let's see. Incognito says, Recon did an amazing catch. The author of the Grand Gulagog, Jeff Horning, is the anagram for John Griffin. No shit. That's brilliant. That is a fantastic catch. Good on you, Recon. An anagram for John Griffin, the creator of From. He's the top showrunner. He created the show. That's cool. They could have made Elgin look less brain dead if they had him show the pic to Clara, like, what do you make of this? And then you could have made the reveal that she was the mole. Yes, I agree. It would have made Elgin look less stupid because the Clara reveal would have caught the audience by surprise as well. So Elgin would not have been any dumber than the viewer. Agree with you on that. They made him look like an absolute idiot. The toolbox is in a tremendous number of scenes. Sometimes it's open, sometimes it's closed. Interesting point. I never noticed, but I'll have to look for it now. Lucas says, I think we're being a little unfair to Elgin. He is a bit naive, but if I saw someone in an old photo, I wouldn't immediately think shape-shifting demon. Yeah, I wouldn't either. And he didn't think that. He didn't even think it was definitely her. He just thought there was a strong resemblance, so he showed it to her. So we are being a bit harsh on him. Because he didn't know it was her, or he would have been more shook. He just was like, hey, look, it looks like you. So he didn't know. He didn't know that she must be some entity. In an episode, you could see the toolbox in the sheriff's station. Oh, yeah, I wonder why. Flyboy says, man, that would be insane if the Sophia twist happened towards the end of the season. Insane in a good way. Oh, you mean like if she hadn't been revealed as a mole yet? Or no, if you're just saying she gets unmasked, I would say she does get unmasked. She will by the end of the season. Yeah, I disliked knowing more than the townspeople too. Very bad writing for a story like this. It distanced me from the characters. Yeah, I liked knowing stuff when they know stuff. Being in the mystery with them, and now we knew too much. I didn't really care for that either. Every time they planned something, I knew it wouldn't work because Sophia was right there, so there was no suspense. That is a good point. That is definitely a stumbling block for the writing of this season, Straight Edge. You make excellent points there from a writing standpoint, and I have a writing background. That's what I studied in school, so I have to agree with you there. It's a great show. I still love it. I enjoyed this season a whole lot, though. I love this show. Incognito says, alors que toi, t'es plus élégant que tout le monde. Let's see. Alors que that phrase. Okay, wow. Okay, it means wow. I wasn't sure when those two words are put together. While you are more intelligent than everyone. Am I reading that right? I'm not sure, but you're more intelligent, and que tout le monde means everyone. But toi t'es, that means something else. Yeah, that definitely means something else. Because it would be to a if it was you are. So I'm not sure. Wow. Yeah, I don't know why I'm having trouble with the remembering how that works when the grammar looks like that. So the pic that Elgin found. Oh, okay, yeah, and the one that I did show, the one with the girl on the left. Got it, Mitch. It's like the Scooby-Doo gang. Hey, look, guys, I found a clue. Yeah, it is kind of. It is kind of this season like that. Julie, how do you do the frame-by-frame shots? I use a Chromebook, and on a Chromebook to take screenshots, it's pretty simple. You just have to press 2 buttons, and you take as many as you want as the video is playing. You press Control and then a Windows button at once, and you get screenshots. It's the easiest way I know to do it. On a PC, I don't know how to do it as fast and easy as that. It takes an extra step that takes too long, in my opinion. So I like doing it on a Chromebook. So let's see. So Diana says, I'm suspecting the man in yellow can only remain as Sophia wearing something of hers. So with Tian Shen buried in that dress, Sophia's wardrobe is limited. And she told Sarah that she was going to try some other clothes. So they did say they were going to go try on clothes later. And if she didn't want to have that situation come up where Sarah tries on clothes with her, she shouldn't have said she's got clothes in her bag. I don't know. We'll see. Oh my God, Julie B just said they are going to break Julie's nose. They're going to break Julie's nose. Maybe. Maybe. Yes, English borrowed a lot of words from French. That is true, NSB. Indeed. French comes from Latin, and England and France has unfriendly history. English people pronounced it the same as French did, but because they hated the French, they made a point to change it. This is why English is so weird. Lots of history behind it. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay. Yeah, that's very interesting. I did not know that. Hey, Doug. Nice to see you. Our good friend Doug. Hope you're doing well. What's happening in Somniacs? Yes, we are the From Somniacs over here. Always great to see you, Doug. And you made yet another appearance in this episode. Very scantily clad appearance in this episode. Did not expect that to have another one. Hey, the Ragman Pappy. Welcome. Did I miss too much? Good evening. Good evening to you too. Well, I still have a good chunk of the episode to break down. I'm trying not to go as long as recently, though, because I haven't slept. I've been awake since 4 a.m. yesterday, and it's 3 a.m. now, so I've been awake for 23 hours. That's a long time. I don't know how I'm still this peppy. But I'm going to keep plugging away. Let's see. Wow, Levy. One channel had 15,000 views on a video and only a couple hundred likes. It's important and takes a second. Seriously. Tato says, I'm getting sleepy. I might go to sleep. Have a good night, Julie. You have a good night, too. Thank you for being here, my friends. Thank you so much for everything. And sleep well. Okay, so Papa Suck says, am I the only one who think Eloise being Clara is not a great reveal as of today? Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me because Clara is too young to be Eloise. I don't think it could work. I think the dress is a little too small to fit Clara, though. I think Clara has a similar dress, but it's too big. And Clara's still wearing it, but while Tian Chen was buried in it too. When Elgin was smiling, that made it 10 times worse. There was no reason to like Elgin. Poor Elgin. Football. Elgin can't get any love. Elgin's role was the village idiot. To quote Ethan, he is doing his part of the quest. And his part is to be the village idiot, indeed. And his nightmare will manifest now and bring on a flood. I think that's coming. Elgin is going to die, and his nightmare from the one that he had, this is something I've been stuck on, and I don't know why more people don't talk about this. What the fuck did Elgin dream about on the way into town on the bus that scared the shit out of him? It was not just some little boy in white saying, they touch, they break, they steal, no one here is free. That's all he remembered. What the fuck did he dream about? He panicked and he threw up and he said, bad things are going to happen. We have to turn around. We can't be here. When he saw where he was. So he had a horrible nightmare about this place and he's about to die. So what's going to happen? Now we get to see a nightmare manifest into reality in real time. Now that we know that nightmares can do that in this place, that is what they're going to do. And he was talking about water. Is there a body of water around here? Fatima brought him to the Brundles and he said, I saw this in my dream. So it's going to have something to do with water and maybe the Brundles floods, and it's a gigantic flood. That's what could be coming. I think so. Football says, hell no, Julie, after what he just went through. His head should be on a swivel, not trusting nothing. Ellis is goofy. No defending. Sorry. I know after he just went, what he went through with the kimono woman, he shouldn't trust anybody. That's a good point. That's a good point. Doug said, Incognito just said, so you're more intelligent than everyone. Oh, so that is what he said. I wasn't sure if that was what he was saying or if I had it slightly off. Oh, thanks for the assist, Doug. Incognito has been writing to me in French in the chat, and I'm trying to read it as best I can, but there are certain words and phrases that I don't know. Doug is really good at French because he lives in Canada, so like lots of Canadian people speak French, and it's so cool. Let's see. À la prochaine, Incognito. That would be next time. Basically, see you next time. To Incognito. Third shift says maybe they revealed Sophia as the man in yellow super early because they are running out of time to explain everything in 5 seasons, and Sophia has to speed up the game / show. It could be. She literally said she's got to speed some things up right now. So maybe they plan, they realize, oh shit, we're running out of time, and so they've got to rush it. I wish they hadn't rushed it, but I predict we're going to get a lot more of Doug as the man in yellow in season 5. I think once Sophia is revealed as the mole, she's going to be exposed and she'll take her favorite form, which definitely seems to be Doug. She loves becoming that person. She was very happy to do it, and she was very happy as Doug. So I think that's going to be her favorite and her favorite human form to take. So she'll go back to that for season 5, and then we'll finally get a payoff to all the hype for the man in yellow meaning we'll get more screen time. We've had amazing scenes, but not enough screen time, and we all want more. I predict we're going to get more. When they had enough firemen to pose for it, I guess. Oh, the From calendar? When is the From calendar coming out? Yes, the scene was amazing. His scene was amazing as always. Entity needs the soul, not the clothes. It transforms, then puts clothes on. So we waited all season for Julie to be Scarface. I'm assuming the nightmare monsters do it if talismans are taken by Sophia. Yeah. Imagine if she takes the talismans. I feel like that must be against the rules, though. It seems like it. Aujourd'hui, je parle français. Ainsi les rissons ni comprenons rien. Today I speak French. I'm not sure what that means. Rican. And that means comprenons rien is like understanding nothing. So I get like tripped up by certain words and phrases, and that's where I have trouble. I don't have the best French vocabulary. I need to learn more. Let's see. NSB says you're a force of nature, Julie. Your method is more interaction with the comments and analyzing along with us. It's not going to change for one live stream. Yeah, I really can't seem to avoid doing a lot of analysis. I can't with the chat participating. I really, that's my style, and I just enjoy it. That's the way I do things. I don't really know any other way. That's true. And thank you for the kind words. Parce qu'il pense sous c'est facile de s'exprimer. Why can't I say that one? S'exprimer en anglais sans avoir d'interaction avec des anglophones. En fait, c'est pas grave. Keep in mind, I'm also running on very little sleep. I haven't slept in 23 hours. So my reading of French isn't as good as it normally would be. My brain is tired because they think it's easy to something in French without having interaction with the French speaking people. Finally, it's not important. It's not serious. Could be wrong on some of that. I wonder if s'exprimer, what does that mean? That word I don't know. But this is good. This is stimulating my brain. I just love French. It's a beautiful language. I love reading it. Anyway, somehow water in the tunnels where Miranda and Jade are. Yeah, Flyboy. There was water where Tabitha was with Victor. She said, "Where's the water coming from?" Floods are okay. Giant rag dolls are not okay. So you're not a fan of the dolls, huh, Levy? I liked the dolls. I enjoyed the dolls. Elgin is one of those rare people who never develop accumulated sense. Doug said, "You think that people like that are rare, Diana?" Sadly, they're not rare at all. This world is full of people who have no sense, including people who work in hospitals, for God's sake. Hospitals. They have shit for brains. Honestly, like, they didn't understand a lot of the stuff I was asking. They did not know, doctors and nurses, and they did the stupidest things that didn't make any sense. Oh, you have no idea. Just I wanted to scream with Karl in there and this idiot hospital screwing up all the time. There are so many people without common sense. They never showed what happened to the dolls that lived. Yeah, Amy, I hope they pop up again, and I think they probably will. Elgin did ask about the Lake of Tears before he died. Maybe he dreamt he would die. Yeah, He said he asked about a lake. He said he saw the Brundles in his dream when Fatima took him there, but maybe he was mistaken and it was actually the Lake of Tears. Levy says, I think Elgin just sees the best in everyone, including Sarah still. That's true. Let's see if I can do this one. C'est vrai, Doug. Je les trouve pas très indulgents. Du coup, je me suis amusé un peu aujourd'hui. C'est de bonne guerre. Oh, I read that one a little better. If I weren't so tired, I normally can read it a little more smoothly than I have been. It's true, Doug. I found them not very indulgent. I amused my I was amused, a bit amused today. It's a good war. Guerre is war, isn't it? Yeah. I'm gonna keep on going here because I'm probably wrong about a lot of that. I don't have a problem with what the producers of From do. It's how they do it. They could have revealed Sophia midway through, not right at the beginning. And Eloise, I agree with that, Papa Socks. They shouldn't have done it right away. And Eloise reveal is going to be disappointing. It's just taking so long, and why? I agree, absolutely. It's taking so long, and they're going to do it. It's only a matter of time. Eloise is alive, mark my words. But they're taking too long, and I hope that they make it worth it. Julie, we need to do a live stream with Doug. It will be hilarious. Pense quoi, Doug? Oh yeah, I would love to have Doug on here again. He's taking a break from live streams right now. He's not doing any at the moment, but at some point, whenever he's able to, I would love to have him back on. Maybe for another story time, if he's allowed to, if MGM will let him, and if not, we understand, and but it would be a lot of fun. We really enjoyed those as a community, doing those lives. Fácil means easy in Spanish. Yeah, French and Spanish are very very similar. S'exprimer equals speak. Oh, okay. Never heard that one. Let's see. See, I can't. That means I can't. It's not allowed. I think say interdit. Je ne peux plus. I can't anymore. Say interdit. Yeah, I believe that means it's not allowed. So he can't. He's not allowed to do live streams. Yeah, it's forbidden. It means it's forbidden. I just double checked. Yeah, sadly. But maybe eventually, if it doesn't have to do with From, he'll be allowed to. You are up for 23 hours because you are doing your part of the quest. When we like, subscribe, and participate, we do our part. Yes, you do, Papa Socks. We're all doing our part in this quest, aren't we? Absolutely. Yes, doctors and nurses like that in an emergency situation. That must have been so terrifying. It was. It was so scary. You have no idea. And we're not out of the woods yet. There's still stuff to be worried about and scared about, and it's very upsetting, but I'm trying to focus on the positive. At least there's been some progress, but there's some really scary stuff happening still, to be honest with you, with Karl. And I won't go into the details here, but let's just say there could be a lawsuit headed to that hospital if things go a certain way. Malpractice lawsuit. Football says, I lost faith in Eloise returning. Oh, I think she's coming back. Flyboy says, no way Eloise gets revealed. No, I don't want that. You don't want that? Oh, I do. I want that. They've built that up and hyped it for too long. And good night, Doug. Sleep well. Thanks for popping in and chatting with us. So let's get back into the breakdown. Again, Don't forget to hit that like button. 106 people watching. Man, I guess it doesn't matter when I stream. I guess, honestly, my numbers get better the later it gets. Streaming in the middle of the night seems to work best for me right now. I think I found an audience that is more international, and so now I don't do as well if I start earlier. I started a stream at like 8 p.m. Eastern, and I had a lot less than this, which is weird. So anyway, let's get back to where we were in the breakdown, which was up here, and we gotta start moving a little faster. Okay, so because I'm gonna wear out before too long, so apologies if I don't get to everything that's in the chat, but so here we have Sophia taking Clara into Sarah's house. Oh wait, sorry, I forgot. Christy and Marielle's scene. Quick scene at the clinic. And they're at the drug cabinet again. It does kind of feel like full circle, the drug cabinet where Fatima stole meds. Mari says Fatima's doing a jigsaw puzzle. She told her it was a cognitive test, so she's doing this to keep her busy. Christy looks for an epinephrine shot. Mari tells her where it is, and she says, give it to her if her heart stops, but be careful. We don't know what any of this means. So Fatima could be a threat to Marielle. Marielle could die as a result of this. She could die. I think, honestly, she's on my likely death list now with Fatima there. Mention of puzzles, of course, because this whole thing is a puzzle. And then Sophia takes Clara into Sarah's house, calls out, and when Sarah's not home, Sophia picks up a fruit knife and holds it behind her back while she takes Clara upstairs to the bedroom. Make it make sense. Why the hell did she need to do that? This is an entity that is strong enough to rip someone's throat out with brute force. What does she need a fruit knife for? I just thought that was so dumb, and they're trying too hard to make her look sinister and creepy. Like, she's not as scary as Doug, period. She's not as scary as Doug. And her acting isn't as good. I think her acting is great, but she's not as experienced as Doug. I don't find her as scary, and it's just so forced. And her lines, the lines they wrote for her, I don't like as much as Doug either. And we'll get to that in a minute. But when she was the man in yellow, she ripped Jim's throat out with brute force. No claws. Some people think there were claws. Doug told us they did not outfit his hand with any claws. That was brute strength that he used to rip Jim's throat out. So why would she need a fruit knife for any reason to threaten Clara? I mean, well, she used it to cut her hand. So there's that. My brain is tired. Excuse my tired brain. Up for 23 hours. I guess that's all it was. It was because she needed it to cut her hand. But why did she hold it behind her back in this cheesy way? Like, I don't know. I think they're trying too hard to make her look creepy. It's forced. So Sophia takes her up to her room, says Sarah painted it for her. It's not my favorite color. Kind of a cheesy line. A bit, and obviously her favorite color is yellow, and purple is the opposite because it's opposite yellow on the color wheel. So Sophia sits down on the bed with her and says, "You don't have to be scared." They sit opposite a mirror. Mirrors are heavily featured in the show. Clara looks terrified. You can see their reflection right there. And behind Clara just then, there was a piece of art here with a crane on it. And I wonder if that was there for a reason, for some sort of symbolic purpose. But I'm not sure. It's the same style as some of the other artwork, like a boat, a piece of boat artwork with a boat on it. I mean, in the Matthews house, and in Henry's room, the piece of art with a starling on it had the same style. Sophia says, when you first came here, we made a bargain, and I told you that someday I might need your help. That means she hasn't asked for her help yet, guys. So Clara hasn't been popping in and checking on everybody because Sophia asked her to. This is the first time. She says it right here. I told you that someday I might need your help. So now this is the day. She's just now becoming her mole. She was already there. She had made a bargain with her, but that was all. So this is new, what she's having her do, that she's having her do stuff. Clara says, that day we met, I started to wonder if it was real. Are you really going to let me go home? That bitch just wanted to go home by herself. How selfish of her. She wasn't even bargaining for everybody to go home like Sarah. What the hell? Oh, that was awful. So, yeah, just, I thought that makes her a terrible, terrible person. And Elgin also thought everybody was going to get to go home if he kidnapped Fatima and helped the kimono lady make her give birth. So Sophia says, yes, yeah, she can go home, but first you need to help me with something. And I think that indicates, I mean, if she can actually send somebody home, if she means it, which she probably doesn't, she's probably lying, but I think she's more powerful than the boy in white, because I don't think that he can permanently help people escape. Tabitha, he pushed out, but she was drawn back in. She was destined to be drawn back in no matter what. And Clara thought that she'd want her to stop them from digging up the bones, but Sophia says, oh no, when they go into those tunnels tomorrow, that's not going to work out very well. They have the right idea, of course, but this place, it's built on ritual. And with rituals, how you do something is just as important as what you do. Well, thankfully, conveniently, awfully convenient for the plot, Tabitha figured that out in the very same episode. She figured it out that how she does something is important. And what did she do? She realized that she had to join with Jade. And that's what I always believed, that she'd have to participate with Jade. The two of them have to complete their quest together, or it won't work. It has to be both of them. Otherwise, it would fail. And they figured it out. How you do things is important as what you do. And Tabitha said, we only get one shot at this, to Boyd. It's, we need to do it the right way. And how we do this matters. It's interesting that she had that epiphany in this same episode that Sophia says this. Thanks to the Ankui kids. But more on that later. I really love that bit of exposition, that this place is built on ritual, just like the ritual of the sacrifice of the children. And so you have to do things the right way. There are certain rules to be followed. So she doesn't think that they're going to succeed with the bones because they're going to do it wrong. They're going to send a bunch of people down there instead of just Tabitha and Jade, except they change their minds, of course. And Clara asks what she means. Sophia just says, do you like games, Clara? Clara doesn't answer right away, and Sophia's like, answer me when I ask a question, when I ask you a question. I thought that was a cheesy line, frankly. You didn't see Doug as the man in yellow given cheesy lines to say like that. He wasn't barking orders at people. I just think this was a little forced. You're going to answer me when I ask you a question. Clara says, yes, I like games, I guess. And Sophia says, I love them. I'm playing so many right now. But there's one or two that need a little push. Speed things up a bit. That's a fascinating line. I'm playing so many right now. So now we have to figure out which of the things that are happening are her games. I mean, obviously what's happening to Fatima is one of her games. What's happening to Henry is one of her games, the hallucinations. If what if it's a dream bullshit? So that's 2 games. What are her other games? What else is she doing to fuck with people? Sarah. She's playing a game with Sarah, making those voices in her head and recruiting her to do that weird thing with the water. And we still have to wait and see what is she going to have Sarah do with the voices. I think in the finale, something needs to happen with Sarah and the voices. Let me see. I'm going to make a note of that. Yeah, that needs to pay off. She had Sarah do something that doesn't even matter with the pitcher of water, but that was just a test for something bigger. So that's another game that she's playing right now. The game with Sarah, the game with Fatima, the game with Henry. That's 3. What other games could there be? I mean, she could be the one sending Boyd the visions related to Abby. I think she was responsible for sending him Ghost Abby in the past. So maybe all these visions of Abby are coming from her to shake him up when he needs to be a strong leader the most. That could be another game. It's the boy in white is not part of it. He's not working for her. I'm convinced of that. I really think Ghost Khatri is on the good side, on the boy in white side, not playing games, not working for her. And I think Ghost Jim is also not playing games, and he's working for the boy in white. For now, I think that. So, I don't know. I've identified 4 games that I think she's playing, but let me know in the chat if you can think of any other games that you think she's currently playing. She said 1 or 2 need to be sped up. So what's the other one? She had Clara give Fatima the blood, but that's only 1 game. So maybe in the finale, she's going to have Clara do something else, I would say. So she's got to speed things up because they're getting too close now. They're doing things they've never done before and chopping down the bottle tree to get the bones. So that's why she's got to speed up the process, make it go faster. And I think she can the way that she makes things go faster is by putting her blood in someone's body. Whatever supernatural things are happening to them, she can control better if their blood is in their body and have a more powerful effect on people. Look at what she did to Henry. Those unbelievably powerful hallucinations that are so realistic of him at the hospital. So she needs to speed things up by giving people her blood. Doing it to Fatima, now she's turning into a nightmare creature faster. Who knows what else? What else could she do by giving her blood to other people? It's probably not going to stop there. And Sophia says that she loves games, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. And then she cuts her hand and she's like, Clara, give me your hand or I'm going to do horrible things to you, because Clara hesitated. Another cheesy line. I'm sorry. I thought that was cheesy. Clara, give me your hand or I'm going to do horrible things to you. I just think that they wrote Doug's lines more intelligently than they wrote her lines for some reason. They're not always like that, but in this episode, I thought some of them were kind of weak. I kind of cringed at that. I just thought it was too forced. And then Clara holds out her hand to be cut, and Sophia's like, "That's a good girl." Again, kind of cheesy, kind of forced. So now they're blood sisters. Now she's got man in yellow blood too. And she says the next part will feel strange. And she holds Clara's hand, tells her, just relax, let me in. Sophia closes her eyes and concentrates while Clara closes hers and waits for something to happen. And it's like she's sending her essence, her, part of her inside of Clara through the blood, and then she can control more. She can control people more through her blood. So basically, like, this explains to me why she didn't have to give Henry blood to give him hallucinations. I think she did it just to speed up the process, to make it more powerful and make this go faster. She gave him her blood. But I think she had the power to give people hallucinations even without the blood. When she was not a physical entity, I think she was a spiritual entity, and she was making things happen and giving people dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions without giving them any blood. But now we got an answer as to why she needed to give Henry blood of hers to induce hallucinations in him. It's because she wanted to speed up the process. She wanted this to happen faster. So this was the faster route. She told Clara that she needs to speed things up a bit with some of these games. Then she cuts herself, does the blood thing. Obviously, that's how you speed things up. So another answer given. Let's see. Let me make a note of that too. Why didn't let's see, why did she have to feed Henry blood to get him hallucinations? Just to make the process faster. So that was an answer we got. Like, why she gives blood to people, it's to speed things up. That I liked that explanation. Made sense. Clara got a weird look on her face when she received Sophia's evil essence into her body. Creepy as hell. God, I wouldn't want her blood in my body. Got like extra pictures in here. So then over at the colony house, greenhouse, they're convening to talk about the plan, and Donna is not a fan at all. Boyd explains that they've got to dig up the bones, and they'll put up a tarp once the group are in the chamber and hang a talisman until they can get out through the hole above. Donna points out that they don't know if the talismans are going to work down there. Boyd is confident that they will, but Donna then says, well, once they pull out the tree, talismans or not, the monsters will come inside, and whoever's in the tunnel will get slaughtered long before they climb the ladder. It's like opening a window. So ultimately, I think it was much safer that only 2 people went down there. So now you don't have a whole group of people trying to get out of there fast. You only have to get 2 people out of there. And yeah, the talismans won't work once there's a hole. It's like opening a window. You can't have that much space. There's got to be no space for anything to be able to pass through physically. Then the talisman will work if you have it blocked off that way. But she makes a lot of good common sense observations. And Jade insists that once the bones are out of the ground, they'll keep the chamber safe. He says it's why they're buried. Those things down there are afraid of them. I could feel it in my trip. So he thinks once they have the bones out of the ground, those will protect them. They'll keep the monsters from coming into the chamber long enough for everyone to get out. That's fascinating. I wonder if he's going to be right about that. And Donna doesn't want to put that much faith in his mushroom trip. So She's like, let's say this works. Let's say you dig up those bones and get out of this chamber alive. We all just gonna hop in our cars and go home? And boy, Jade's like, we don't know. So yeah, you figured out just enough to get yourself killed, but not enough to actually go home. Donna makes some good points, but I do think that it's a good plan, and they need to do something. They cannot. This isn't like season 1 where things weren't as bad yet. Things are way worse now, and they can't just go with the status quo anymore. Like Boyd says, we can't wait around for this prick in a yellow suit to keep picking us off one by one. I loved that line. He doesn't use the word prick much. It's usually like motherfucker. I love swear words, if you hadn't noticed. And then Christy interrupts and asks Boyd to go for a walk with her. And she tells him about Fatima's bizarre vital signs that should make her dead at this point. So that is that section. Let's see. So I'm gonna scroll up and highlight a few comments and then keep on going. Eloise may be no one we expect and could show up through a tree at some point. I absolutely agree, Diana. I believe Julie is going to figure out how to physically story walk through a faraway tree. And just like Boyd did, that's how he got into the dream state, the dungeon dream state. And Eloise, that's how she's doing it. I think Eloise is story walking. Recon said they'll bring Eloise back because the fans came up with it. Probably. The fans have been adamant about that. Let's see. Levy said if she would have painted it blue, it would have warded off Sophia. Trickster spirits don't like blue. Really? Okay. I also agree that she's a trickster spirit. Everyone paint your ceiling sky blue. Picture is the opposite. Violet is the opposite color of yellow in the chromatic wheel. Right. So it's a form of purple. Flyboy says, I really wonder if they can kill the monsters with the bones. I don't think they can kill them. I think the monsters are still going to be immortal. It's going to be harder than that. It's got to be harder than that. Can't be that easy. Papa Suck says, that's why I think Tabitha is playing the man in yellow. How did she come up with the bones in the tunnel with Jade was the right way to handle it? She remembers the man in yellow. She's playing him. I think it's because of the Ankui kids. They popped up and they all pointed at her while she was holding the talisman. And it made her realize, oh, shit, it has to be me. It has to be me. And she looked at the talisman and was like, there are two people. It represents me and Jade, the ones who are reincarnated over and over again. We are the ones who have to do this deed, complete this ritual, get the bones. That's what I think anyway. The Ragland says, I've long had a theory that Miranda was killed after Christopher was killed because they were no longer able to save the children together. Looks like I was right. Yeah, I think that makes total sense. Because the townspeople killed Christopher, and so after that, Miranda was fair game, and they were no longer going to be, the monsters were no longer going to just let her be. So, I agree. I've always believed that we need both of them in the end to complete the quest, or it will fail. You have to have both. So, yeah, absolutely agree. Recon says maybe Sarah was right and she spread an infection, but Sophia's blood accelerates it. Yeah, it looks that way. Definitely accelerates it. Let's see. Ragland says, did you notice that Sophia is not omniscient? I kept saying before that being able to see whatever the entities turn their attention to isn't the same as knowing everything. Yes. However, I think that she could have been omniscient in spiritual form. And once she's in corporeal form, now she's limited. She turned into a physical form, a corporeal form as Man in Yellow, and now Sophia. Now she's not omniscient. Now she has to do things like incantations. So she has limitations, more limitations now, in my opinion. But, but yeah, it could be like you say. Mark says the game with Tabitha being Man in Yellow confronting her. Yes, that's another game, Mark. So that's 5 games. I counted 4. That's 5. Let me make a list here. Game with Tabitha. So that's like a fear-mongering game. Fatima. Let's see. Henry, the hallucinations. Obviously Fatima, turning her into a nightmare creature. Maybe it's a ruse too, and it's not really happening. It's just to scare the shit out of her. Maybe it's an illusion, and that's a game, and she's not really turning into a nightmare creature, but she's gonna look like one for a while and just scare the shit out of her. That could be just to kind of sideline her, so she's not powerful enough to neutralize Smiley anymore and use her golem, because she's really powerful when she manifests hope. She's gonna manifest that golem to life with her hope. If she can hold out. So Tabitha, Fatima, Henry, who are the other games? Who are the other people she's playing games with again? Fuck. I had others. I'm so tired. I should have written it down before. Tabitha, Fatima, Henry. Marielle. She was playing a game with Marielle when she grabbed her arm and made her hallucinate those chains again. So she's playing a game with Marielle. Boyd, she's probably producing those hallucinations of related to Abby. The voices in Sarah's head. Messing with her in the water pitcher and everything, and now she's going to try to make her do something else with the voices. So she's playing a game with Tabitha, Fatima, Henry, Marielle, probably Boyd, and Sarah. That's 6 games that I'm counting so far. She is playing a lot of games. She wasn't kidding. She definitely wasn't kidding. And all of this stuff, that's going to go in I'm going to break that down and a lot more in my deep dive on this episode 9, which I'm going to work my ass off on in the next 24 hours and a little over and get it out by Saturday morning. I've got to do it. It's not going to be easy. Wish me luck, because it's going to be really hard to get this done that fast. I put in a lot of hours on these videos and I'm running out of time. Straight Edge says, I think I've said it before. And yes, I have agreed with you, because I have the same theory. The show is a game of chess between the man in yellow and the boy in white. Remember what Kenny's dad was playing in his first scene or so? Chess. Yes. And if you watch my videos from January of last year, I made a 2-part video saying the same thing, that it's a chess game between the boy in white and the man in yellow. Part 1 was on the man in yellow, and part 2 was focusing on the boy in white. But yeah, I had to make it into 2 parts because it was too long. But completely agree. It's a game of cosmic chess between the two of them, 100%. And that's why chess keeps coming up again. And it was in the very first episode in one of the first scenes. Let's see. I think the man in yellow could have been the man in black if not for Lost. Or would have been the man in black if not for Lost. Oh, yeah. Making the chess reference even clearer. I think that's probably the only reason they didn't use black. That's a great point, because they didn't want to look like they're copying Lost. But I think it would have made more sense if it were white versus black, boy in white versus man in black. Yeah, what a shame. That's too bad. It would have worked really well, I think. But then again, we wouldn't have this epic, iconic yellow suit, would we? Boyd, Henry, Sarah Games. Yes, agree, David. Is she causing Boyd's hallucinations? I think so, Island. Probably. I think she's probably doing it. It's possible they could be warnings about what's to come with history repeating itself with Henry. They could be warnings, but it's probably to fuck with him and make him falter in his leadership. Like he's begging for a pill to make them stop so that he can focus on the plan right now. So it's probably coming from Sophia. Football says Clara herself is a game. Also, cutting the rope and shapeshifting are games for her, him. Wait, what do you mean? Clara is a game also. Clara is a game. Oh yeah. Clara is a game. That's true. Using Clara. So cutting the rope. Yeah, that's definitely a game. That's another one. So many games. That's 8. That's 8 games we've counted. Let's see. What's next here in the chat? Sophia doesn't want to get caught, so she promises she'll never keep. Diabolical. Absolutely. I can't read every single one of these. I'm gonna just skim through as much as I can so we can keep going here. Peut-être que boire son sang, c'est comme boire ses paroles. On sort jeter sans être sûr du résultat. Maybe something her blood is like, don't know what boire means. A sort of game without being under. And that's all I got. I deciphered some of that sentence. Yeah. I'm gonna like screenshot that so that I can like translate the words I don't know, because that looks interesting. Hey, Anne-Marie, welcome. I thought I missed the live. I fell asleep and woke up to the live still going. It's gonna be a good day. Aw, you're so sweet. That makes me feel good that you'd feel that way. Thank you for saying that. Yes, we are still going. I've got to try really hard not to go as long as usual, like not 7 hours, because I've been awake for 24 hours now. I had a weird day yesterday because Karl got out of the hospital, and we were both so sleep deprived that we fell asleep at like 8 o'clock at night and woke up at 4 in the morning. That's why I've been awake for 24 hours now, because we were so exhausted from his ordeal that we fell asleep at like 8 o'clock at night. Didn't wake up till 4 in the morning. And there you go. I tried to take a nap in the afternoon, but I couldn't fall asleep. So I'm running out of steam, but I'm not stopping until we get this done. I am not stopping. Let's see. Yeah. Trailers. I hate these trailers, football. I hate them so much. They spoil so much. It pisses me off. Okay. Yeah, Papa Socks. When Tabitha puts in effort, shit gets done. Indeed. And yes, Island, I think there's going to be a flood. I agree. Island said, I'm an Aussie. Swearing is cultural. I didn't know you were an Aussie. Another one. We have so many Aussies. There's David Agile. There's Mr. Grant Gregory. And gosh, who are all the Aussies? Is Recon also an Aussie? I think Recon, are you an Aussie? Trying to remember them all. The Carla Way, and there are too many from my tired brain to remember, but we've got quite a few here in the chat community. I love swearing. Just wondered if you noticed my French last name. Yes, I did actually. Lévy Moncure. Beautiful name. I love French. Just love it. I took French in high school instead of Spanish because they're both beautiful languages, but I just fell in love with the French language so much. so I had to take it. Hey, Christine Jellybean. Amy said Michael Jackson's going to come out of the bottle tree. What the fuck? Why is Michael Jackson going to come out the bottle tree? That's hilarious. Mark says you would probably like the HBO show Deadwood, Shakespearean language with liberal use of curse words. I would love that. I'm going to make a note of that in my phone to check out Deadwood then. I love Shakespearean stuff. I loved Shakespeare and I love Shakespearean insults. If you've never looked up Shakespearean insults, I recommend it because it's really funny. It's like thou pig-livered. I can't remember all the weird things. Like weird insults that sound hilarious. Where's my watch list? Here's my watch list. Here it is. And I'll add Deadwood. Okay. Oh, it's pronounced Moncoeur. Did I say it wrong? It's not Moncoeur. It's like Moncoeur. I have family on the island where From is filmed. That's cool, Levy. Your family in Nova Scotia? Oh, New Scotland? Do they film stuff there too? Possibly a game with Victor. Yeah, is she playing a game? Well, you could say yes. I will add Victor, but Victor's part of the Henry game, in my opinion. She's doing this to get back at Victor. I think she's doing this to Henry to get back at Victor. So I'll put in Henry and Victor together. I think they're linked. Knowledge comes at a cost, and because Victor is unearthing so many memories, I believe she's targeting Victor as a result. Just like it targeted Jim for Tabitha gaining all that forbidden knowledge of the past. There has to be repercussions for Victor digging up all these memories on purpose and relaying them to people. Yes, Clara is another game. Already playing with everyone being innocent and God-fearing one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, she's playing with everyone in terms of pretending to be like a godly young girl. Diana says, I think the man in yellow wanted to, 1, terrorize, 2, jog her memory to speed up the game a bit. I am so happy Tabitha went right to Boyd. Me too. She wanted to terrorize Tabitha and jog her memory to speed up the game a bit. That's interesting. You think she wanted her to remember something to speed up the game? I don't know. I don't know if she wants her to remember anything, but I absolutely, she wanted to terrorize her. And I was pleasantly surprised. I have to say, I was not expecting Tabitha to step up and participate in the quest this quickly. I thought she would hesitate at first because of the threat to Ethan, the tacit threat of putting up Ethan's drawings on the RV. I thought that would terrorize the shit out of her. And him saying the threat that he made and choking her, like, the suffering is going to be suffering at a level you've never experienced or whatever that he said, essentially. And it just seemed like, oh my God, she's already so scared. This is going to sideline her even more. And I knew that in the end, she would do her part and join Jade in the quest, and they're going to succeed together in the end. I thought she'd be sidelined for a little bit, though, before she did that. But she jumped right into action, and I'm proud of her for that. She did it. Because she realized, like, they can't just go with the status quo. He went right in their house with a talisman up and everything in the daytime and got Ethan's drawings. That means they're not safe there. They're not safe there. The illusion of safety is gone now. David says, boy in white is the entire circle. Man in yellow is a dot within the circle. What do you mean by that, David? Could you explain a little bit? Levy says Randall. Yes, Randall. Yes. Let me add Randall to this. Add Randall to the list of people she's playing games with. Where is it? My list. Okay. So Randall, the cicadas, tormenting him. I should have thought of that because I already had Marielle down. The chain hallucinations and the screaming she hears. And we saw her do it when she grabbed Marielle's wrist. I think there are certain things she can do to make her powers even more amplified and make them work in a faster way. She could do that to Marielle without touching her like she did before in the ambulance, but notice that the chains, like, I think it lasted a little longer and was more intense in the clinic because Sophia touched her. She was thrown up against a wall, whereas in the ambulance, the chains just grabbed her, but she wasn't like thrown against anything. But when Sophia touched her, it was like more intense. Anyway, I digress though. Let's see. Boyd, Jade. So you think she's playing games with Jade too? So you think that the visions he has of his past lives are from her though? I think I don't think she wants him to remember his past lives. So I think his visions are probably not from her. But maybe you're referring to something else she's doing to him. But like when he sees all the past versions of him, I think it's trying to like warn him in a way, or it's just his residual memories manifesting, his unconscious memories from his past lives. Recon says playing 2-player against Julie, Sophia, and Man in Yellow. Okay, so playing games with Julie. Yeah, basically. What, like, how, in what way? I guess she's sort of. How is she playing games with her though actively? Julie story walks, but the story walking is real. It's not just to mess with her head like she thinks. Maybe I'm just too tired to wrap my head around that one. Like what exactly she's doing to Julie. Diana says, "Oh, good. I really like your videos, Julie." Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Anne-Marie says, also remember what Kenny said about the monsters in chess. Yes, he said, we're running out of spaces on the board, Sheriff. He used this place as a metaphor for chess. Kenny used it like that, saying like the monsters, he used to play with his dad, and his dad would always have him down to his last piece. And he would just be moving around the board trying to avoid his dad. And that's what the monsters are doing to them, picking them off because they know they're going to get them all eventually. Like they only have so many places to run. So that's why they walk. They don't run because they're, and he said they're running out of spaces on the board. So that set it up in the very beginning. And the showrunner said they planted clues to the mystery in the early episodes. So you had Kenny saying that and handing Boyd a bloody chess piece after his dad died. Like that chess piece has been taken off the board. That represented his dead dad. Eliminated. I mean, it's a beautiful metaphor because all the people who are brought into the town, they're chess pieces that the man in yellow or the boy in white can try to influence, manipulate. Boy in white trying to manipulate them for a helpful reason, though, I think. And where was I going with that? Also, yeah, one of the very first scenes of the show was, Kenny and his dad playing chess, setting up the metaphor. The whole thing is a chess game. Yes, and chess is a war game, indeed. L'art de la guerre. Yep, the art of war. Sun Tzu. Anne-Marie says, the other reason the man in yellow is because the guy who made the show saw a man in yellow suit in real life. Yes, indeed. That was one of the what am I saying? My brain is, excuse my brain short circuiting because I'm sleep deprived. I'm like, that was the inspiration. That's the word I was reaching for the man in yellow. Indeed. I loved when Bien, referring to his opponent about chess, says, "You good, me better." Bien was so endearing. In what? What is this? Is this a show you're referring to, Diana? To drink is boire. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. I should have known that. And manger is to eat. Song is blood. I knew that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, Diana. I know. I'll sleep before long. I promise. I just got to get through this breakdown, and I'm okay. I'm okay. I I don't usually have energy drinks, but I have been drinking an energy drink. Just making an exception. I don't usually drink them because they're not good for you. But From also gives me energy. Okay. Yes, Recon is Aussie. I thought so. Yes, they need to keep to stills and stop the trailers, and stop doing early releases. Absolutely agree. And that's why I am not talking about the trailer for the next episode in this stream. Maybe at the very end of the stream, near the end, we'll talk about it with a spoiler warning, but until then, I'm not doing it. I want to give a space to people who don't want to hear about these spoilery trailers. So you won't hear a word out of me until maybe the end with a spoiler warning. Oh, your first name is French. Yeah, you have the French spelling of Amy. That's right. And I prefer that to the regular spelling of Amy. I think it's pretty. I like it. It's prettier that way. It's a beautiful name. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's like that. So Deadwood is like Shakespeare meets late 19th century gold rush town. Fascinating, Mark. It sounds cool. I've heard every plot of a story is basically Shakespeare. Really, Diana? Oh, that's fascinating. I had never heard that. I know a lot of stories are basically the hero's journey too. It's the archetype for so many stories. My vision is starting to get a little wonky. My eyes are having trouble focusing. That's funny. A few days ago, I was awake like for 24 hours just because I was researching medical stuff for Karl to figure out what the hell was wrong with him since the doctors couldn't do it right. And this is a much more fun reason to stay up for this amount of time, to be up for 24 hours. Yeah, straight edge. The boy in white could be just a form and not. I don't think the boy in white was a human. I think Michael Gmerkin's theory is right from our community that the boy in white is an avatar of the magical faraway tree. That is basically its avatar. So if they chop down the tree, we might lose the boy in white, guys. If his theory is right, we might lose the boy in white. And his clothes don't really match. It's sort of 19th century, yeah, but it doesn't match the Ankui kids like era, I don't think, but I could be wrong. Okay, so I know it's not a popular theory, but I know the man in yellow fucked with that bus. Randall plays a part in this. Oh, I'm sure he fucked with that bus. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Okay. Recon says, if Sophia's blood accelerates things, I wonder if she put her blood into the boy in white's drink and now he starts speed running puberty. Maybe so. Yeah, this is a really big question and very hard to answer, David. What do we think season 5 will be if they save the bones season 4? I think the bones will be a dead end this season. There's more they need to do. Oh yeah, because they still have one more season left to go. I would say they need to find the Lake of Tears. That'll be a big thing in season 5. They need to find the Lake of Tears. What if, guys, I just had a thought. Something huge has to happen, I think. Sophia said, like, there's going to be a level of suffering you could never imagine, and blah, blah, blah. Maybe what happens is the flood comes, the talismans no longer work, the flood wipes out the whole town, and the entire group has to trek into the woods. They have to, like, go into the woods and leave the town and like search for the Lake of Tears, and that's season 5, and like they're on the run the whole time. And maybe imagine, oh my god, this would be amazing. Imagine if they find other spaces in the forest previously undiscovered. Remember, it's supposed to be a forest full of nightmares. Dale in season 3 called it it's a forest full of nightmares. Nobody wants to be here because Jade was complaining that he didn't want to be there. Yet we haven't seen that many so-called nightmares in the forest. I find it really funny too that he said that, which is foreshadowing, because it's literally a forest full of nightmares. Tabitha's nightmare, the colonial man's nightmare of the giant dolls came to life in the woods. So it is a forest full of nightmares. And I think that more must be out there. Remember, Martin said the monsters are just the tip of the spear, and there are things out there worse. Oh, and that voice in Sarah's head said, "Tell Mr. Fishenlows I was wrong. You shouldn't have come. There are things out here worse than the monsters." We got to see more of those things out there worse than the monsters. Imagine if they just abandon the town. I think that's what they need to do. Leave the town, trek into the forest, and we discover more crazy shit. Maybe some other little villages from different time periods. Like we had the old settlement. I think there's got to be more out there. And they find different places, and then they unlock like different threats, different entities. So many people have lived there over the course of centuries. So why isn't the place crawling with nightmares? There should be so many nightmares and fears that have come to life from people who have died. So they need to here's the problem though. They don't have a giant budget like a Netflix show would, so they may not have enough budget to show a lot of different kinds of CGI creatures that we've never seen before. But I would love to see that, and I think that it would finally pay off what they have been hyping about the forest and all the things out there worse than the monsters. The cicada entity came from the forest, and technically it was worse than the monsters because it could attack at any time in your sleep and kill you, and you had no defense against it. And if he hadn't smashed that music box, I think that would have killed the whole town. They would have all died in their sleep eventually. So it was worse than the monsters, even though it didn't seem quite as scary. And then the ragdoll monsters, well, they're worse because the talismans don't work on them, and they can just bust through the wall even with the talisman up. But then you can just stab them with one of the totems and kill them. So, that was way too easy. Way too easy. They need to encounter more threats that are worse than the monsters. I'm going to, David, by asking that question, you inspired me. I'm going to talk about that in a prediction video after the season is over. I'm going to talk about that, what I just described as a possibility for how season 5 could go. So thank you for that prompt. You guys give me so many great ideas. You inspire me. You spark ideas in me with things that you say and questions that you ask. And that's what's so great about having discussions with this community and collaborative theory crafting. I love it. Let's see. Okay, so back to the chat here. She pissed off Julie with the whole "it started when you came." Oh, yes. That's one of the games. Thank you. That's another one. Let me add that to the list. Let me see. And see, I can't find. Okay. And who was it who said I forget who said Randall, because I had forgotten Randall. And but yeah, definitely Julie, because she told Ken, she made it seem like it was the Matthews fault. And she was like, "Oh, Kenny, so you're saying that everything got so bad when the Matthews came to town?" And then she told Julie that and upset her. So let's see, everything got worse. Yeah. Definitely need to include a list of all the people who she's playing games with. This is going, like, I'm describing, that's going to be one of the things that's in my next video for episode 9, obviously. And I already had like 4 or 5, and it's definitely, I knew it had to be a lot more than that. Okay. Let's see. Do you think he makes Jade remember some things? Not all. I don't know, Levy. I think he doesn't want them to remember anything, ever. Like, knowledge comes at a cost. He was really pissed that they remember their past lives. I don't think he'd want him to remember anything, but that's just my opinion. I could be wrong. Yes, Diana. If nothing is coincidence, then why were there 6 key players on that bus? That was orchestrated 100%. How did they all wind up on that bus? They were chosen. I definitely believe that. David says season 5 could be a sideways world in the real world, or a series of story walking episodes to past cycles, or just the same as previous seasons. The map of synchronicity, the boy in white self, is the one merging everything together. Oh, I see. That's what you meant before. With the boy in white and the man in yellow. Okay. But yeah, I agree that in the final season, yeah, I predict that Julie will do a lot more story walking to distant past cycles, and we'll learn a lot. NSP says, haha, Julie, we told you. Wait, you told me what? I forget what that was about. That was like 13 minutes ago. Yes, Kenny and his dad playing chess are foreshadowing 100%, Amory, and I love that about this show. The foreshadowing, it is like a great work of literature. It is brilliant. Oh, okay, Levy. Your doc said coffee is good for us, just not multiple cups. Helps the nerves. I wish I liked coffee, but I don't. I don't like the taste. But I think this energy drink is giving me a little more energy. I find myself, I'm talking faster, even though I'm tired. So I think it's working. I'm not going to make a habit of this. They're not good for you. And I got Karl to stop drinking them now. With his health issue that's happening right now, it would be bad. And so he's giving it up. He was pounding energy drinks every day before. Yeah, Anne-Marie, I think this trailer is not as bad as the others, but I still think there's too much in there that I didn't want to know about the finale, so I'm not going to say anything about it for the people who don't want to know, except maybe at the end with a spoiler warning. Oh, you're welcome, Amy. I don't know why you'd get kids are so mean, teasing you over the spelling of your name. I think it's prettier that way. It's beautiful. Yes, Levy. Oh, you're so right. All science fiction like this comes from the times of Alfred Hitchcock and the Twilight Zone. I love those, by the way, both of them. The Twilight Zone is one of my favorite shows of all time, possibly my number one favorite. And I love Alfred Hitchcock Presents, the TV show, and the movies. So yes, there is a sort of Bible they follow. Absolutely, yes. Okay. They better not chop down the tree. What are they thinking? It's their escape route. Yeah, I don't know. I know I think it's important, but not for that reason, because I don't think they can escape that way. The boy in white said that he doesn't think that the tree would take Tabitha to the lighthouse again. When she asked, he said, I don't think so. And I believe he's right. But the tree is powering their reincarnation. I believe without the tree, they're not going to have any more extra lives, and this will be their last chance to save the children. No more reincarnation once they chop it down. What happened to them dogs in the woods? Yeah, greedy God. I don't know what the hell happened to the dogs. That's a good point. Amory says if the town is flooded, maybe the town becomes the Lake of Tears. Maybe it's also descriptive of an event that hasn't happened yet. Yes, it very well could be. The Lake of Tears. It's an interesting name, isn't it? Yes, the town could become it. That could be. Diana says that would be a great season 5. Yeah, what I was talking about. Yes. Them exploring the woods and all the different nightmare creatures, the different kinds of creatures out there. That there should be more. There are at least 2 faraway trees. There are probably more as they traverse the forest together. Yeah, I like that theory. That's a good one. Thanks. I just randomly thought of it, like just on the spot. We need to know more about that damn forest. They need to explore it more. I know there's got to be more out there. The way it was hyped and the way that it was described. Oh yeah. I agree that those kids deserve justice, and that's what saving them means. Figure out what to do with the bones. I think they need to take them to the Lake of Tears. Yeah, like they do have a lot to do. They have to do fears and hopes manifesting, more story walking. This, like, this season feels like a wasted opportunity. They have a lot to do in one season. They do have a lot to do. Yeah. Levy says, I hope you didn't go to Iowa. Their neurology department told me I was unhealthy. Now I can barely walk or adjust to temperatures. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. What the hell? That's horrible. No, I didn't go to Iowa. I went to Avira Hospital. That's where I get my health care now. They all the doctors practice at the hospital around here. We live in a hick place. Wow, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's horrible. Damn. Yeah, doctors have failed me too, trust me. And we're probably going to be I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be suing for malpractice for Karl soon. His doctor in the hospital. Big time. Like I think they're going to owe him big when all is said and done with their negligence. NSB says that's a really good one, Julie, but we had so much anticipation for Julie's storyline this season and it didn't turn out the way we hoped. The writers made her quite boring and annoying this season. Yeah, I have to agree. She didn't do as much story walking as I would have hoped, but I think she's going to do a lot more in the finale. Let's see. It's been more than 4 hours, but I'm loving this a lot. I know, right? And I have a lot more to do, so I better get back to the breakdown. But I'm glad you're loving it. I'm glad. I'm enjoying it too. So I don't want to hurt myself by completely overdoing it, so I better try to keep it moving. I don't really like tea, Amy. I don't really like the taste. I'm sorry you're so tired. That's rough being in the hospital with Karl and dealing with stupid doctors. Yeah, you have no idea. There could be a very serious consequence for him because of their negligence. He shouldn't have even been in the hospital in the first place. If it wasn't for their negligence, his condition wouldn't have progressed to the point where he had to be hospitalized like that. because they were supposed to have referred him to certain specialists months ago, and I didn't know that. I didn't know enough about his condition to understand that, but now I do. I'm armed with knowledge now. I researched a lot. I'm not going to let them screw him over again. I'm going to be on top of things, and it's not going to happen again. But it could cost him. I don't even want to think about it. Oh man, Levy, Karl, don't drink them. I think it messed with my heart. I drank them in school. Yeah, you don't like coffee. I am unfriending you. Sorry, Papa Socks. This is not my thing. I don't like alcohol either. I don't like any adult beverages, I guess. Yes, Karl is going to stop drinking energy drinks now. Thank God. That's a silver lining of what just happened to him. I did not like that he was drinking them all the time. I knew it was bad. The Outer Limits. Yes, Anne-Marie. That's another classic. One Step Beyond is another. It's a deep cut. It's one a lot of people don't know about, but I've watched that a lot. It's another anthology series in the same vein as The Twilight Zone. Papa Sox says, I hope this show doesn't end like The Twilight Zone, where the woman discovers she is a mannequin who thought she was alive. Yeah, I loved that episode of Twilight Zone, but on a series, that would suck. That would suck because we are invested in them for several seasons, and to find out it's fake would be a letdown. If it's an anthology, one episode, that's a cool twist. I loved that one. It was creepy. Hey, Andrea Jean, welcome. Why did all the cabinets open in the first episode? I believe that was Jim as a poltergeist, Jim's spirit, trying to warn them that there's some danger coming. In any way he could. Like, he couldn't appear to all of them at that time, but he wanted to try and warn them, hey, be on your guard. There's danger out here. And Papa Socks, I think they're not going to make us so confused by the series finale. I don't think so. I don't think that'll happen. Yes, I loved the intro of Outer Limits. Yes, do not adjust your channel. Yeah, we for the next hour, we will control all that you see and hear. We control the horizontal. We control the vertical. We can shape, what you see to anything our imaginations conjure up or something like that. It's creepy. I love the intro. It's a classic. And yes, Diana, rural areas need more services closer to the people and better services. That is the role of good government. That's not too much politics. You're absolutely right. That's just common sense and common decency. That's not political. You're right, Diana, and this is wrong. We're a really underserved area over here, out in the middle of nowhere. Yes, I agree. Worst part about medical care in rural areas is that they are pushing telehealth and they need in-person doctors, not watered-down medical care. Yeah, Emery, Karl literally had to have an infectious disease specialist examine his toe on a screen remotely because there was no infectious disease doctor around here. And he had a very serious, dangerous infection that could lead to serious consequences. I'm not going to even get into that, but they couldn't even be there to examine it, so it had to be on a screen, and they used a camera. Someone held up a camera to his foot so that the guy could get a good look at it and examine it remotely. It's terrible. Night Gallery was good too, Diana. Wow. Yeah, Amy, you got to be careful and get multiple opinions from doctors sometimes. You got to do that. You got to be careful. You're in a small town too? Oh, man. Awful. Just awful. Anyway, okay. Back to the breakdown. So Henry finds this. So he notices this carousel horse in Colony House, and he's like, what the hell, And I loved this detail. I noticed this earlier in season 4, and I was like, how long has that been there? I don't remember seeing it until now. I guess it was probably always there, and I just didn't notice. But this is proof that things are manifested there, not just from nightmares and fears. Plus bottle tree was manifested by Hope. But I think this horse was manifested by some kid's dream, vivid imagination, and some kid. Because how else would it get there? Like Henry said, how did this get there? Someone couldn't have brought it here in their car. So what is it doing here? It was manifested. I think everything in this place was manifested by hope, dreams, fears, or nightmares, unless someone brought it in their cars. So it was a great question Henry asked, actually. And, the fact that he's having these hallucinations is causing him to question everything around him and look at it a bit more closely and scrutinize. That's why he's now noticing this. Like, who travels with a carousel horse? And Patty's just like, well, I figured it was always here. She offers him cookies. She's complacent like everybody else. Like, they're not focused on those details because they're too busy trying to survive. But now he's noticing it. So she said, like, baking used to help with her nervousness, but now nothing really helps, which is sad. I thought Patty was going to be a bitch and make things difficult for Tabitha, but so far she seems really nice. So I don't know. Maybe she'll change in season 4, but for now, she's very likable, actually. I feel bad for her. Henry then picks up a cookie, starts to take a bite, and a hallucination begins with him eating a French fry as Victor sits at a table with him. So now he's in another room. He's not in his hospital bed. He's in a wheelchair and in a common area. And let's see. So interesting thing about this area, there are butterflies back there. I've got a better shot of that though. But let's see, where is it? Yeah, behind Victor, there are butterflies all over that window. Julie once wore a shirt covered in butterflies. Incidentally, this is a weird coincidence that we're covering this episode today, but if you see that man sitting in the chair with himself hooked up to an IV there, that was literally Karl today, because he has to have IV infusion treatments every day for 6 weeks. So he had to go there, but it was really quick. It didn't take long at all, thankfully, at the hospital. But that's weird that happened to be there. Anyway, so Victor says, Dad, I brought some provolone cheese from home, just like you like it, and puts it on his sandwich. And Victor is so normal here that it's weird. He's so normal as non-traumatized Victor. He smiles, and when the hell have we ever seen our Victor smile? It's not normal for him. I've seen the actor outside of the show smile, but not as Victor. Not that I can remember ever. He says, so you thought about what Dr. Boyd said? Dr. Boyd? So that's his doctor's name, Dr. Boyd. So this hallucination wants him to believe that he dreamed up a character named Boyd using the name of his actual doctor as he's in a coma here. Bullshit. And Victor's like, oh, yeah, right. That's the sheriff's name, is Boyd. Henry asks how he knows, and Victor's like, well, you mumble sometimes, Dad, so we've heard all the names. Boyd, Donna, Ethan. Have you thought about what Ethan said? Have you thought about what she said about the anchor that's keeping you there? And wow, I was shocked by how much not shocked, but like, wow, I was blown away by how hard this hallucination is not even trying to be remotely subtle. It is really pushing killing Victor. Wow. I thought it might be a little more subtle than that. As soon as they mentioned an anchor in the previous episode, I knew it was going to be Victor, but they just spelled it out right here. Henry's like, yeah, I can't because it's you. Victor, you're the anchor. You're what's keeping me there. So the doctor wants me to eliminate you, to kill you. no. And Victor's like, Dad, that's not me. That broken boy who grew up alone, he's not real. He's not real. Look at me. I'm not alone. I'm here. I have a family who misses you very much. And if what the doctor says is true and you just let go of that version of me and you get to come back to us, isn't that what you want? And Henry's like, of course. Of course that's what he wants. He wants this life. He wants Victor as a normal, whole person emotionally, not broken. And with a grandson, with Victor's son as his grandson, Henry's, and Eloise is alive. And next, I think Miranda's probably going to show up in the next episode. It's hallucination. She's got to be alive to sweeten the pot on top of it. This is just so cruel. I mean, dangling everything he could want in front of his nose, and trying to get him to do something horrific just to hold on to this fake reality. It's not going to work. It's not going to send him into this other reality forever. This reality is fake. It's clearly fake. Let's see. And if I could zoom in on those without it getting blurry, I would, but yeah, you can't read anything. But I'm sure it's not that important anyway, or bad at all. And then Henry's like, well, how could I with my bare hands? Meaning kill Victor. And Victor's like, Dad, the doctor said that once you accept that it's a dream, the dream is going to provide you with everything you need. You just need to accept it isn't real. So the situation is just going to manifest itself for him. Speaking of manifestation. And so it's just going to fall into place. And I think the pieces are falling into place already with Victor getting put in jail later this episode. He'll be there alone, I think. Everyone else is distracted by their missions, and Victor can just go in there and do it. I mean, Henry can go in there and do it. And it's just horrible what they're doing to these two. Horrible. They were just such a sweet pair when Henry showed up in town, and his long-lost dad is so loving and accepting of Victor, even as broken as he is, saying, I will always protect you. It's my job to take care of you now. And he can't do that anymore. And it's heartbreaking. This is just a devastating storyline, but I can't deny how brilliantly written it is. It's genius. And then Henry snaps out of this. And then, he's approached by the real Victor. And Victor's like, Dad, are you okay? Henry says he's fine. Victor's like, you don't look fine. And he tries to talk to him more, but Henry cuts him off, saying he needs to be alone right now. And he doesn't even look at Victor. Like, he looks at him quickly and then he looks away. He can't even look at him, knowing that he needs to kill him. He believes that he needs to kill him. It's just horrible. Poor Victor. And they remember how cute they were when Victor said they were going to be roommates. My dad and I are going to be roommates now. He doesn't have to be alone anymore. It was so adorable for like a minute. Now it's already over. So Karl told me something about that hallucination. I got to go back and look for. He said that he heard. Oh yeah, this is interesting. I hadn't noticed this detail myself. But Karl pointed out that on the flat screen TV in the common room of this hallucination, there's a forest. Another clue about Fromville. The forest there, that's practically a character in the show. It's so important. And in his room, he had the runes in the artwork and the yellow walls. There are clues to Fromville in these hallucinations. So, and yeah, usually when people say they are fine, they're usually not fine. That's true. That's true, Amy. If RCO thinks Henry will not kill his son, I'll do a poll. I'll do a poll and see what the majority think whether he'll actually do it. Anne-Marie says, doctors told my sister her cancer was necrotic tissue. Oh my God, that's horrific. Karl actually has some necrotic tissue in his toe, thanks to these idiot doctors letting his condition progress to the point where his infection is in the bone and the joint of his toe now. It's a diabetic thing that you can get, and they should have been on top of it and referring him to infectious disease specialists and a podiatrist long before they actually referred him to a podiatrist. And they never involved infectious disease until he had to be hospitalized and it was already in the bone. So if anything happens to his toe, or God forbid anything else, God forbid a million times, they are going to get sued. But so far they say that his foot is not at risk. It's just the toe that's infected. And it makes me so angry. Anyway, I digress. I agree. Alcohol is disgusting. And yes, that was definitely an old carousel horse. I don't think it was there before this season either. I think it may have been manifested there, Diana, recently. You guys think Sophia touched Patty and mojoed her? When exactly? Oh, Patty's magic cookies. You think that something's in the cookies, Diana? Oh. It's possible. It's possible. This is interesting. Thank you for this information, David, because I believe that the entity is some kind of trickster and maybe a spider trickster. The ways to beat the spider trickster are take advantage of extreme overconfidence, turn the web against the weaver, force mirror deception. Okay. Shapeshifters hide their true identity by stealing the faces of others to manipulate their victims. In folklore, a trickster can be defeated if they are forced to confront their true reflection. I like it. I like it. Man in Yellow is just trolling him with that Dr. Boyd thing. Oh, yeah. The whole thing is a troll. Trolling him with this entire thing. Yeah, Henry's lunch in the home was the perfect definition of a nothing burger, right? Instead of trying to break out of the web, Jade and Tabitha must map its geography, decipher the historical cycle. They can manipulate the time loops to ensnare the man in yellow in a paradox he didn't write. I like that, David. I really like that idea. Nice. Great esoteric theory crafting. Yeah, Henry loves his son. That's a sway that's hard to manipulate. That's true, Emery, but he thinks that this is his son now. So what are you going to do? I mean, he thinks that this normal Victor is his son. And he is pretty astute, Diana, but with the man in yellow's blood in him, that's going to be the key. If it wasn't for the blood being able to control him like that, I don't think regular, like, if he were having visions without the blood, I don't think he'd actually listen to them. Yeah, people in a coma eat? I don't think so, NSB. No, if he's coming in and out of a comatose state, he would have a feeding tube. They wouldn't bring him to the canteen to feed him. I thought that was really weird, NSB. Didn't make sense. Yeah, they get IV nutrition. That's right. That's right, Emery. By playing into the man in yellow's overconfidence, they can lure him into overextending his power, making a critical mistake that exposes his physical vulnerability. I agree, David. I think it's going to be something like that. Imagine if Eloise shows up like right after Henry offs himself, and hopefully not Victor. Oh my God. And Eloise just rolls in. Football says, just came up with this thought. What if Eloise does show up in the division and it's one of the characters in From? That would be fucking wild. Oh yeah, you mean in the hallucination. Yeah. I've thought of that too. Somebody actually said to me, what if it's Abby? What if Abby shows up? I think that might have been Karl who told me that. That would be crazy. And she's the right age. And, you know, if it were Abby, then it could kind of point to guess what? Abby was Eloise, like Michael Merkin says in the chat. Recon says, how could this even be tempting? Henry's been looking for the bottom of the bottle for 40 years because he lost Victor, and within weeks he's okay with ending his life. I don't get it. But he doesn't think he's ending his life. He thinks he's getting it back. That's the thing. He thinks he's getting his life back. That he doesn't believe, he's losing the belief that the Fromville life is real. He thinks that it's a delusion. That's the thing. That's the thing that we have to remember, and then it explains it. Hey there, Vicestis. Welcome. Hello from Spain. Good job always. Thank you so much, and welcome. That is so cool to see you. So cool to see. See, this is the thing about streaming so early in the morning here. We've got so many awesome international people who can join us. So cool. I love to see it. People from around the world showing up. It is trippy. I just love it. Dr. Soapy, welcome. Mark says, I think Henry will be able to muster courage and love to save Victor from his delusions commands. Well, let's hope so. It's possible, but butterflies symbolize transformation. Yes, they do. They do. So what could that mean? Why are they there? Is Henry going to transform into some kind of monster who kills his own son, or tries to? Maybe it means that, I would say. Let's see. Oh, when Sophia and Patty were standing side by side on the front porch, Diana, so you think she must have, like, how would she have gotten the blood to her to get into the cookies, though? That was what I wonder, if you're saying that. Did you guys hear about the spin-offs? What spin-offs, Dr. Soapy? I don't know about any spin-offs. Please do share whatever it is you're talking about. Hey, Umbra, nice to see you. It's been a while, my friend. How are you? How are you doing? How is your channel doing? NSV said, remember when Henry for a second thought he wished Victor would have been dead when he first met him? The idea that this Victor is happier is too tempting for a father. Absolutely. I remember that, NSB. All right, moving on. Got to pick up the pace here, so I can get done with this in like the next hour max. I have to. Christy goes to see Boyd, and get my notes back up. My phone keeps closing itself because the battery's low, I guess. Let me plug it in. Okay, so Boyd asks Christy where Fatima is now, and she says at the clinic. She wants to know what the plan is to deal with Fatima's issue, and he's like, I don't know. He literally doesn't even have time to deal with his daughter-in-law turning into a nightmare creature right now. He doesn't usually neglect her. I'm kind of surprised because normally he drops everything for family now. Ever since he neglected Abby to go out in the woods and he wound up having to shoot her, he puts his family above everybody, even when it's kind of fucked up. Like Fatima killed Tilly and then he hid her and covered it up and let her body just be found later. So I'm surprised he's not kind of dropping everything and focusing more on Fatima. But I mean, what can he do, though? There's not much. So I'm glad that he's not doing that. And Christy is still too tied to this place and not believing they can get out of here. So she's too focused on that and not their escape attempt. And he says the best thing we can do is just get her the fuck out of here. So he asks Christy to come out to the bottle tree and bring medical supplies just in case people get hurt when they go down into the tunnels, and have Marielle stay with Fatima. So yeah, this is how Marielle's probably going to die, left alone with Fatima. Let's see. So over at the Matthews house, Tabitha tells Julie and Ethan that the man in yellow was there in the house and the talisman didn't stop him from coming in, and Tabitha doesn't know why. And she admits that he's the one who killed their dad. And it was because of what they figured out, her and Jade. Knowledge comes at a cost. That's what it means. So Julie asks, who's next? You're still looking for answers, right? Who's he going to kill next? And this is the kind of thing that I thought would sideline Tabitha for a bit longer. But she kept on working towards, she joined Jade. She's been sidelined all season, but she finally rejoined the quest instead of being scared off of it. Ethan worries that he's going to be next. He has a dark mentality sometimes, He's had to grow up too fast. And Tabitha promises that she's not going to let him take them out. But Julie's like, how are you going to stop that? Can't you see what this place is doing to you? It lies. Do you honestly believe that you've been here over and over and over again? That you're some ancient savior? She doesn't believe in the reincarnation at all. And she's just totally disillusioned. She thinks that the story walking was just to fuck with her head, and that this reincarnation thing is to fuck with Tabitha's head. But that's just because this place throws so many lies at them that they don't believe the truth when it's staring them in the face, just like Elgin said. This place is full of illusions, and it obscures the truth. That's why Julie's shirt had illusions written on it as a clue when they first arrived in town, a clue to us. That they weren't going to encounter a lot of that. But not everything is an illusion. Julie says that she thought she was traveling through time, that she could change things and save Dad, but what she was really doing was just giving herself seizures. She also admits she saw the man in yellow standing in the middle of the street eating a bunch of dead people. Finally, she shares that information with somebody. It took her long enough. That's kind of important information to share, that she knew that they found the yellow suit in the woods, I think. So she should have told them. Yeah, this is not an illusion. Story walking is real. She just can't save Jim because she wasn't meant to. She wasn't meant to, it's like a determinism thing. The story was already told. She failed to save him. That's it. The story is told one way, and then she failed. The end. Like, you cannot go back and change it. It's still very real. And this place doesn't only lie. Christopher told the boy in white in that flashback, like, everything here lies. No, that's not true. And Randall said that there's nothing true here also. Like, there's nothing good here, or nothing's trying to help, or something like that. And he's wrong too. Ethan is right that there are some things trying to help. Don't be scared to believe, like he told Tabitha. There are some things there that are trying to help, and she needs to believe in that. So Julie goes and gets a talisman, and she's like, how do these work? Who made them? Did you make them? And since Tabby doesn't know, she's like, well, if you have all these memories, shouldn't you know this? And if you don't, maybe that's because it's not real. And she says, this place lies to us so much that we hurt ourselves and we hurt each other. So that we hurt ourselves and we hurt each other. Please stop giving it what it wants. I understand why she feels that way, that this place is all just one big mindfuck. But yeah, it's not. She needs to open up her mind more. And she will. I'm sure she'll get back on track and story walking again soon. So outside the clinic, Clara squeezes her blood into a thermos, and it's so nasty. A thermos with planes on it, airplanes. I wonder if that has any significance. Let me know in the chat if you think the fact that they put airplanes on this thermos, if that means anything at all. I don't know. I probably no airplane is ever going to manifest. I'm going with boat, obviously, but I just thought it was interesting. Yeah, this is terrible. I can't believe she's doing this just to save her own skin, not even to save everybody. So she comes in and tells Marielle that she brought something for Fatima, a family remedy. She goes to Christy. I mean, not Christy. She goes to Fatima, who's putting together a puzzle, just like the Fromville puzzle that we're trying to put together. And, she's like, I heard you weren't feeling great, so I made this for you. It's an old family recipe, a mix of berries, herbs. I had to improvise with a couple ingredients. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Fatima, she was just going to drink it later, maybe. She didn't right away. And Clara's like, you really need to drink it while it's fresh. It'll make you feel better, I promise. Fatima's like, sure, can't hurt, right? Cheesy line. I'm sorry, but like, I really loved this episode, but there were a bunch of cheesy lines. Can't hurt, right? The ironic line, of course it's going to hurt her. And some of the things Sophia said, like, Clara, like, do it or I'll do horrible things to you, and stuff like that. I don't know. It was a little cheesy. And the drink is kind of like, ugh. Apparently the blood doesn't taste very good. When Henry drank the blood, he was like, oh, that one, he looked at it and he was like, that one was stronger. Clara says, I know it doesn't taste great. Take care of yourself. And she leaves. And as she's leaving, she has her hand over her mouth and looks like she's crying a bit. So she is upset by what she's doing to her, but not so upset that she will stop working for Sophia. I know at this point Sophia is probably going to kill her if she doesn't comply because she knows too much. So she'll kill her. It's like being in the mob. You can't just quit. She's working for the ultimate mob boss. So that's that. She's stuck. I don't think she's an evil person, but I don't hold her in high regard when she made that a pact, just to so she could escape and nobody else. I think that's shitty. Okay, where are we? Clara, by the way, has crows on her bag. Really? Which bag? I never saw that before. I'll have to take that out. I mean, check that out. Don't mind me if I say weird things. I have to take that out. I've been awake for 25 hours right now. I'm very tired. I love how Clara said, I made this for you, and I know it doesn't taste good. All right, Recon. Thermos should have had boats on it. I agree, Laura. I don't know why there are planes there. Marielle accepted that way too quickly for a patient that's probably alive on magic, right, NSB? I feel like she shouldn't have accepted it, and maybe if Christy had been there, she would have said no. I wouldn't have drank it either, Amy. No way. Dr. Soapy says, the boy in white is Thomas, the thing Tabitha and Jim's worst nightmare fear when they lost Thomas. Oh, that's a cool theory. Like, and somehow he grew a bit, obviously, from when he was a baby. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. Let's see. So, they're ending with only 5 years. The ratings are high. Yeah, I wish they wouldn't. I wish they'd have more. Good morning, Jen. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well this morning. Lovely, Jen. Anyway, what else did I miss here in the chat before I continue? Yeah, what did the spinoff mean, Dr. Soapy? Oh, Dr. Soapy says the first one will be the origins of Smiley. They don't want to be the Walking Dead and drag out forever. That's why they're ending with only 5 years. The ratings are high. Oh, okay. And then you're saying they're going to do spin-offs. I hope that's true. I really do. Like, where did you hear that, if you don't mind me asking? where did you hear that? Because that would be amazing if they were going to do that. And I just haven't heard. A man protects his family unless there is landscaping to be done, right, Recon? A man protects his family is his mantra, right? So it's kind of weird. Yeah, and yeah, but if the bones thing works, then Fatima will be saved too. And yes, that is why NSB. There's nothing else he can do for her. So yeah, you're right. Laura says Julie is just mad that her mom is more special than she is. Yeah. Yeah, maybe so. Okay. Yeah, I'm tired of this. I don't believe it's real anymore. Julie needs to get over it already. Agreed, NSB. Recon says if Julie can story walk and go to the chapters in the story, wouldn't you maybe go into the future and get a heads up? Have we been told the rules of story walking or going to the past? No, we haven't been told that, Recon. So that's interesting, I don't know. I think hopefully there is no distant future because they're going to get out of there and break the curse. But maybe like slightly in the future could help. I could see that. Like, and then a bootstrap paradox. Clara is a coward. It's different from being just selfish. If she got the chance, she could help someone, but she is too cowardly to do it. True, NSB. She's selfish and cowardly. Yes, Elgin also has the crow t-shirt. The man in yellow get in with weak-willed people like Sarah, Elgin, Diana, Henry. Victor said that Henry is not strong like his mom. She preys on the weak. She targets them that way. So Elgin is weak-minded. He's really dumb, and he was able to be duped by the kimono lady. Sarah, mentally ill, taking advantage of that. Henry is an alcoholic and, dealing with so much grief. And Clara is just a coward. So there you go. All right. Okay, so let's keep going. So Victor goes to the grave site of Miranda and Eloise, and he's like, I don't know where else to go. Tabitha says that she was my mom, so that means you're not even here, but I don't know where else to go. Like he wants to talk to his mom's spirit. So he does that, and it's really sad and emotional. And he's like, I think there's something wrong with Dad, and I don't know how to help him. Tabitha said we're going to go home, but what if he doesn't make it that long? I don't know things that I'm supposed to say to someone. Poor Victor. He doesn't have enough social skills to know how to help his dad. And there's Eloise's stone, or is it? I think it's some rando girl, not Eloise. Anyway, so then poor Victor. I just felt his pain so much. And then the boy in white shows up saying, Victor says, go away. This is private. And then he says, what do you want? Boy in white says, do you know what the others are doing? Going into the tunnels to get the bones so everyone can go home, Victor says. And boy in white's like, did you know that they're going to pull down the tree? The bottle tree? Yep. He said, I told you before that tree is important. You can't let that happen. So predictable. Once again, the boy in white saying the tree is important. You can't let them chop it down. And I think that's because it's powering the reincarnation cycle of Tabitha and Jade. That's not my theory. It's Michael Gmerkin from the chat. I believe that theory is right. And once they chop down that tree, they won't have any more reincarnation lifetimes to try and save the children and everyone else. And no one can break this curse without Tabitha and Jade. So it will remain cursed forever, drawing new people in. This is my part of the theory where I deviate from Michael. I think that it'll draw new people in forever. It'll still claim new victims, this place. And So that's why the boy in white's trying to protect that tree. I do think he wants them to get the bones, just not that way. Why do I think that? He wants to help. There's been so much evidence that he wants to help, and I think the bones are going to help, but they're going to cost them in the meantime. They're going to have to pay and suffer for getting them. He said, "You're running out of time," to Tabitha and Henry. Later, Ghost Khatri said to Boyd, "You're running out of time." I believe the Ghost Khatri is working with him, being sent by him to guide Boyd, but I think they wanted him to get the bones a different way. And that's my opinion, how I reconcile that, because it is kind of confusing. If they're on the same side, then, why is Khatri pushing to listen to Jade's plan and do it? And the boy in white is saying, you can't chop down that tree. So, because there are other ways to get to the bones. There are multiple cave entrances, and they've been down there multiple times before, and nothing ever happened. But all of a sudden, it's certain death. They act like to go down there. It's a suicide mission. Like, dude, you've been down there multiple times. These people. So, I don't know. But plot device at any rate. So now Victor is going to try to stop this from happening. Hold on, let me just close a few tabs because there are so many that... All right, that's better. So, oh, I lost my, no, I didn't. My notes are right here. I just have to get back to my spot. Damn, I still have a lot more of the episode to cover, and we're a lot of hours in. I don't know what to do. I may have to do more tomorrow night or something. Shit. I'm like halfway through the episode now. Halfway. Jesus. No, I want to try and get it done. I'm going to try. Maybe if I just go through it a little bit quicker and just, don't read the whole chat. Let me just do, before I go further, let me see. I was going to do a poll. Start a poll. Will Henry kill Victor? Or what will Henry do? Kill Victor and himself, or unalive. Almost unalive Victor and let's see, unalive himself. Victor is saved by somebody. I can't write everything I want to write because there aren't enough characters. But unalive himself only because Victor is saved. That's option 2. Let's see. Unalive himself. No attempt on Vic. I'll put Vic because there aren't enough characters. And then let's see. Decide not to unalive anyone. Okay. So take the poll and let me know what you think. What is going to happen with Henry? I tried to write it as easily as I could. Hi M3 says Henry might just take himself out. Okay. Hey, S. Madison. Hello, Julie. Are you doing Widow's Bay soon? I'm definitely going to cover season 2 of Widow's Bay, and I loved season 1. I really do. So if people are interested, I know the season is already over, so I just assumed that people wouldn't be interested in a live on Widow's Bay. because the season is over. But if people are interested in talking about Widow's Bay for a live stream or two, I would totally talk about it because I loved it. It was awesome. It'd be fun to do a live talking about it. So let me know in the chat if anyone would be interested in watching a live on Widow's Bay. We wouldn't obviously do a ton of them in the off season, but let me know, and I'll think about it, and I'll run a poll on my channel. If you go to my channel page and my posts later after the stream, I'll make a poll and see if people would want a live stream talking about Widow's Bay. I'll make a poll in my Discord too. I wanted to do it when the show was running, but I just didn't have time because I had to devote all my channel time to working on From, and even then I struggled to get everything done fast enough. Let's see. Agree, NSB. Victor's never going to manage alone. Yeah, he's always going to need somebody to take care of him. Recon. Victor sees Boy in White and is like, this fucking guy, right? Yeah, Widow's Bay is super good, right, Laura? So that's a yes. Nene says yes and hi, by the way. S. Madison is at episode 7. Amazing. Okay, I'm glad you said that. I won't spoil anything about how it ends, but just get ready for an amazing rest of the season because it just gets better and better. I think the second half of the season was even better than the first, and it made me fall in love with it. It made me absolutely love the show. It's phenomenal. The finale was phenomenal. You're gonna love it. And yeah, I'll probably do a live then. David, sorry, I'm tired. Darrell says I'd watch a Widow's Bay live stream. Okay, so I'll do a poll, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recon. Nene says, please do it, Julie. Okay. I am 3, Widow's Bay. Oh, so that's 6. That's 6 for Widow's Bay. I take that as a yes, Amy. That's 7. Yes, RCO. Yeah, don't worry. I won't spoil anything. NSB, you got it. And I try not to do that anyway. I try not to spoil other shows when I'm not doing a stream on that show. Even if it's a show that's been out for a while, I try not to say any big spoilers. I won't say a word. Mum's the word. Yeah, you're going to love it. It's fantastic. If you enjoy From, you're going to love it. Nene says, hey, Julie, hope you're feeling well. Hey, nice to see you. And I hope you're feeling well, too. I'm doing a little better than I had been. I'm feeling better than usual today, so I'll take it. You know, every day is a battle, but I'll take it. And Lori, hey, Real Cinema Therapy, nice to see you. Lori says, hey, Julie, Widow's Bay is wonderful. Yes, I absolutely loved it. And in the chat, please don't spoil anything in the chat because NSB has not gotten past episode 1. So let's not spoil anything at all for her. Okay, so no spoilers for Widow's Bay, please, and thank you. Yes, I wish the episodes were longer too. A lot of them are like 30-something minutes long, and I wanted like 40. Well, I really wanted an hour. Yeah, it's a slow burn at first, and then wow, it really picks up. You know, puts the pedal to the metal and picks up steam, and wow, it's fantastic. No spoilers. So Amy thinks Henry would try to hurt himself and Victor stops him. Okay. Right. So, okay. I'm going to go through this scene just pretty quick. I thought this was redundant. Boyd already cussed out God in season 2, I think. And I thought it was that scene was more impactful and better written than this one. I feel like this was just a bit redundant. Okay, time to cuss out God again. Boyd hates God, and you know, I didn't like the right. I don't know who wrote this episode, but some of the lines I really didn't think were as high quality as usual. And this was another case. I've been pointing it out all through this stream. He's like, I just want you to know that I'm not here for me. I don't fucking like you. I think I've made that pretty clear. I've made peace with whatever shit you got planned for me. I'm here for my son. I'm here for Fatima. Hey, don't do this. You hear me? Whatever the shit is you're pulling, don't do this. Whatever it is you have against me, there are good people here. Get these people home. So Boyd literally thinks that God just has a beef with him and is punishing everyone. Collective punishment. Which doesn't make any sense because he knows this has been going on for centuries now. So how could it just be them getting punished because of him? That doesn't really make sense. And, you know, so he thinks God is just a mean bully. And, you know, what he doesn't know is the man in yellow entity, you know, he's the one who's responsible for all this. And Sarah comes in and says, Christy said you were looking for me. Okay. So Boyd confides in her about Fatima. Based on the blood pressure and heart rate, she should be dead right now. And he's like, when Fatima went missing, you came to me and said the voices were laughing because they knew that I couldn't save her. But we did. We found her. She's okay. The voices were wrong. We saved her, didn't we? Sarah says, I don't know. And the way Boyd says, didn't we? He's definitely questioning whether Fatima is destined to die after all because of that pregnancy. It's still going to kill her. And I believe it is. Except it might actually be a fate worse than death. They didn't save her. She's going to turn into a nightmare creature. They can't even die. It's even worse than death. It's happening. And so they didn't save her. The voices were not lying. And Boyd is realizing that. Just look at his face. Harold is an amazing actor. Just look at his face. He's realizing that maybe they didn't save her after all. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Yeah, Diana, he's hoping that God might intercede, but it seems like God doesn't have dominion over Fromville. You know? It's like he's yelling at his stepdad or something, right? Hi, I'm 3. Hey, you changed your display name. And so NSB, I'll just still use that, I guess. It's repetitive, but so funny when Boyd cusses at God. It is funny. I do love Boyd. It's always funny when he cusses at anyone. Okay. So yes, Sarah is a kind of a lovely person now, Darrell. I have to agree. Oh, Amy, you'd like to come on panel sometime. That's awesome. That's awesome. And you've been on panel before and did an amazing job. And we're way too hard on yourself because you don't even come off as nervous. Even when you said you were, I couldn't tell. You know, you have a lovely speaking voice. Just so nice to listen to. I love your voice, Amy. It's beautiful. I love your accent. And you know, it like you're so much better at it than you thought. So that would be great. I want to do more call-ins. And I know I said I was going to do call-ins during this season, and I wound up not doing enough of the theory prediction live streams as I had planned on doing, and those were going to be the call-in ones. Things were just overwhelming and got out of hand this season for me. My pain got out of control, but I am like, I want to do some theory and prediction call-in streams after the season is over and finally let some people call in. And so absolutely, Amy, that would be amazing. I would love that. So Hi, I'm3 says, well, my theory about Fatima wasn't too far off. I mean, unfortunately, but at least my ego is appeased. Yeah, you're not too far off. How is Karl doing now? I know we've asked this 1,000 times, but I haven't heard his voice for a long time in this stream now. Oh, and NSB, that's just because it's 5:24 a.m. in the morning here, and Karl and I had been awake since like 25 and a half hours ago. We had been awake since then. So Karl, he just needed to go to sleep. That's all. He's fine. I mean, he's battling something right now. He's in the middle of, dealing with this health crisis, but he's stable. He's doing much better, and he just needed to get some sleep. That's all. Like I should be doing. But anyway, but thank you for asking. I appreciate so much that you care, and like so many compassionate, lovely people in this community, and I can't thank you enough for caring, for your empathy, and caring about me and about Karl now. It means a lot to both of us to have a support system, because we really don't have that. Neither of us have a good support system. We don't have a big enough support system. You need a support system when you're battling a lot in life, and we just don't have enough. And thanks to you guys, we have a much better one. So and I feel like we're not as alone because of you all. I really do, and it's a beautiful thing. So now over here in this scene, this was excellent. I loved this one. So okay, why am I in the wrong part of my notes? So at the Matthews house, Ethan comes out while Tabitha is staring at this talisman and the two people stick figures on it, and wondering what it means, contemplating it. Finally, she's thinking. Ethan comes out and says, "Do you think he was really Dad? We went to the lake. We went to the settlement because Dad told me to find the Lake of Tears. Then bad things happened. Do you think it was really him?" So he's wondering if Ghost Jim was really him or something evil. And this is something I've contemplated. Was it something evil trying to hurt him? Because they wound up at the settlement almost getting hurt over there. But I don't think that was Ghost Jim's intention. That's just something these two decided to do, to look for the Lake of Tears. I think Ghost Jim was actually trying to help. And it felt genuine. The emotion felt genuine when he hugged Ethan. He closed his eyes. That's a telltale sign. If you look at his body language, as he hugged Ethan, he hugged him tightly, and the emotion was still genuinely on his face, and he closed his eyes when Ethan couldn't see his face as they were hugging. And that is a thing to look for on TV and in movies. When people hug, look at their face. Sometimes if the person is not being genuine, their face changes when they're in the middle of the hug, because the person they're hugging can't see their face. And so that's a trope. Like you see their face change, like, I'm actually evil. And, but Ghost Jim, he closed his eyes, and he had no reason to do that when Ethan couldn't see his face. He looked genuinely emotional to be hugging him. I think that was really Ghost Jim trying to help. It just turned out badly with what they chose to do, to look for the Lake of Tears. So I think it was the real spirit of Jim, sent by the boy in white, who was talking to him out in the woods, giving him direction. And that's why he kept looking out there. So Ethan says, "I think this place tries to make us afraid." Ethan dropping wisdom here. Important. Take notes on this. "I think this place tries to make us afraid so we won't believe in the things that can help us. All those things you remember, you should listen to what it's trying to tell you. Don't be scared to believe." Boom. Take notes. That is important. Ethan is a mouthpiece for the writers to give us a guide to how this place works. He is our little guide, and he's the guide to the adults in this show. I think that's his role to play in all of this. The boy in white chose him as the child to guide the adults, and a little child shall lead them. This place started with the victimization of children, sacrificing them, and I think it needs to in order to complete this and end the curse, they need to end it with the empowerment of a child, letting a child help guide them and listening to their advice. That's important. And Ethan was given insight into how this place works by the boy in white, I believe, psychically, when he had his seizure. So he also knows so much about quests. I made a whole theory video on Ethan before season 4 began, saying Ethan is the key. Listen to him. He's almost always on point. Every now and then he gets things wrong because he gets scared and negative. But this is where you need to listen to him when he says stuff like this. And it's just like what Elgin said. There are so many lies coming at them that they don't see the truth when it's staring them in the face. And back in season 1, Ethan said they should ask when they were putting questions on the wall, he said they should ask who here is trying to help. Because he sensed it even then, that there was something there trying to help them. So there you go. So more of this theme that there is truth there. There is truth. Elgin said he believes there has to be truth there. Not everything is an illusion or a facade, a ruse, a trick. Then just as if on cue, right? He says that, don't be scared to believe. And as if on cue, who appears but the Ankui kids? Once again, this is one of the entities that are offering her the truth, staring her in the face. This is one of the entities that can help them. Believe in the entities that can help, including the Ankui kids. And listen to what they're trying to tell her. This is advice she needs to take right now that Ethan just gave her, and she does. She looks at them and she takes in the message. They're all pointing at her, and instead of getting scared this time, like, oh my god, no, she's not scared anymore. She's calm and she really focuses, like, what are they trying to tell me? And they all 7 of them are there pointing. All 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And why? Because they're saying, it's you, Tabitha. You need to go down and unearth our bones. You need to do it. You are important on this quest. It has to be you. Plus, she's holding the talisman. So they're also pointing at the talisman. Look at that. It's you and Jade. Those 2 stick figures are her and Jade in an endless cycle, getting reincarnated, going around and around. The talisman is an oval shape, but it has that circular, not circular, but it has that continuous loop going around it. That's what they're in, and they're surrounded by runes that look like trees on the talisman, and they've got the sun and the moon cycle. I mean, it's perfect, and she finally gets it, what it means. She finally gets it. So I think they're kind of pointing at both her and the talisman. I just loved that. I loved that scene. I love that she's figuring things out, finding answers. So fantastic scene. Let's see. And as Pete blames God for hitting your toe. That's funny. I think God has something to do with it. Yeah, I understand. Sometimes I get mad at God too. Like, why are you doing this to me? Like, why don't you help me out? Do something to help me. Damn. Yeah, I wouldn't think a place like From would have a God, especially if it's in an alternate dimension. Right, Amy? I don't think God has dominion over Fromville. It's like a parallel, it's not a parallel, it's like a pocket universe. Oh, okay. Yeah, good. Well, whatever you would like me to call you, I will call you. If you'd like me to call you Akshita, I'll call you Akshita. Absolutely. If you want your name back, I will call you by your name. It sounds like you'd like that, so I will call you that. I'll stop being afraid to mispronounce your name. And I'll call you that. Especially now that I see it written there. So, can be a little more confident with it. Darrell says Ethan sounded like Julie talking to Tabitha. Oh, really? Like Julie? You mean me? He said, no joke. I was thinking of Julie B when he spoke to her. Oh, that's funny, Darrell. It sounded like me telling Tabitha what she should do. It's funny. The Ankui kids come in clutch. Yes, hell yes. You're welcome, Amy. You're welcome. You should have confidence in yourself. You have so much going for you. You know, you have so much going for you. You're funny. You have a great personality. You have a beautiful voice. You have great ideas and creative. So you should believe in yourself and you can do this and you can get on panels. That's great that you want to do it. And I'll definitely do a call in. Maybe we'll do one next week, you know, for a second live stream. We'll do definitely 2 live streams next week. This week I think I can only fit in this one because I gotta make my video. Unfortunately, I wish I could do a second stream this week, but I'm running out of time. Yes, Akshita, listen to Ethan over Julie, 100%. Darrell says it was real Ghost Jim. He didn't pull a Sophia when hugging Kenny. Right. His face didn't change when Sophia's did when she hugged Kenny. Yes, good point. We saw that trope I was talking about in the show with Sophia. Absolutely. Hey, Sandy, good morning. My hubby has been home for a week, but it's been tough. He's really nervous about everything and still didn't pass his swallow study. I'm so sorry, Sandy. That sounds so hard. I just went through an ordeal with my partner in the hospital for 5 days, and I can't even imagine what you went through having him in the hospital so much longer and with what sounds like, you know, possibly a more severe situation. I'm not sure, but the swallow thing, yeah, that's definitely more severe than the symptoms Karl is dealing with. So I mean, I'm losing my mind over Karl's issues. I can't even imagine having to go through it as long as you have and what you've had to deal with. You're so strong. You're so strong and just praying for your husband to get better and be able to stay out of the hospital too. You know, it's just nothing worse than being stuck in there. It's terrible. It's terrible. I hope that he heals and make sure you remember self-care for you so that you can be there for him. You got to sustain yourself too. So don't forget you. Always. And we're here for you. We're always here for you. And a good distraction, some escapism is healthy for the mind, to take the mind off of what you're stressed about, even just for a little while, even just for half an hour. Just give your mind a break, and then you'll be more refreshed and able to devote yourself more effectively to your husband. That would be my advice. Hey, Rise Forever, welcome. Yeah, I'm not buying the man in yellow being omnipresent. I think the man in yellow was spiritually like that before, only in spiritual form, but once it turned into a corporeal being, then no, it's not. Clearly, it doesn't know everything now. That's my take on it. Clearly, it doesn't know everything now. But there was evidence that it was omniscient before. I could go into it now, but then we'll be here too long. We got to get through the rest of the breakdown. Yeah, I gotta sleep. I gotta sleep soon, so I'm gonna try to get through the rest of this breakdown. Recon says, I have a theory that they are pointing at Ethan and that Ethan will be the 8th to be sacrificed. Whoa. Wow, that's a wild theory. Wild. And they show 7 kids, so the 6 on the poster was nothing, like I said. Yeah, me too, Darrell. I said that was just because it would look better symmetrical. I knew it was nothing, too, on the poster for the season. I agree that the Lake of Tears could be in the cave, because Tabitha saw water there in season 2. Agree, Darrell. And yeah, Amy, I think it could be. Jen says, yes, do Widow's Bay. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely Sounds like I have enough yeses to do a Widow's Base stream even before I do a poll. Yes, Recon. I will check my Discord DMs. There have been, I think, I'm remembering now that I saw there was something from you, and it got buried under some other ones. And I've been so overwhelmed and stressed that I didn't get back to a bunch of my DMs. It's sometimes I don't do it because I'm really depressed and I isolate from one-on-one contact because I'm so depressed. I go into isolation mode. And then other times like this, I've been so overwhelmed that's why I don't get to my DMs, but I will. And you've been immensely helpful and kind, and thank you for DMing me with ways to help. And I really appreciate that. And please never think that I'm snubbing you on purpose. I would never do that. It's totally unintentional, and don't give up on me. I would say that to anybody who's reached out to me, trying to be kind, and I take a long time to get back to you. Please don't give up on me. It's just because I'm in survival mode every single day with the amount of pain that I'm in. And then when you add other giant life stress onto it, like I've had this whole year so far, it's brutal. And that's why I don't get back to people fast enough. So it's not that I don't care. Don't give up on me. Keep trying, and I promise I will eventually get back to you. I swear. I will do my best. And I would advise, if it's been a while, just send another one so that it pops up to the top of my DMs and it's not buried anymore. And I'm like, oh man, then I find the old DMs. That helps too. Just to alert my attention to it. Like, hey, you got old DMs here that you missed. That helps too when I'm overwhelmed and I've missed stuff. I've had friends give up on me before because of these issues and basically dump me because they didn't understand, because they thought I didn't care, and that was the furthest thing from the truth. They thought I was just neglecting them on purpose, and I would never do that. Or just because I neglecting them because I didn't care, and that wasn't true either. Akshita says, maybe one day I'll drop a hello in the voice chat on Discord. You guys will know how my name is pronounced. I have social anxiety, though. Yes, please do it. Don't be nervous. We're all friends here. You have nothing to worry about, I promise. Nothing at all to worry about. I know you can't just wave it away that easily. It's easier said than done. Just don't be nervous, but trust me, you're among friends when you're in my Discord with our community. It's a happy, welcoming environment, and nobody's going to be mean to you. Nobody's going to bully you. I would never tolerate that kind of thing. I would love to hear it the way it's exactly supposed to be pronounced. And it's cool to hear people's voices and be able to put a voice to a name. Okay. Yeah, just bumping. Thank you, Recon. Thank you for understanding. Yeah, sometimes just bumping the DM so it goes up to the top, that helps. Then when I'm overwhelmed, it's a reminder. I'm like, oh shit. And then when I see that, I get back to all the old DMs from that person at once. Just back to back. I did that with Ryan just recently, actually. I miss seeing Boyd slap people. Those were good times. Okay. All right. So let's keep going. Yeah, stay positive no matter what. It's complex, even if it's complex sometimes. It's hard, incognito, but I'm trying. So David thinks Henry will overcome it. He isn't jumping to conclusions. He's asking questions, looking to dismantle the illusion otherwise. Yeah, maybe. Maybe he'll overcome it. Bye, Incognito. Thanks for being here. Oh, that's horrible, Lori. Debbie's husband unexpectedly passed away. Really? Oh my God. I'll send her my condolences. That's terrible. Where did you learn that? Did she share it herself in somebody's Discord or? Oh my god. Yeah, most people have no empathy at all. Fucking sad. Exactly. Hi, I'm 3. I was dumped by 2 so-called friends. The only 2 friends I had back then. Anyway. Like, why is it so hard to get empathy in this world? I have empathy for people too much, if anything. So much that it hurts me. I'm an empath. It can be a curse sometimes. And so many people have no empathy at all. So anyway, over at the bar, they've got the radio working so that they can do Morse code at least. They boosted the radio signal as much as they could, so they could talk to each other from the chamber. Victor bursts in and says, "Is it true? Are you pulling down the tree? The bottle tree, are you pulling it down?" Boyd says, "We need to make sure that we can get our people out of the tunnel safely." And Victor's like, "You can't do that." Jade tells him, "We don't have a choice. It's a good thing." And Victor says, "You can't do that. He said," and Jade's like, "Who said?" Victor tells him, "The boy in white said that the tree is important. You can't pull it down." The boy in white, he said that the tree is important. And Boyd's like, "Because the boy in white said not to." Victor says, "That's right." Boyd says, "Okay, then where is he, Victor? Why doesn't he come in here and tell us himself?" Victor says, "Because it doesn't work that way. He's my friend and he knows things. He told me." Boyd's like, "These are understandable questions to have." Boyd says, "Why won't he help us then? Why doesn't he just come in and tell them?" Like I used to ask questions like that too. Like, why doesn't he help them if he knows things? Why doesn't he show them the way out? But it doesn't work that way. He doesn't have that much power, and this functions like a game. He can't do that. It's a game with rules, basically. So Boyd says, "Victor, there are things here that play games with us, and I think this little boy is one of those things." I love how Boyd said that right in the same episode when Sophia told Clara that she loves playing games. She's playing so many right now with all of these people, and Boyd knows it, that there's something here that plays games with them. But he's wrong. Well, actually, he's right in a sense. The boy in white is essentially playing a game with them, a game of chess. But he's not doing it to manipulate them in a harmful way. He's trying to lead them in the right direction, to help them break the curse. Whereas the man in yellow is trying to hurt them and continue it. So Boyd is sort of half right, but it's not a nefarious thing. And Boyd, he's under that impression that there's like nothing there that's trying to help them. So Ethan needs to talk to Boyd and tell him, "Don't be scared to believe. There are things there that are trying to help, and listen, when this stuff reaches out, and Boyd doesn't understand that, So there are some people there that just don't understand that there are things that are trying to help, like Boyd and Randall. And anyway, Victor says, "No, you can't do this. I'm going to stop you." And he runs out. Boyd runs after him, tackles him with Kenny, and puts him in handcuffs. Like, "I'm going to need you to come to the station, please." This was horrible. I hated this. Poor Victor is screaming, "Let go of me. I'm trying to help you." His wailing was really painful to hear. And they didn't even know what the hell Victor was going to do yet, and they're arresting him without any cause. This is bullshit. Excessive force, unnecessary. Arresting him when they didn't even know what he was going to do yet. He just said, "I'm going to stop you." Where the hell? He wasn't even going to go do anything. What the hell could he have done? Like, how much could he have really done to stop them? He didn't have his gun anymore. Boyd took his gun away in season 3. So that was awful. That pissed me off. Like, leave Victor alone. He doesn't want anything to Boyd tells Tabitha he doesn't want anything to, he's trying to prevent a problem before it happens. Well, you can't just preventatively arrest someone before they do something wrong. It doesn't work that way. But in this place, Boyd is a dictator. And I love Boyd, but he is a dictator. They don't have a judicial system. They don't have a legal system. It's just Boyd who made the rules, and they can arrest whoever they want, whenever they want, and they can let anyone get away with whatever they want. Fatima gets away with murder. Sarah gets away with murder. Elgin gets away with kidnapping. Victor gets arrested for yelling, I'm going to stop you, and running out of the bar. Come on, make it make sense. Tabitha didn't like that, but Boyd says, look, he said he's going to try and stop us, and if you want to scrap the plan, then okay, we can let Victor go. But he said the boy in white told him we can't take down the tree, and Tabitha says we don't know who that boy is or what he wants. So they don't trust him right now. But Tabitha moves on to say that it needs to be her going into the tunnels. She says, it needs to be only me and Jade. You don't understand. We're the ones who failed to save those children. We're the ones they've been calling to over and over again. Look at the talisman. There are 2 people here, right? Who do you think those people are? It has to be us. She finally had that epiphany. What the talisman means. It's them. I love that. We got another answer. What the talisman means. It's Tabitha and Jade. I love it. This is the season of answers. Answers. Let's see. So it's like Sophia said, this place is built on rituals, and it has to be done right. These rituals have to be done right, or it'll be screwed up. It can't be a big group of people. It has to be Tabitha and Jade doing this essential act, unearthing the bones. Tabitha says, Boyd is like, well, he's worried about her kids being orphaned. And she's like, why do you think I'm doing this? We only get to do this once. And I think in this place, the way that we do this matters. You have to trust me. So her epiphany is right in line. Once again, this lines up perfectly with something another character said in this episode. What Sophia said about rituals. This place is built on rituals. Things have to be done a certain way. So I love how the writing is making these kind of insights and these lines between different characters line up in the same episode. It's convenient that she happened to figure that out in the same episode, but I like it regardless. Hold on a sec. Oh, the sun is coming up outside. Actually, it's already up. It's just cloudy. We're almost done, though. We just have like a tiny bit left, and it's mostly action stuff, so we can get through it faster. Chris says, leave gaycist Boyd alone. He's running for re-election. Gaycist? Wait, what? What does that mean? How is Boyd... I've never heard that word before, either. I've never heard that. Gaycist. Okay. No, Recon, I'm not getting on the treadmill. No, I just got up for another reason, but I'm no. I had to go get something. I normally would get on the treadmill, but I'm way too tired. So when this is over, I'm going to sleep for once. Yeah, for once, I'm just going to go right to sleep. Let's see, was that the end of that scene? Yes, that was the end of that scene. So, checking in. Still got 96 people. Awesome. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. I'm hoping to reach 3,000 subscribers this year. And check out my new video. It's pinned at the top of the chat right now. It's the episode 8 deep dive full of theories and predictions. It's not a recap. It's still relevant now. There's nothing in it that's been disproven. It's still relevant now. I released it late due to Karl's medical crisis. It can use all the help that it can get. So if you can hype it, please hype it. It's going to struggle a lot more because of how late it came out. It's not going to get nearly as many views as it would have. I see it's at 1.1K, which is a little better than I expected, but that's way lower than it normally would be. So it's called Biggest Looming Threats, Theory Deep Dive, and it is pinned at the top of the chat, so you could save it for later and watch it then. I put a ton of work into it, but it just took me a lot longer because almost all my mental energy went into researching how to help Karl and fight his doctors and make sure that they did things the right way the last week. So that's why that video came out super late, but better late than never. At least I got it done. I'll put that in the chat again. And hyping really pushes it out in the algorithm to to people who have never seen my channel before and brings in new subscribers. It's a really powerful tool, way more powerful than the like button. The likes are really great, but the hype is the like on steroids is what that is. Gives me a huge boost, gives all small channels a big boost in order to help us reach new people. So yeah, that's that. But let's get back to the chat though. Where was I here? Hi Damon, welcome. That's what Disclosure Day is about. Empathy. Really? Disclosure Day. I heard something about that. It's a movie. I'll make a note of that. I love anything that uses empathy as a theme. Hey Annie. Oh man, didn't get notification for this either. Hey everyone, good to hear you. A lot of people say that, and I don't know why. I don't know why people don't get notifications, but if you join my Discord, you'll always get those notifications. Those are reliable. So I would recommend that, joining the Discord and enabling just the notifications where I tag everyone and somebody tags you, and disabling the extra ones so that they don't annoy you. I'll put the link in the chat. And it's always in the description of the live stream, the link to join the Discord. We'll watch the season finale together as usual. We'll stream it. I'll stream it at midnight Eastern on Saturday night. Then we'll do a voice chat. Then we'll do a second stream again of the finale. And more voice chatting, probably all night long, like we usually do. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely sending prayers to Debbie. Sending prayers and condolences to Debbie for the loss of her husband. I'm just so sorry to hear that. She's just such a lovely human being, and she's already struggling so much in her life. So Damon doesn't think Victor will die. I think he probably won't either, but he's definitely in danger. Yeah. When we see Debbie again, we'll definitely give her all of our support, all the support we can. David says Boy and White can't tell them, like Christy can't give Boyd a pill. They have to face the darkness themselves. Yes, exactly. They have to face it. The Boy and White can't just tell them what to do. They have to find their way through it. It's like Father Kotri told Boyd, you have to get over the fact that you killed your wife. You have to get past it. This guilt that you're carrying. That's what's keeping Boyd from being effective. That this place is using his guilt against him, creating these horrible visions related to Abby. And he's got to get through that so that he can come out the other side. So absolutely, it's a good example. Victor is acting like that main character in a film who is saying the right thing, but the other characters don't listen. Exactly, Darrell. I hate when that happens. It drives me nuts. That one character that nobody listens to, and then everything goes to hell. Akshita, in my opinion, I think the Boy in White can control who sees him and who can't. Like, he appeared to Sarah, but not Boyd. And I think it was intentional. But it's possible that he can't control who he appears to. I think he can. That's my guess. Victor says, I will stop you as I walk away slowly. Right. Oh, Recon. I have a son with nonverbal autistic spectrum disorder, and this scene absolutely crushed me. Scott acted that way too well. Oh, yeah. I bet it was crushing because Victor presents as autistic. He has those markers, of being on the spectrum. I have experience being around someone on the spectrum, and I recognize some of those signs, and it's devastating, and that must be so challenging to deal with. So what a challenge to to parent your child and help them through this this disability that it just makes life so much harder, and they and comforting them when they get upset, when they get triggered, like Victor can get triggered. And when Victor was so upset like that, it was really hard to watch for me too. Really devastating, just awful. David says Victor locked up, he's probably in the safest place he can be. Yeah, unless Henry gets him there, he's a sitting duck. I don't know. If it wasn't for Henry, I would say yeah, but Henry and the monsters can't get to him, you think? I don't know. Boyd was like, don't resist, as he tackles the harmless dude. I know, right? What the hell, Akshita? What the hell? He just tackles him, like, don't resist. Like, why are you tackling him? All he was doing was just walking away. That's terrible, Amy. When your mom died, none of your friends even called. It's terrible. What the fuck? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Those were not real friends. Absolutely not. So Damon thinks Boyd did what he had to do. Okay. Oh, Amy, I'm so sorry for the loss of your sister. My condolences to you, and that I'm so sorry that your brother so your brother who never cared to be in your life, messaged you every day after she died and then stopped. That's terrible. What the hell? I'm sorry. Family can be so messed up. I've had my own family issues. I completely get it. God. Yeah. I am 3 says, why doesn't the boy just help? He's too cryptic to be in a dire situation. Boy in White is still sus to me. I think he's constrained by rules, like rules of the game. They always talk about this as a game. Okay, so Tabitha realizes that she's going to sacrifice her kid. No. No, Chris. Oh, you were trying to say fascist Boyd. I see, Chris. Yeah, he pretty much is a fascist Boyd. Ruler Boyd became tyrant Boyd. Indeed, he is a tyrant. Yeah, family can suck sometimes, Amy. I've been there. I've had a shitty blood relative family on both sides of my parents, and you guys are the best family I could ask for. You're my chosen family, my found family. So sometimes blood doesn't equal family. Yeah, Discord notifications can be annoying, Annie. You just have to go in there and manually choose the ones you want and the ones you don't. And then you can just get the ones where everyone is tagged and when you're tagged, but not all those other things, because then it just annoys you. That's how you do it. Thanks, Amy. I think Karl is gonna be okay. I'm just really scared right now. I'm really scared, to be honest with you, because there are some new issues that like just came out of nowhere. It's like, what the fuck? Everything was fine, and then all of a sudden there's all this scary stuff that yeah, it's really terrifying, to be honest. But I've got to just not think of the worst case scenario and just take one step at a time. Okay, so Steven Spielberg said Disclosure Day, he considers it not science fiction, but it's considered science fiction. That's interesting. He views it as a reflection of how humanity handles a massive societal and religious reckoning and the lack of empathy we currently have. Wow. It's an allegory then, sounds like. Sounds like what Rod Serling used to do when he would couch his, morality plays and his social messaging in science fiction and fantasy. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe I'm still awake either, Mark. It's been 26 hours now that I've been awake. God. Yes, we can't choose our family, but we can choose our friends. Friends can become family. I second that, Lori. That is so true. And this is my found family. And I can't tell you how much I needed that so badly. I'm so grateful. Hey, Tribal. Good morning. Welcome. Okay. Let's try to wrap this thing up as quickly as I can so I can go to sleep. So Boyd rings that bell. Day's coming to a close. He runs into Sophia. He says, time to go inside, and she volunteers to go to the diner to help with what they're working on there. And he says, thank you, because he has no idea what she has planned, of course. So she heads to the diner. Bhakta tells her, oh, those buttons don't actually work. They're just for show. And I like how Sophia said to Boyd that the rope ladder seems pretty important. She wants to help with that. Of course, because she wants to sabotage the thing that seems pretty important. The way that people are going to get out of the Tabitha and Jade are going to get out of the hole in the in the ground. Lovely. And Bhakta says those buttons don't actually work. They're just for show. And then, boom, she pushes it and a song plays. Another answer that they're showing us via Sophia. The man in yellow entity controls the jukebox. Love it. Now, it doesn't mean she's the only entity who does. Just like I don't think she's the only entity that creates the voices in Sarah's head. I think Sarah also hears the voices of the dead in her head. Maybe maybe the spirits of the dead also could control the jukebox. You never know. But yeah, it looks like she's probably doing it all the time. She's probably always controlling the jukebox. If you look back, Celebrate Good Times Come On to Kenny right after his mom died, and most of the song choices seems pretty fucked up. And I think that she sent the If I Had a Boat song to Boyd to make him go out into the woods and get that cicada entity, bring it back to the town. Sarah said the voices were laughing at him for bringing it to town. That If I Had a Boat was definitely played on the jukebox by the Man in Yellow entity to make him to think that he got a sign from Abby to go out in the woods and do what he did. Bring the cicada entity back to town and almost wipe out the town as a result. So yeah, I like how they're using Sophia to show us some of the answers instead of telling us everything through exposition, which is not the best. It's not really the effective writing, the most effective kind of writing. So cool. Another answer. The only benevolent song kind of seemed to be Blue when it was played for Tabitha and Jim, rather. Their song. It seemed like it had a nice effect on them, and they started opening up to each other when it played. So I don't know. I don't know why the Man in Yellow entity would have played that for them if it helped them like that. But she definitely played it to fuck with Henry when she played Blue recently on the jukebox. I love how Bhakta reacted to it too. It was funny. Where am I now? So she's like, "How did you do that?" And Sophia says, "What do you mean?" Love it. Then she gets to work fucking up the rope ladder. Acosta tells everyone to keep working, even though they can now hear the screeches of the monsters. They walk up to the diner, and there's the nurse, the milkman, and the waitress smiling at them. The nurse, once again taunting them as usual. And, oh, those shouldn't be in there. Hold on. Come on. Okay. I have like extra screenshots in here sometimes that I forget to delete, and then they wind up in this folder by mistake. Anyway, so yeah, they start triggering people. Patty gets upset. Sophia just kind of looks at them like, her foot soldiers with a sly expression on her face. And honestly, how come people aren't suspicious of the fact that Sophia, she's supposed to be a young teenage girl who's brand new to town and her dad just died? How come she's so chill about this and not acting scared of these monsters coming up to the window? Why does she sits there with a smug look on her face, continuing to work and ignoring that? Look at this face. How is nobody noticing this? This is getting ridiculous. She's not putting up her act as much as she did in the beginning. Her scared act, freaking out and crying all the time. She's looking way too overtly sinister in a scary situation where a teenage girl who just lost her dad and she's in a town full of monsters, she should be more scared than this. She shouldn't be this capable and, oh, let me help out. And like, one night, how come, and she's inconsistent, because one night she goes to Colony House and says, "Oh, can I stay here the night? I'm so afraid of those things." Because Boyd was getting ready to, send somebody out and try to kill one with a totem. And so she was like, "Oh, can I please stay the night? Those things terrify me." And now she's sitting in the diner, not even flinching or batting an eye as they walk right up to the window. And she just continues her work with a sly look on her face. That's not at all consistent behavior from her. And no one is picking up on this. Come on. That's not realistic at all. There are some flaws in the Sophia storyline writing, if I'm being honest. I still love this season, don't get me wrong, but come on. Somebody should have gotten suspicious of her by now. Especially knowing, like, oh, the Man in Yellow came to town like a normal person, and, oh, they don't know he was a shapeshifter, but What if there's another entity? Like they might have come up with an idea like, hey, maybe there's another entity like the man in yellow who just came to town like a normal person, but is actually some kind of creature that eats people's organs after they're dead. I would have thought of that. Like, wait a minute. When they found out about the man in yellow, I would have thought, what if one of our newcomers is actually like that? Because there are multiple monsters, so they might have thought, oh, what if there are multiple things like him? Like seriously, they should have been suspicious of stuff like that, and they're not, and it doesn't make sense to me. Like, Victor literally said that there was a daywalker who came to town, and he looked just like everybody else. He's a daywalker, and he masqueraded, and I don't know. I'll get off my soapbox. But the Doctor My Eyes song plays. That's what she plays on the jukebox. It says, Doctor, my eyes have seen the years and the slow parade of fears without crying. Now I want to understand. So those lyrics are pertinent to Fromville, of course. My eyes have seen the years and the slow parade of fears. The parade of fears. And all these years. There have been so many years that this place has been going on. And now it's coming down to this. Like, this is the moment of truth after all these years. And without crying, now I want to understand. These people are being really stoic in getting through this. I've done all that I could to see the evil and the good without hiding. So obviously, good and evil, it's a big thing in this place. Trying to figure out what's evil and what's good, which entity is which. Doctor, my eyes, tell me what is wrong. Was I unwise? So trying to understand, like, are my eyes deceiving me? Doctor, my eyes, I want to understand, I'm trying to see the evil and the good, which is which, tell me what is wrong. Was I unwise? Like, did my eyes deceive me and lead me to make the wrong choice or perceive something wrong? That's so pertinent to this place. There's so many illusions. She's playing so many games with people. So people can't really trust their own eyes and their own perception. It means like their perception. So I think that's why this song was chosen, and it's overlaid with a visual of Fatima sitting up in bed, screaming in pain. And of course, it's because she drank that thermos full of tainted, man in yellow blood drink. And so her stomach is like fucking, folding in on itself. I think her organs are probably all shriveling up like the monsters inside, all drying out. And it's painful. It's horrible. She's screaming in pain, and her hair starts falling out. Her hair like comes out in clumps. I can't really see it that well on this, but her hair comes out in fucking clumps. So she's going bald like the nightmare creatures. Next episode, she might be bald already at the rate this is going, because Sophia said she was going to speed this up using Clara. So having Fatima drink the blood is speeding up the process of turning her into a nightmare creature. Sophia wanted to speed up one or two of her games, and this is one of them. So yeah, she's done. She's gonna be a nightmare creature. It's only a matter of time. And just imagine the horror. It'll be like the effect of a zombie story, where you have to watch your loved one turn into this horrible creature, and they're not really them anymore. It'll be like that. People wondered. I think it's cool that this is actually happening now, because it's people who had the theory that she was going to turn into a monster in season 3. They're actually right now. We thought, oh no, never mind, she's just pregnant with one, but now it turns out it's both. She is going to turn into one. I think that's cool how it paid off that way, and we get to actually see that. I was of the impression that people couldn't turn into these monsters because they were turned that way because they sacrificed their children and made a bargain. And unless they do that, these people shouldn't become them. But it's happening. anyway. So that's terrible. Just terrible. So so yeah, we're almost done. Just a little bit more. Let's see, where was I? Chris says Henry decides to go drinking again with underage girl Sophia after Dr. Boyd told him to kill his anchor. Right. Dr. Boyd. Let's see. Wow, you've been awake for 2 days, Darrell? That's a long time. I've never been awake for that long. Boy in white stinks like Elgin. He never changes his clothes. Yeah. There are a lot of people on this show who don't ever change their clothes, though. Clara doesn't either. Elgin is off the hook. He's officially changed his clothes after eye stabby moment. True, Annie. Finally did. Okay. Yeah, it'd be brutal if Victor dies. I agree, Amy. A lot of people say that they might give up the show if he dies. I couldn't give up the show no matter what, though. And Elgin isn't officially dead yet because we didn't see him die, but yeah, he's probably dead. Yeah. I'm not really mad about it though, Damon. I'm okay with it. I think the show needed to lose a few people, and I'm not attached to Elgin really. So if it really happens, which I think it will, then that's okay. Damon thinks they're going to kill Victor off in the last season. I think that's likely that will happen. Yes, I think so too. Mark says, I think to be quoting that song will ultimately make them stronger. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that, Mark, based on the lyrics. My theory is that the entity doesn't understand intimacy. Ooh, I like that. I'd like to hear more about that. Recon says, yeah, she's at the point where she wants to be caught. It sure seems that way. Amy says, no one's paying attention to her but Bacta, it seems. Right. Recon, Sophia, hey, it's me, man in yellow. Everyone else, shut up. Right? What the fuck? It's way too obvious. And she even like turned her eyes black in broad daylight, where somebody could have walked up and seen. LOL, Sophia, that's a good one. Hey, I'm man in yellow. Sophia just seems harmless, so they aren't paying attention to her like we are. Yeah, Darrell, but I feel like they should have noticed that she's not acting like a normal teenage girl. She should be acting scared, and she's not at all. And yet in other situations she is scared, like at Colony House when she stayed the night. So it doesn't make sense. It's the religious aspect. She's super religious, right? Tribal, so they trust her more. Damon says, I just had a crazy thought. What if the children are evil, like from Children of the Corn? That is a trope, evil kids, but I don't think so in this case. I think that they're on the up and up. Rise says, I think Fromville created a loophole where Fatima has technically sacrificed a child through Smiley. Oh, that makes sense. I like that, Rise. She's technically sacrificed a child through Smiley. Interesting. Yeah. And some people think he took over her womb from a fetus, like he hijacked it, an existing pregnancy too. So that could make that even more so like a sacrifice. That's interesting. I like that. On to my next step. I am the one who knocks. Yes. Yes, she has the best hair in the show. Don't do this to her. She has beautiful hair. Recon says, since the writers are lifting ideas from fans, $20 says the writers will have Sarah fall in love with a character called Darrell Seymour in season 5. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. I love that. That's so funny. Marielle will fix it. Yeah, don't let Marielle fix her hair. I don't think that she'd be better off bald. She would be better off bald. Yeah, the Soul Taker, the writers need to pay us for our ideas. They're seriously stealing our ideas. 100%. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Sophia will take his shape next. Evil Elgin, season 5. Oh, man. Oh, that would be interesting. Hi, I'm 3. But I want to see Man in Yellow come back. I'm hoping that I think she's going to shift back into her favorite form, the Man in Yellow, and just will finally get a full payoff for the hype of the Man in Yellow and get to see lots of screen time in season 5. That's my theory. It's one of my predictions. I'm going to put out next week, I'll put out a prediction video for season 5. David still thinks Fatima returns to normal when they deactivate the golem. I have always been thinking the arrivals are the real monsters. It's a fascinating theory. Yeah, Mark, it is refreshing to see people with discarded hygiene, because some other horror shows the characters trapped in log cabins looking fresh out of the shower, right? That makes no sense. Very true. Let's see. Okay, let's keep on going. Got a little bit more. So poor Victor is sitting there just quietly in his cell. Boyd is clearly feeling guilty, saying he's just sitting there. And we're okay. Just got to find my place in my notes. Kenny says Victor's just sitting there, and Boyd says he's angry and scared. Then he tells Kenny that he needs to stay behind, because if they have the worst case scenario and something happens to Boyd, he wants Kenny to help Donna keep this place together and take his place. Continuity of government in the event of a catastrophe. So he needs Kenny to stand down, because he's like his vice president, and like he'll take over. They can't both be put in danger like that. So Kenny agrees, and I like that. I'm glad. I think that was the right move. They toast with the last of Father Cautry's booze. It's the end of an era. No more Father Cautry booze. They toast to better days. The next day at Colony House, Ethan is scared to have Tabitha go, wanting somebody else to do it. And this is what happens when Ethan is scared about people he loves. This is when you can't trust Ethan as much, because his fear takes over. Because he's like, what if you don't come back? Can't somebody else go down there? His logical brain is not what's in control right now. It's his emotional side. And so this is where you can take what Ethan says with a grain of salt. Like, she's going to come back. And she needs to be the one to go down there. And if he wasn't so scared to lose his mom, his instincts would tell him that. And she even has to remind him of what he said. Don't be scared to believe, remember? She says, I wish somebody else could do it, but it has to be me. Don't be scared to believe, remember? his logical brain isn't in control right now. I got to make a note of that in my script for this episode deep dive, because that's key. You know, we can trust Ethan in the moments when he's not so scared for somebody he loves. You know, sometimes his emotional side takes over, and that's understandable. We all have those moments. He's not infallible. But most of the time when he talks, you need to listen, and he knows what he's talking about. His instincts are spot on. And Tabitha tells him that the bones are going to protect them when they're down in the chamber, and once they're back, they'll be so much closer to going home. He wants to know how the bones are going to protect her, and Jade says that it's just the way they work. And you see Clara listening, taking notes mentally. And so Jade is convinced that those bones are going to protect them when they're down there. And he got the sense, he got the intuition from his mushroom trip. So hopefully he's right, and they're like some kind of talisman effect, protecting them once they're out of that hole, because he thinks the monsters are afraid of them. So they set out, and Jade is like, "You're lucky. Not a single person tried to talk me out of this." Poor Jade. Nobody here loves him. Nobody here cares. At the bottle tree, they all get in gear. Acosta helps set up the ladder. Ellis has the chains in the pickup truck. Randall goes up the ladder against the bottle tree. Sarah works on getting a radio signal. Bacta and Patty bring the rope ladder. Everybody, they're trying to give like all the characters a little something to do here. Even Patty gets involved. Even Patty, they've been giving Patty a lot of screen time, and I don't think she has much of a personality, so I don't really understand why. Unless she was going to be a big troublemaker, I don't see the point in giving her this much. Well, I don't know why they're doing it now. Maybe to build her up, and then she'll be a troublemaker in season 5 or something. So the radio starts working, and Jade says that, "Are you ready?" Tabby says, "Not really." And he's like, "That's the right answer." He goes in first. She holds on to him and follows him into the cave. And this is the duo we've been waiting for. The two Chromonuckles off on their quest. The duo who were meant to do this mission together. And here they are. And it just feels so right. It fits. It just fits. Soulmates. Two literal soulmates. Meanwhile, at the diner, Elgin takes a box into the storage room, looks through Polaroids, and finds one that makes him stop in his tracks. He holds it up to his one good eye, which, I don't know, there's something poetic to me about him being the one to find it, despite only having one eye. That one eye managed to spot the truth in this photo. But he didn't really see the truth, because he just thought that this was someone who looks a lot like her. It was obvious he didn't believe it was actually her. So she didn't need to, she doesn't really need to kill him, but anyway. So it's what people guessed a long time ago, that someone was going to find a picture of her in an old photo. So another fan theory confirmed. Could check that one off. I wish I had time to do more videos, because I would have been making theory checkup videos all season long to check in on all the theories that keep getting confirmed or getting more evidence added to them. It's a lot. So Sophia, looking at her toy boat, they're looking through stuff, and there's a freaking toy boat. Like we talked about earlier, this is more foreshadowing that Boyd's boat will manifest eventually, because this is a manifestation realm. And it's not just nightmares and fears, it's hope and dreams that can also manifest things. So Boyd's hope is going to manifest that boat. There's way too much boat stuff in the show. It's there for a reason. It's foreshadowing. And I love this. This made me geek out. Like I said, I geeked out over this foreshadowing. I was like, you got to be kidding me. She's holding a toy boat and staring intently at it. Wow. I just love that kind of stuff. I love it. I love that the show is like a work of literature with the foreshadowing. So many boat things the boat key, If I Had a Boat song, Julie's boat shirt, Ellis saying, "Hey boy, time to Mom wants us to take the boat out." The fake vision of Ellis, that is, appeared to Boyd. Anyway, the boat picture on the Matthews wall, or not picture, but piece of art. So then Clara comes in, and now Sophia's holding a fireman's hat, a toy fireman's hat, and I think that could be foreshadowing that a fire is coming at some point, probably next season. Victor, like I said earlier, has a picture he drew on his wall of a fire, and they just now showed it on the wall for the first time, like 2 episodes ago. And why is it randomly up there? In season 3, they put pictures up there to foreshadow stuff. New pictures that just, a new picture on the wall that was suddenly featured. Boom. A stick figure drawing of a girl in a dress. And there was a picture that had been up there a long time of a stick figure man with his arms up. That's the man in yellow transforming. And the stick figure in the dress symbolized the fact that he's going to turn into a woman. That was highlighted on Victor's wall in season 3. Go back and look. It's there right behind him. And I put that in videos. So I think we should pay close attention to whatever art is being really highlighted on Victor's wall. It seems like it matters. So maybe this is more foreshadowing this toy fireman's hat that there's going to be a fire at some point. That would be really bad because they don't have a fire department. So if a building catches on fire, it's burning to the ground. Maybe that's what happened to the motel, if there ever was one. It just burned down, so there'd be nothing left, and eventually the ashes would dissipate. Anyway, Clara comes in saying, "I thought you'd want to know, things changed a little, and now it's only Tabitha and Jade who are going into the tunnels." Her face goes up like, what did you just say? Her eyes widen, and she looks pissed. That's a sign they're on the right track for sure. She puts the hat down, and she is angry. She says, "You should have told me sooner." Rituals are important to this place. Things have to be done a certain way. It's not just what you do, but how you do it. That's what Sophia said. And they're doing it right. That's why she reacted that way. The 2 Chromonocles linked up, and they're completing their mission together. So Clara says she just found out. She's like, "I still get to go home, right?" God, what a selfish bitch. Anyway, only making the bargain for herself. Come on. So then dumbass Elgin comes over here like, "Hey, Sophia, check this out. There's a person in this photo. The girl in the background, she looks exactly like you." Or he said, "She looks just like you." Well, she didn't have to act like this. She could have played it off. She's way in the background, and it's faded, and it's not crystal clear. So she could have played that off and been like, "Oh wow, that's a really uncanny resemblance." Lots of people have like a kind of doppelganger out there who looks just like them. So yeah, she overreacted big time. She says she just admits the truth readily. "That's because it is me." Elgin says, "How is that possible?" And she's like, "Clara, would you please lock the doors? I felt like this is the mafia all of a sudden." And once again, we got another answer. Sophia tells Elgin, "I can only take the form of people who've died here." New information, new confirmed theory. So this entity can only take the form of people who've died there, just like we all guessed, pretty much. Elgin wants to know what the hell's going on, and Sophia says, "I really wish you hadn't seen that." So stupid. As she approaches him and snatches his arm, and I don't think he's getting out of this alive. If anyone thinks that Elgin is going to survive, how could he survive when now he knows who she is? She just gave up all that information, so he'd be able to expose her as the entity. she has to kill him. He knows too much now. She just told him a lot. So now she really has to kill him because it's not just the picture, it's all the stuff she just admitted to. So Elgin is definitely going to be dead. And if he didn't die, it would have to be some kind of fate worse than death, which would stop him from being able to talk to anybody somehow, like imprisoned somewhere. Yeah, like I don't think it was that dumb. Like if you think about it, he didn't think that it was actually her in the picture. So people are being kind of hard on Elgin. He thought it was just a really strong likeness. That's why he showed it to her. It's not like, oh my God, what the hell? She's some kind of entity. That's her in the 70s looking the same. He just thought it was a good likeness. So he's not as dumb as a lot of us are saying, even though I like to give him a hard time too. Okay, so I just ended the poll. I'm trying to find the poll results. Let's see. Where'd they go? I just ended it. What will Henry do? 40% said decide not to unalive anyone. Wow, you have a lot of faith in Henry. Unalive himself, but Victor is saved, 32%. Unalive himself, no attempt on Victor, 16%. And unalive Victor and himself, 12%. That would be the worst outcome, obviously. And 50 votes. We got some good participation there. Now I'm going to do one more poll. Not on From, though. Let's see, would you watch a Widow's Bay live stream? Like in the off season, after From ends. Yes, no, not until season 2 gets closer. So let me know in the poll if you'd be interested in a Widow's Bay live stream or two. And I'm probably going to do one since a lot of people seem interested and I loved the show so much. And soon I'll have more time because I'm going to cover Silo, which is coming up really fast, but I'm not as into Silo as I am with From. So I'm not going to be as it's not going to consume as much time, I don't think. Okay, so now in the cave, Tabitha and Jade find the chamber awfully fast and easily. I thought that was going to be way harder to find, to be honest. I thought that was too easy. Way too easy. It should have been complicated to walk through there and find it in this maze. I know they've both been in there before, but come on. It shouldn't be that easy. And is this a room they've never been in before? Or is this the room where Jade saw the vision of the kids on the slabs? I wasn't totally sure because they look the same to me. They're both kind of round and they have Egg Hui kid cages. But let me know what you guys think of that in the chat because I wasn't sure. I feel like this should have been a new place they've never been to make it harder to find. At any rate, it was easy somehow. They put up the tarp to cover the opening. They put up a talisman. Sarah gets contact with them on the radio. And Jade says, let's see, this is it. This is where they're buried. And they find the spot where they were buried. Everybody gets the chains, ties them to the trees, and they get ready to drive the truck to yank the bottle tree out. Tabitha and Jade start digging up the bones, and the monsters start waking up at the sound of them digging and approach the chamber. Wake up, and they're not smiling yet. This cheerleader, not smiling, and then she gets up, and then the smile starts. Super creepy. Love it. and the cowboy. They all head down with their smiles, and Smiley is the one who inspired that, since he smiled so creepily. The show people told the monsters to all smile like that, to all smile as creepily as they could, I guess. No one's as good as Smiley, of course. So they find the slab covering the hole, and with a lot of effort and leverage, they manage to get it off and find all the skeletons in there. There's a lot. And some of them look kind of big, and there are so many that it makes me think maybe some of Jade's past life skeletons, or all of Jade's past life skeletons, might be in there. Why did the monsters push him in there and cover him up with the slab when he had his vision? I think probably because that's where they dumped his body when the townspeople killed him in past lifetimes. Maybe they dumped him in there as part of like a ritual, sort of like sacrificing him. Maybe. But so then as soon as they unearth it and they're staring at it, the cowboy monster approaches the tarp, and he's staring at Tabitha through the tarp, and he's like, you really shouldn't be doing that. Love it. And it just ends on that. Love it. And I like that it ended on Tabitha's face looking at him all scared, because she's the one who has more to lose. She has kids depending on her, and she took this chance to do this instead of listening to the man in yellow's threat and backing off. Instead she leaned into this more. She did the opposite. She mobilized. And now it's like, oh shit, did I make a mistake? That's the look on her face right there. And after, well, guys, I did it. We're almost at 7 hours, so people on the replay can laugh at me once again, as I swore at the beginning of this stream that I wasn't going to be able to do 7 hours, and here comes the 7-hour runtime. Oh my god, I'm going to sound like a total jackass. But I couldn't help myself. This was an amazing episode. I was really enjoying this. It was nice to just get back to doing a live stream after such a stressful time, and I was feeling better than usual too. And what can I say? I couldn't help myself. I have a lot of work to do in my episode 9 deep dive video, so I really shouldn't have done such a long live, so I could have worked on it, but I guess I'm going to be doing all of it on Friday, so wish me luck, because it's going to be a big challenge, writing the whole script and making the video and the photos, slideshow, and everything. By Saturday morning, it is going to be tough. Okay, so one more time over to the chat. Let's see. Where was I here? Let me find that. Well, let's see. David says that the MGM photo of the children on the merry-go-round and child in white on the slide is much clearer. There are 11 children. One above looks like Tabitha, and one child has a shadow face. Boy in yellow? Is that supposed to be yellow? I'll have to look at that. There's a promo photo that's different than the one that appeared in Miranda's painting, with 11 children. There are more of them. I think you're talking about the one that appeared on social media, not the show. So I wonder if we should take that with a grain of salt, or if that's like canon. All those pictures that are social media only. I think we should take it as canon, I guess. Well, I thought the stream was over, Julie. You tricked me. Beware, Sophia in yellow is growing on you. You're right, Incognito. Yeah, we're at 6 hours, 52 minutes. Writers steal our ideas instead of asking AI. Right, Chris? They totally do. Hey, Code Knox. No more Father Kotri. Well, we've definitely got a lot of Ghost Kotri, though, which I love. I'm not even sure that's fear. Okay. Yeah, 6 hours is a piece of cake for me. Not when I've been awake for this many hours, but I surprisingly was able to perk up and get enough energy to do this. I surprised myself. Damon thinks they'll bring back the Lake of Tears next season, and that will free them. Oh yeah, I think so too. I want to see crusty kids running through town like in Weapons movie. That'd be funny, Chris. Father Darrell said Father Country's stash 2022 to 2026. If we don't see the Lake of Tears in season 4, confirmed it will be in season 5 and lead to the exit somehow. Absolutely agree, David. Bloodstar, huh? Okay, I'll watch a movie named Bloodstar. I will look that up. Incognito. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'd like to see the trailer. Often watching the trailer ruins the experience. I do watch movie trailers, and I don't usually find that happens with movie trailers, but maybe they've gotten more revealing. I haven't watched them in a long time. When I say soulmates, Code Knox, I don't mean they have to be together romantically. I just mean that they were together in the beginning and their souls are intertwined. They're connected. So they're like literal soulmates because they've been reincarnated over and over and they're connected like they are. But that doesn't mean they're going to be together romantically, destined or something to do that. Let's see. The toy boat, yes. Yes, the toy boat. That's true. Elgin is absolutely traumatized like everybody else. Darrell says people who watched the episode early have said it's not 1 hour and 30 minutes, and the MGM TV schedule shows that the episode is a normal episode length. So if it says an hour and 30 minutes, then it's probably the same thing that they screwed us with last time. It looked like we were getting an hour and 15-minute finale, but the last 20 minutes was a preview of another show so that we wouldn't cancel our MGM Plus subscription. They tacked that on to be sneaky. But a lot of people were so pissed it backfired because we thought we were getting a longer finale and we got cheated. So the people canceled it out of spite even more than. Pixie would have kept the photo to herself and showed Donna. Yeah, me too. Hilton was terribly written. Yeah, seriously. David says, if it is a chess game between Boy in White and Man in Yellow, what are the stakes? Maybe the Boy in White is structuring the real world and the Man in Yellow is structuring Fromville, and the stakes are to see which world prevails. Oh, I never thought of that. David. Could be. They did Elgin dirty. Yeah, they did. They did, Damon. Elgin missing crayons in his box. Sophia is pissed. Yes, she is. Elgin always dirty. Yeah, I mean, I can forgive a lot of these traumatized people for sure. Code. Oh yeah, the Man in Yellow is better at playing games than the Boy in White because the Man in Yellow doesn't hesitate to deceive and lie. Being a beautiful liar versus saying a sad truth, most people will choose the lie packed in beautiful ornaments. Very well said, Incognito, and that is so true. That is so true. Clara needs a good slap with a newspaper in the head by Tian Shen. Agree, Amy. Let's see. You think Sophia set it up for him to find the picture code just so she could have just so that she could have a victim to kill and yeah, maybe she just wanted to wanted to kill somebody off. She wanted to bump him off. to have a reason to, but I mean, not that she has to have a reason. Well, yeah, of course she's not human. She's a creature. But we call her she just because she's in the form of a young woman right now. David thinks the nightmare creatures are terrified by the bones, but for some reason the man in yellow could not care less. Interesting. Or he's just feigning that he doesn't care. Sophia looked really pissed that they're going to actually do it the right way. So maybe she is a little scared. End of season 5. Clara goes home on her bicycle. Love it, Chris. Love it. Yes, Recon. She could have said, that looks nothing like me. That's a dude, and he has an afro. Yes, exactly. She didn't have to admit everything, just spill the whole truth. Sophia is here for chaos, not to hide from them. Yeah, but she doesn't want them to know her identity, though. She doesn't want them to... I don't think she wants them to figure it out. She could have not killed him, Julie, but we need to pretend that Sophia is scary, right? Seriously. Thought Alger was going to be a secret weapon, but now he's a secret snack, right? I have 3 secret snack. Sophia is from the 70s. It does definitely look like that with the afro on that guy. Jen says, I think she will make a bargain with him like she did with Clara. Right. So that's another possibility. Either she makes a bargain with him or he's dead. It's one of those two because now he knows too much. She spilled the beans way too much. Okay. Third Shift says, I think Clara made the deal to save herself is because she's mad that no one will help her get her bike back. Nice. Nice. Yeah, nobody gave a shit. And even after Jade figured out that it's not an escape room like he thought, and that not everything is there for him, including that bike, he still didn't give it back. And I find that hilarious because you see the bike still near where he's living later on, like outside the house. So funny. She just never gave it back. And you can see forever, like in my background, as long as I keep it like this, there's Jade riding up to the diner on Clara's stolen bike. A bargain or death? Go on, bitch, do it. Let's see. So David says it means every time the entity emerges in town from the forest, he takes the face of someone from the previous cycle. He arrives as Doug in the 70s, meaning Doug is from the 50s. Yes, I agree with that, David. Things happen in cycles, so it probably happens the same way each time like that. I agree. Aw, that's really sweet, Recon. Thank you. That means a lot. You could live stream static and we'd still be interested. Aw. Wow. That means a lot. Thank you. That really boosts my confidence, I have to say, because I've been kind of nervous, about doing these streams sometimes when I'm on my own, when Karl needs his sleep, because of course he needs his sleep, and I do these streams way too late sometimes. And I tell him, you need to just get your rest. Go to sleep when you need to go to sleep. I understand. And so I have to spend more time alone than I used to on the streams. So sometimes I just get worried that it's boring for you guys if it's just me. Because there's, a lot of people, most people have a co-host who's talking all the time with them, like the entire time. So, I'm glad that you feel that way. That really makes me feel a lot better. That I'm not boring, because I've always had this fear that I'm boring. So that's a relief to hear that. Yes, Darrell, I agree. Silo is good, but I don't love it either. Sophia probably has more pacts than you think. That could be. Yeah, Incognito, definitely check out Widow's Bay. Highly, highly recommend. And I recommend Silo too. I enjoy it. I wouldn't say I love it, but I enjoy it. I still have to catch up and finish season 2. I better hurry up because season 3 is about to start and I'm going to cover it. Yeah, I want to rewatch Widow's Bay too, just for the comedy alone. It was so fun. It was so well written. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Darrell, I started season 2 of Silo and I thought it dragged too. I thought it was a lot slower, so I got frustrated with it. So, but I hope that it's going to get better and season 3 will hopefully be better. Yeah, great acting and storyline in Widow's Bay and the humor. Absolutely, Amy. It's fantastic. So Chris thinks Henry is going to decide to live in both realities. Interesting. I wonder how he would do that, though. It seems like they're trying to make him, pick this one, the fake one. Oh, third shift. They revealed too much in the trailer about season 3 of Silo. I haven't watched the trailer yet. That sucks. Why do people reveal so much in the trailers? Yeah, Amy. Sophia was definitely freaked when she heard it was going to be just Jade and Tabitha going in the cave. Yeah, Darrell. Julie, this will be 7 hours. 7 hours later. Exactly. Now they're all going to laugh at me on the replay. God, I sound like an idiot. Bye, Damon. Happy Friday, Amy. Incognito. Julie says, Julie, you should do a stream where we can pop up after episode 10. This way we can discuss the season. Yeah, you wanna come on the panel? I will definitely, after the season ends, I promise I will make good on that. I know I said I would do it before. And I never got around to doing it because I wound up too overwhelmed with covering this season. But once the new season is over and I can breathe, now I can I can chill. I didn't have enough time to do 2 live streams per week a lot of the time. And that second live stream is when I was going to do those call-ins, and a lot of the time it didn't happen and I was overwhelmed. And so I'm sorry about that I haven't done it. And I said I was going to. I didn't mean to just blow it off or anything, but I promise after the season is over, we will do call-ins. Yeah, the brain is not braining very well. I gotta go to sleep. Yeah. This is the ultimate that you will love this show with every inch of your body. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can still think even my brain is still braining even after being awake for 25, 26, 27 hours now. Shit. And I'm kind of hungry, so I need to eat something quick before I go to sleep too. Hey, Evie. I woke up, went to work, and I'm back. Damn. Hey. I hear that kind of thing a lot. Yeah, Chris, Cowboy Monster is back. He does have that leadership vibe, like he has some sort of leadership role with the monsters. It felt that way for a little bit, for a minute there. Plus, he knows how to kill after showing Boyd what he can do with Chinese food. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's horrible. Chinese food. Shit, that is savage. Yeah. So Akshita says that Fatima thing, it opens up the theory that some of the monsters there were not the original townspeople. This is why there are more monsters than there should be. Maybe Jasmine from season 1 was a Fatima. Yes. Someone else, I don't know if it was you who said that before or somebody else, but that's a fascinating idea, and it could explain why it seems like there are more monsters than there should be, and some of them, are, weird ages, and yeah, it's interesting. I'm guessing, like, yeah, some people get the episode early so they can do interviews. Yeah, it's just certain reviewers get the episode early. Hey, Heather. Good morning. Yeah. So, we find out rule number 3 when Victor survives the Henry attack. Yeah, we need to find out rule number 3 from the boy in white, Chris. Absolutely, we need to find out rule number 3. I'm gonna make a note, like, let's see, find out rule number 3, because that needs to happen eventually, and I was thinking about that too. So I think that's gonna happen. We're gonna get that. I have a lot of predictions for what's to come. So I just need to get that video script written and get the video out by Saturday morning. It's gonna be really hard. Darrell says, rule number 3, kill or be killed, mudda trucker. Nice. Kill or be killed, mudda trucker. Love it. Hey there. Welcome, Osama Benj. Welcome. The tree being cut turns the sacrificed kids' hope into disappointment, which causes the chaos to come. Ooh, I really like that. That makes a whole lot of sense to me, because that tree represents the hope of those children. Oh man, yeah. So that's gotta be a serious problem for sure. Yeah. And I agree with one of my followers, Michael Gmerkin, who thinks that the tree is what is allowing Tabitha and Jade to reincarnate. So if they cut down the tree, this will be their last lifetime, their last chance to save the children. But like turning their hope into disappointment and causing more chaos because of that, I think that makes sense. Like allow the man in yellow to do more damage because it'll weaken the good side. The good side is like the magic bottle tree and the boy in white, and it might even get rid of the boy in white. That's part of Michael's theory too, that the boy in white is an avatar of that tree, and if you cut down the tree, the boy in white might go away, so they won't have his hints anymore, his guidance. Yeah, I really like that that idea. And I was thinking of something, guys. I have an idea. That really insightful comment made me think of this idea again. Somebody in my watch party, I think it might have been last weekend or the weekend before, asked me something because somebody mentioned like how they had a theory that they wanted credit. They wanted like people to acknowledge like, hey, we remember that you had this theory that Clara, I think it was Martin, that Clara was the mole. And it's hard for fans to have your theories acknowledged when you don't have a YouTube platform to say, hey, I was right. And people then give the YouTuber credit for having their theory confirmed. But if you're a fan and you don't have a platform, then you kind of feel like you don't get as much validation when you're correct about a theory. Or when you just have ideas that you share. You're like, people steal them. Content creators sometimes steal them and don't give you credit. And, and content creators, another thing, content creators don't highlight enough of your comments. They don't. I like to highlight a lot and have a real conversation with you guys because you have such interesting things to say. This is like the smartest group of people I've ever met. And I love to hear your insights and your ideas and your theories. So I was thinking like that I could record, I could like take screenshots of some of them with permission and share them and like put together a video showcasing like, hey, here are some awesome ideas from the live chat in such and such a live stream, and like and then show the, the screenshot, and like, so you have your username up there, just to like give you guys a voice and a platform, to share my platform with you. I could make a video where I showcase ideas from the live chat, and discuss them, because you have such great ideas and they should have more of a platform. So I could make a little standalone video instead of just, I highlight your comments and that gives you a platform during these long live streams. But I could give you more of a platform with a shorter video that would get more views. And, just to like, share, just to share my platform with you and your awesome ideas. So if that sounds like something you guys would like, I'll do that. I think Heather, was it Heather who was suggesting that I like do something similar to that, like make some kind of video and, include fan theories or something. I think Heather was suggesting that, and that's where I got the idea originally, in the Discord. So yeah, I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that after the new episodes are over and we have more time to breathe. I could do that. So anyway, that's what I was just thinking. Because there's so many great ideas in here, and you guys deserve a platform for more people to see your ideas. And my platform isn't gigantic, but it's something. I can get at least 1,000 views, and usually more like 2,000 or 3,000 these days. Anyway, 7 hours, baby. Indeed, 7 hours, Darrell. I hope Karl isn't going to be mad at me. Osama says the man in yellow blood, does it cause Fatima to give birth? Yeah, it might actually, to give birth to another. To give birth, I mean, probably not. Now that I'm thinking about it, my brain is a little slow because I'm tired. I don't think so. I think it's just going to turn her into a nightmare creature, in my opinion. But hey, S7929. I love that Julie just be on every time I randomly look at YouTube. Hey. Yeah. It's, I haven't been on in a while. We've had a lot going on, struggling, so I haven't been able to do a live stream in over a week. But we definitely made up for it tonight. Definitely, didn't I? Yes, I am definitely a night owl. And anyway, I have to sign off and go to bed now. And bye, One Punch Tolkien fan. Have a good morning to you too. And I'm gonna go to bed now and go to sleep. Yes, Akshita. I won't do more than 4 and does. Well, it's not gonna be almost 8 because I'm gonna go now. Eat, sleep, nerd out. Yes, it is time. Yeah, I gotta. So what I'm doing is I'm just not gonna read every chat, and that's how I'm gonna sign off. So love you guys. And let's see. Where did I see One Punch was here? Yeah, I don't. Where was that? Oh yeah, One Punch. Duh, I just highlighted it. Sorry. All right, guys. So only gonna do this one stream this week. We'll be back again Monday. We'll be back again Monday to break down the finale. So good morning, good more night to all of you. And I'll be back Monday to break down the finale with Karl, and we'll do it a lot earlier. Yes, I will get some rest. Love all of you guys. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all of your support from me and Karl. Love all of you. Please watch my video if you can, and hype it, the one that's pinned at the top of the chat, and keep an eye out for the episode 9 video, which I'm going to get to work on today. And we'll do our live our watch party in the Discord as always. I might do a short live right before the finale, just FYI. Just to do one last live on theories and predictions, a really quick one for like an hour or two on Saturday night. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Love you all. And we'll see you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. JulieBDeepDives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself. And a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind it, slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die.